Chapter 1001 Becoming a Boy Band Member. Where did everyone go? Why did it suddenly go silent? Gui. Why did Clear Sky suddenly stop halfway through the song? Gui, did he faint again? Gui stared blankly at everything before him. He had been at a dinner with colleagues a moment ago. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital ward. The ceiling and walls were very clean, a faint smell of disinfectant hung in the air, the bed was narrow, and there were 2 empty beds next door, all with white sheets and covers. The door was flung open with a bang. Before Gui could react, a tall middle-aged man pointed a finger at his nose and scolded him harshly. Gui, are you causing trouble for me again? Zhu Yu is fine everywhere, even appeared on Qingfeng Station's variety show, and yet you keep landing in the hospital every other day. The fans are making a scene and demanding an explanation from the company. Next time you make a scene, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After having scolded Gui soundly, the visitor shut the door and stormed out. Gui blinked, and it took him more than half an hour to sort out the situation. He transmigrated. The original was also named Gui and was one of the members of Vic, a boy group under Xingyao Entertainment. The person who had just appeared in the hospital was Gui's manager, Xiao Jing. Besides Gui, Xiao Jing was also responsible for about 7 or 8 other members of Vic. Gui knew nothing about the entertainment industry. He had assumed that being a member of a boy group would give the original some degree of fame, but when he searched online he discovered that this Vic group actually had as many as 200 members. Even the undergraduates he taught in big chemistry didn't have that many. Among those 200 members, the original could be said to have absolutely no popularity, a back among backs, colloquially an iron back. He lived each month on the company's 2,000 yuan base salary. The only time he trended was when he fainted from extreme weight loss and was carried into an ambulance. This time was similar to the last. The original owner was interacting with fans, hadn't even finished one song, and suddenly fainted dead away, terrifying the fans watching his live stream. Although there were only a few dozen fans in his stream, an idol fainting during a live stream was already enough to attract attention. Gui trended again this time, no wonder Xiao Jing was angry. In the entertainment industry, Xingyao Entertainment was just a second-rate small company. The Vic boy group didn't follow the traditional path of training, debuting, and building a fanbase. The company took a laissez-faire approach, leaving each member to their own devices. Whether they became popular depended entirely on the members themselves. For those who did gain fame, the company would provide dramas and variety show slots, nothing top tier, but enough to get members into the 3rd or 4th tier of the industry. As for those like the original owner who couldn't get popular, they were all sent to do live streaming. Not to exaggerate, looking across the entire entertainment industry, the number of actors, singers, and idols in the same age group doesn't even reach 200. Even if all the industry's resources were fed to Starry Entertainment, it still wouldn't be enough to keep Vic's group well fed. Starry Entertainment's treatment is notoriously poor across the industry. Fans frequently drag the boss out to denounce him. This time Gui fainted and it trended on Weibo, and the comments section of Starry Entertainment's official account was full of Vic fans cursing. There were hardly any who genuinely spoke up for Gui, but even so, Xiao Jing still felt Gui should take the blame. He brought 9 members of Vic, including Zhu Yu, who has been gradually making a name for himself in the circle. The others, even if they didn't earn as much as Zhu Yu, still had a few fans and could attend small events from time to time. Only Gui had been losing money ever since joining the group. When Gui first joined Vic he caused a stir. The group had many members, but in terms of looks no one could match him. To recruit Gui under him, Xiao Jing even arm-wrestled with other agents. Unfortunately Gui only had one face. It would be fine if he couldn't sing or dance, since not all of Vic's top stars earned fans purely by talent. Gui's biggest flaw was that he was wooden, bad at public relations, and reclusive. After going on stage a few times, the fans he'd gained from his looks ran off. As if that weren't enough, he started acting oddly, copying people who dieted and reducing his once handsome face to something neither human nor ghost, which caused other agents to mock Xiao Jing privately. If Xiao Jing were the boss he'd have kicked Gui out early on, but unfortunately a major revenue source for Xingyao Entertainment was severance pay from members. Once members couldn't handle things and demanded to terminate their contracts, the finance department waited to collect, so unless absolutely necessary Xingyao Entertainment would never casually bring up contract termination with a member. Gui glanced at his chicken claw-like hands, then at the gaunt, hollowed face in the mirror, and couldn't help shaking his head. Is this visage really considered handsome? He truly didn't understand the aesthetics of the entertainment industry. In his previous life Gui had majored in sinkhole studies, diligently earned a doctorate, and only after that landed a teaching position at a university. Just as his career was about to begin, he was kicked into the unfamiliar world of show business. Gui refused to believe it and searched the full name of that university. Sure enough, there was no information at all. Trying to find a job at that school to teach was impossible too. In his past life he had a doctorate, but in this life his highest education was only high school. Not long after graduating he signed with Xingyao Entertainment because of his looks, and it's already been 5 years. Besides, even if he wanted to terminate the contract, he'd first have to pay a 5 million termination fee. Gui didn't even have 5,000 yuan on hand. Gui flipped through the original owner's phone. Aside from Weibo it was full of photo editing apps, and the memos were all those messy online diet recipes, no nutrition at all, and they'd often skip several meals. Lately, even the slightest movement made him dizzy and sweat, and he practically worked himself into the hospital. Opening Weibo, just as Xiao Jing had said, the trending list indeed had a video titled, "Vic member collapses during livestream." Unfortunately Gui's fame was so low that even the gossip accounts were too lazy to bother tagging his name. And this is a human skeleton, right? Whose idol looks this haggard? V Group's members are full of weird shapes, this one, really is just a bit too ugly, Can't Starshine Entertainment pay some attention to the V Group idols? They're either sick or fainting. This heartless boss is running a sweatshop, right? The Small Blow Group really has it rough. My Zhuyu is a top in the V Group, and still has to take taxis to rush to appearances. Gui scrolled through Weibo once more and closed it. The original owner wasn't good at dealing with people, his relationships with the other members were just average. Even though he fainted and trended, there weren't many people messaging him on WeChat. Gui thought that was fine. He himself didn't really like interacting with others, and if someone asked about it, he wouldn't know how to answer. After staying in the hospital for 2 days, Xiao Jing took him back home. Although Xingyao Entertainment was unreliable in many ways, it paid medical and social insurance properly, so Gui didn't have to spend any money on the medical bills. The apartment he was living in now was also rented and paid for by the company. It was similar to a dormitory, but members with even a little fame in Vic refused to live in a communal dormitory unless they were like Gui, neither wealthy nor popular. After being discharged, Gui didn't rush to make plans for the future. For him, the urgent task was to recuperate. In his current fragile state, a gust of wind could knock him over. In his previous life, he wouldn't even have had the strength to move lab equipment, and his advisor wouldn't have been willing to take on a doctoral student like that. While nursing his health, Gui also scrolled through Vic-related news. Vic has a lot of members. For most of them, being remembered by fans by name is already good. Starry Entertainment manages the Vic group in a very simple way. 200 people are divided into 10 small teams, from Team A to Team J. Each year there's a popularity vote. The top 10 in popularity plus the top 10 in income go into Team A, and the bottom 20 in popularity go into Team J. Members of Team A mostly get offers for films, TV shows, variety shows, and endorsements. Zhu Yu, who shares the same agent as Gui, now belongs to Team A. He's a regular on a Qingning TV variety show and recently picked up a beauty line endorsement. As for Team J, you could say everyone there is a deadbeat. Once you fall into Team J, don't even think about climbing above Team C, even getting up to Team I or H is not easy. Gui has been steadfastly in Team J for the past 2 years. In the 5 years since joining the group, although he hasn't gained much fame, he has also created a miracle for Vic, the fastest fall from Team A to Team J, and with 2 consecutive fainting from hunger incidents trending on social media. In a sense, Gui could be considered a kind of legend. After reliably eating proper meals for a few days, Gui stopped streaming, adjusted his schedule, and tried to go to bed early and get up early. His health recovered somewhat. Gui himself hadn't felt this good in years. During his doctoral studies, staying up late and working overtime was the norm, and his physical condition wasn't what it had been right after graduating from college. With regular meals these past few days and no need to grind through a thesis, plus a walk after dinner, Gui felt genuinely refreshed. His manager Xiao Jing had only called him once. Recently, Zhu had been quite popular, and Xiao Jing had been devoting most of his energy to Zhu, so he hadn't had time to take care of Gui. He didn't pry into why Gui wasn't streaming either. After all, Gui had hardly any fans. Xiao Jing would rather he stay home picking at his feet than suddenly make headlines by fainting on a live stream. Gui waited until the base salary for the next month was deposited before leisurely considering what to do next. Gui wasn't the ambitious type. Thinking it over, as long as he didn't aim for fame and fortune, being in Vic wasn't so bad. Aside from the low base pay, there was health insurance, social security, and rent was covered, no less than when he was doing his doctorate. The main thing was there was no performance pressure. He could stream to an audience of 1 or 100,000, when popularity votes came around, the members could still earn a little share, though Gui only got a few hundred each time, at least he didn't have to work. In his past life the pressure was too great, after finishing his bachelor's he did a master's, after his master's he did a doctorate, and even if he went to a university there were requirements for research achievements. Now at Xingyao Entertainment, Gui felt he was enjoying a retirement life at a very young age. His goal now was very simple: earn a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. Receiving a 2,000 subsistence allowance and then working hard as an idol to earn 3,000 more, without having to pay rent or utilities, and with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund paid, 5,000 yuan net, spend 2,000 a month and save 3,000, and he could save 36,000 a year. He felt he had already reached the pinnacle of life. Chapter 2002. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Huff. Gui was so busy he was out of breath. He finally tidied up the things in the room. The original owner didn't earn much, but had bought quite a few things. Shopping bags were everywhere, with nowhere to even set a foot down. Gui didn't know much about jars and bottles of skincare. He kept those that weren't past their expiration date and threw away the rest, taking the trash downstairs 3 or 4 times. Being cooped up makes one easily feel down. The room was messy and even the air didn't circulate. No wonder the original owner's moments were full of melancholic posts. Gui wiped the windows, mopped the floor twice, and cleaned the kitchen sink until it was spotless. He went to the supermarket and stuffed the fridge full, then bought 2 pots of greenery at the market and placed them on the windowsill. This body was still a bit frail. Gui was exhausted after just 1 round of cleaning. But it was his habit. Only when the environment was fresh could Gui focus on the task at hand. Gui flipped through the notes left by the original owner. The notebook laid out, word by word, a plan for becoming a great idol. At first reading, Gui didn't think much of it, but after flipping through it many times he gradually realized that the original owner really loved the idol industry. All the videos saved on his only laptop were classic performances by various overseas boy groups. He'd watched each clip dozens of times. Even if Gui himself had never seen those videos, the moment the backing track played his body still remembered the moves. Unfortunately the original owner lacked the talent. In J-Team of the Vic group he would never have a chance to perform on stage. Whether by intent or by accident, Gui had already taken over the original owner's life. He was probably unlikely to love the idol career the same way the original owner did, but he wouldn't abandon it lightly. His body was too weak, eating alone wasn't enough. In the morning Gui practiced Bajuanjin once, in the afternoon he watched videos on his computer and rehearsed Vic group songs, and in the evening he hung out with the square dance team in the neighborhood, fitting right in with the aunties and uncles. Little Gu is here, you're leading the dance today again. When Gui arrived, the neighborhood aunties greeted him warmly. Have you eaten? Look how thin you are, it's clear you haven't been eating properly. Gui had already been recuperating properly for half a month, his face and arms had put on some flesh, but he still looked much thinner than an ordinary person. When he first came to join the square dancing, the aunties and uncles only found it a bit odd that a young man was among them, but the original person had studied dance for a while. Gui had a good memory and learned quickly, and within a few days he stood out in the square dance troupe and was pushed by the aunties to be the lead dancer. Shall we still dance the same one today? Gui didn't refuse the aunties' request. Most of the aunties and uncles who danced in the square were already retired, their children weren't nearby, and when they saw a young person like him they couldn't help but chat a bit more. After Gui got familiar with them he joined the neighborhood group chat, learned where to buy the cheapest groceries, and signed up for the community dance class at the lowest price. The teacher was the child of one of the aunties, a teacher of Beijing-style dance. Ordinary people usually couldn't get into that class, but Gui had managed to get in through a back door. Once he was feeling better, Gui went to learn and practice dancing. The song from the day before yesterday, our city is about to hold a square dance competition, and our team has signed up. We're practicing, good luck comes that we dance then. Xiao Gu, do you want to join us? Xiao Gu, you're a celebrity and have a good image. If you come, the judges will definitely give us high scores. Gui smiled wryly and said, Aunt Wang, I'm the kind of celebrity no one knows. Even if I go, it won't help. Don't make things harder for Xiao Gu. The registration rules were clear, contestants must be over 50 years old. Aunt Wang could only give up. Gui automatically took the lead position. As soon as the music for Good Luck Comes started, he began dancing with meticulous attention to the beat. He was tall with long legs, even in an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, he managed to look better on the dance floor than the others. Gui had come to the square dancing to exercise. If he went through the motions he wouldn't break a sweat, so he performed the moves correctly, driving power through his arms and legs with crisp postures. Even though the accompaniment of Good Luck Comes was overly festive, everyone's eyes still fixed on Gui. Xiao Gu, shall we run it again? Gui wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay. After finishing the song, he felt a bit warm, and his cheeks flushed slightly. making him look a little more delicate than usual. He had originally joined Vic on looks alone. When he was skin and bones there was no aesthetic appeal, but as he slowly filled out, his face returned closer to how it had been when he first entered the group, with a few added hints of maturity. Xiao Gu is so handsome. Isn't he better looking than that guy? I saw him at the mall, not even 1.7 meters tall, wearing height-increasing shoes. He looks far worse than Xiao Gu. I tried to get closer to look, but his security shoved me away. They danced, good luck, twice, then Gu Yi was called over to correct an auntie's movements. He taught seriously, the auntie was slow to catch on and he wasn't impatient, teaching slowly step by step. When she finally caught up, Gu Yi led the group for a third run. Gu Yi had a sufficiently handsome face. When talking with people he looked very gentle, but once he put himself into something, he gave off a keen aura and his sharp edge gradually revealed itself. Gu Yi himself was not aware of this. He also didn't notice that as he danced, good luck comes, over and more people gathered at the neighborhood square, and his dancing was captured by the cameras. After finishing the square dance, it was no surprise that Gu Yi received offerings from the aunties. Everyone lived in the same complex. While waiting for the elevator, every time it stopped on a floor, someone would call him over. After a while, he had more food on hand, fried lotus root patties for lunch, fresh wild fish, and one auntie even handed him a whole watermelon. Gu Yi said helplessly, "You really don't need to give me so much." An auntie also gave him a whole bag of white rabbit milk candies. Gu Yi. All right then. Fortunately he had lived away for many years, so his cooking was pretty good. Gu Yi was woken the next day by a WeChat notification. He'd been living comfortably lately, with no one bothering him. If it weren't for the group message, he might have nearly forgotten he still had work to do. G-Team Zheng Huanran and J-Team Gu Yi have not completed this month's livestream tasks. Please finish them by the end of the month. The WeChat group was Vic Group's main chat, all 200 or so members were added. Because more than half the members did live streams, the group gradually became a work notification channel, and almost no one chatted in it. Every year the liveliest time for this group is probably when Team A releases a new song. Each member has to buy a copy to show support. With only 2 or 3 days left in the month, Gu Yi recalled the original person's usual streaming style as he unhurriedly opened the streaming app. Since it was just to complete the task, Gu Yi didn't aim to do better than the original person. The original person was shy. Even when he streamed, he just did whatever fans requested in the chat. It had been so long since his last stream that after more than 10 minutes this time there were only 1 or 2 fans in the room. Gu Yi wasn't in a hurry either. He turned off the flashy effects in the livestream room and waited a long time before seeing a comment. Has Gu Xiaoyi been eating well? That's great. This was probably a fan who had followed Gu Yi for a long time. Their level was Diamond Fan. Gu Yi smiled and said, I've indeed been eating well recently. Health is the most important. Fan, Qingfeng, didn't hesitate and gifted a small cloud when she heard his words. Like Gu Yi himself, his fans were quiet and didn't constantly demand he do this or that. When Gu Yi talked about food, he shared his recent recipes. The food looks delicious. Praised, Gu Yi was very happy, his eyes narrowed and his cheeks relaxed. All trace of the previous live stream's listlessness was gone, fresh and neat, reminding fans of what he looked like when he first joined Vic. How can he be this good-looking? Orange Peel has been a long-time fan of Gu Yi. She'd been struck by his look since he joined Vic, and ever since she couldn't stop. Even after Gu Yi sank into obscurity and became considerably less handsome than when he first joined the group, Orange Peel still didn't unfollow him. She was a laid-back fan by nature, not someone who fell for every idol she saw. When Gu Yi went live she'd tune in, watch a bit, and chat with him. Gu Yi hadn't logged on for a while. After he fainted last time, Qingfeng had been very worried, so when she saw him online this time, she hurried into the live stream. The face that appeared on the live stream camera stunned Qingfeng. He looked like Gu Yi from when he had just debuted, indescribably handsome, with clear eyes, and a smile that was bright and sunny. Qingfeng remembered that she had once recommended this little under-the-radar celebrity Gu Yi to her friends. Unfortunately the internet was full of ugly photos of him after he lost a lot of weight, and she had even been mocked as having a fetish for unattractive people. But Qingfeng thought that, in terms of personality, no one could be better than Gu Yi. Qingfeng took a few screenshots, but paused before sending them. She had once hoped Gu Yi would become wildly famous, but after seeing him so frighteningly thin, she felt that as long as Gu Yi stayed healthy, that would be enough. This was her little idol she kept to herself. Gu Yi chatted with Orange Peel for a while, but the viewer count in the stream didn't increase. His old fans had been held by Gu Yi's hard work streaming. This time he hadn't streamed for half a month, and most of the fans had already left. If there are no other questions, I'll end the stream. Just as Gui finished speaking, a new viewer suddenly entered the chat room. Gui watched as they posted a long comment. For university students, A, B, C, and D decided to conduct research in Qingfeng Village, Lushui Village, Hongye Village, and Huangshi Village. Each of the four chose two. It is known that 1. If A chooses Qingfeng Village, then C also chooses Qingfeng Village. 2. Note 1. Gui didn't know why the other party asked that. In the live stream, he always answered every question. Did someone upstairs post in the wrong live stream? Ah, I didn't notice, sorry. The new fan hadn't had time to leave when the streamer said firmly, choose A, option A is Maple Leaf Village. The answer really was A. How did you figure that out? Jia Qing pushes Bing Qing, similarly, E green pushes Ding green. Jia is not green, so not Ding green implies not E green, but Green Water Village must have two people choose. Understood, thank you, Teacher Gu. Gui smiled, you're welcome. Orange peel. What does it mean to transform into Teacher Gu in 1 second? Who knew this new fan would stubbornly refuse to leave? I have one more question for Teacher Gu. Chimpi. Weak. There's no Teacher Gu here. It's idle Gui ah. Chapter 3003 Trending. But Chimpi watched helplessly as Gui answered 3 questions asked by newcomers in succession. To her, already a corporate drone, Gui's answers were as incomprehensible as a text from heaven. Hashtag I push my back and secretly improved hashtag. Hashtag how does he know so much hashtag. In short, amid a chorus of, thank you, Teacher Gu, the newcomer left the livestream feeling satisfied. Before exiting, he made a point of following Gui's livestream channel. With so many civil service exam instructors on streaming platforms, he thought today's lecture was the most thorough. As soon as the stream ended, the newcomer couldn't wait to go share it in the civil service exam group. In recent years the job market has been getting worse and worse, fresh graduates are all competing to take the civil service exams. The group he joined has several hundred people. Everyone usually shares civil service exam materials in the group, who teaches aptitude tests well, who's good at essay writing, people all have a clear idea. Unfortunately, the good teachers are all monopolized by big institutions, online and offline course prices go up every year. A few years ago you could manage with a few tens of thousands for both written and interview prep, but now it's almost 6 figures. Recommend a teacher whose course is pretty good. The live stream account is Vic. His numerical reasoning and judgment are amazing, almost instant answers. Personally I think he's better than some on 2 and some on buy. Is he selling courses? Or is it a direct live stream? Just ask directly. It seems he doesn't sell courses, you don't have to pay, if you ask him, he'll answer. Follow him. Followed +1. Gui had just ended the live stream when he saw his backend gaining followers, a refresh would add 1 or 2. Gui didn't pay it much mind. The next day, he came back from his usual square dance and, as always, found that his backstage had inexplicably gained nearly 100 followers. Gui only had a few hundred followers in total, recently he hadn't been gaining followers at all and had even lost quite a few. This sudden, inexplicable uptick puzzled him, so he entered the live stream again. The top fan, Chimpi, wasn't online at the moment, but as soon as Gui started streaming today, a dozen or so fans flooded into the room. The Vic group's top members basically don't live stream, unless it's the month for pulling votes. Gui's kind of ad hoc streaming often ran out of things to say, it not only failed to consolidate his popularity but could also make him lose followers due to a loss of novelty. Damn, this teacher is so handsome. Are you sure this is a teacher giving the lesson, not an influencer? Do influencers all look like this? Do celebrities even have a future? Wait, why do I feel like this teacher looks a bit familiar? In the group chat, people were praising Gui's looks while continuously posting questions in the live stream comment section. Gui blinked, are we still going to go over problems today? In his previous life he had taught online classes, for him, lecturing was much easier than simple live streaming. Gui rolled up his sleeves and said directly, let's start with the first problem. This is a number pattern question, finding the rule is very simple. Gui comes from a science and engineering background, math is his strength. He gave a small hint, and the fan who asked the question immediately understood, thank you, Teacher Gu. Next was the second problem. Gui's pace in lecturing was neither rushed nor slow, he didn't teach just for the sake of covering problems. For every problem he presented, he made sure to analyze the underlying principles thoroughly. This teacher is really impressive. Way better than the online course I spent 2,800 on. And he's so handsome in real life. Hey, even better looking than the idol I fangirl over. I never expected my favorite would end up teaching me. Aha, I suddenly remembered who that teacher is. Someone in the civil service exam group, a real overachiever, suddenly posted a link. Square dance shows up with a stunning face. In the video, the person leading the square dance is none other than Teacher Gu from the livestream. The livestream camera had been retouched, but from the footage shot by passersby, Teacher Gu actually looks even better in person. The comments under the link are also full of aw sounds. So handsome. The ugly guys in the fish circle have exceeded the limit. We really need some good-looking boys to cleanse our eyes. Super handsome aw, debut right here. Anyone who's been in fan circles scoffs at comments like, beautiful ordinary person. No matter how pretty a civilian is, they can never be compared to a celebrity. But they really are so pretty They even dance square dances with style. Someone from the street said, this is downstairs in our neighborhood, because a young man joined, our place has become the neighborhood celebrity block, and some people even come specifically to this barbecue stall. This is really Teacher Gu. What else would it be? When I watched this video this morning there were only a few dozen comments, now there are already thousands, it's probably going to trend. Gu knew nothing of this and continued to lecture seriously on the topic. He didn't know whether it was his teacher persona that had sparked the fanbase's thirst for learning. In any case, he spent the whole evening watching the only hardcore fan, Qingfeng, come and go, and after a while, amid a flood of, thanks, Teacher Gu, he finally posted one line, actually Gu used to be an idol. Unfortunately, nobody paid any attention to that line. Can you not? The academic dunces don't understand any of this, okay? All for the sake of Gu himself enjoying it. After giving another evening class, Gui's fans increased by a few hundred, surprisingly nearing 1,000. Before he could figure out where these fans had come from, he received a message from the platform, congratulations, your livestream has ranked. Gu tallied it up and found that over the course of the night his rockets had brought in several, there were dozens of small cloud and similar gifts, and his earnings had actually exceeded 500. Only 2,500 short of my monthly income goal. Gu had regained the feeling of teaching and nurturing, but Qingfeng was a bit down. She couldn't help posting anonymously. Who understands how I feel? My little underrated streamer finally got some traction from live streams and even made the platform charts. I clicked in happily, he's third on the newcomer education and learning chart. He's actually an idol, with a company, and a member of a boy group, even if he's pretty unknown. He now has nothing but civil service exam questions in his head, I can't keep up at all As soon as she posted that, someone replied, who are you shipping? Qingfeng didn't respond further. Netizens in the anonymous section checked the streaming platform and immediately found an avatar that didn't fit with the other streamers. It's from Vic's group. Vic himself is already washed up in the group, and this Gu is the backup within the washed up group. Didn't he go on trending because he fainted before? +1, I think I vaguely remember. People in the real name section are discussing this too, but those who watched his live stream all say his lessons were pretty good. What's going on? By the way, is this also Gu? That video, which had already gained some traction, was bumped back up. Seeing Gu as the lead dancer in a plaza dance, and remembering the Gu who trended before, netizens condensed 1,000 words into one sentence, is this seriously the same person? That lead dance video was already popular across major platforms. This world never lacks people obsessed with looks, and even though Gu was doing a plaza dance, his looks held up, he could be said to have no bad angles. Can't believe a Vic group has someone this pretty. One more thing, Gu is now in V group's Team J, and his popularity is last in the entire group. Just looking at his previous face, no one would dare connect him with the current Gu, right? Gu knew nothing of this. He had been streaming for 2 days straight. Although the questions fans asked were not hard to answer, out of concern for not misleading young minds, Gu still went to buy 2 sets of test papers to review, one from the national exam and one from the provincial exam. He finished the papers as quickly as possible. Just then, a fan in the stream asked him to walk through a real exam paper, and Gu thought it worth considering. He had nothing better to do anyway, and it didn't involve singing or dancing, so it would be easier. Gu's live stream had been off for 2 days. While he was thinking about what to talk about next time, Xiao Jing's call came through to him. Have you seen the Weibo trending list? Log on to Weibo and repost Zhu Yu's post. You haven't replied to them for hours, aren't they going to feel awkward? Zhu Yu is Xiao Jing's cash cow, none of the others under his management were as popular as Zhu Yu. In the past, Xiao Jing would never have allowed anyone else to ride on Zhu Yu's popularity. Zhu Yu normally wouldn't repost the back members' Weibos in Vic's group, he only interacted with members of Team A. Since joining the Qingming Station variety show, his interactions with the show's guests had also become very frequent. When Gui checked Weibo, it turned out the video of him doing a square dance had gone viral. The user who posted the video thought he was just an ordinary person, but netizens kept digging and uncovered his identity. Gui's previous face was so shocking that when compared to his current face, no one would have recognized him if a netizen hadn't tracked down photos of him joining Vic and connected the dots. Riding this wave of attention, Gui gained a lot of followers on Weibo. Zhu Yu reposted the video and even tagged Gui, so handsome. With his repost, naturally more Vic group fans recognized Gui. In the 5th year of the group, this was when Gui was at his most popular. Gui didn't follow Xiao Jing's advice to interact with Zhu Yu. The old Gui would have been afraid of Xiao Jing, but he wasn't afraid at all now. Besides, he had no real friendship with Zhu Yu, and a forced repost would have come off as too fake. Xiao Jing was naturally very angry about this. Gui couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, gave a perfunctory couple of words, and then hung up. After a while, Gui received a message on WeChat. It was from Cheng Yan, who was in the same group and shared the same agent. Gui, did you piss off Brother Xiao? I heard the company gave Brother Xiao a slot on Star Battle. He was originally going to give it to you, but now it's been given to Jin Yang. You should go apologize to Brother Xiao quickly, and that slot will be yours. Gui didn't reply to the message. The former Gui never provoked Xiao Jing either, yet he was still met with Xiao Jing's cold words and indifference for 5 years. Gui never dreamed of becoming a big star, so he naturally didn't need to beg anything from Xiao Jing. Besides, Star Battle is a talent show, Gui's current level isn't qualified, so there's no need for him to participate at all. He's not going. Xiao Jing slammed the table in anger, how dare he? Asking Cheng Yan to pass on the message was Xiao Jing's intention. He did have a spot on Star Battle, but it was specifically assigned by the show's producers to Gui. Xiao Jing didn't want to hand it to Gui easily, he wanted Gui to come beg him first. But now Gui refuses to accept, and Star Battle won't replace him, they'd rather take the spot back. Xingyao Entertainment certainly wouldn't agree. It's meat that's already in their mouth, why would they give it back? He got a little bit of attention and his wings got hard. If you ask me, he'll never become popular in his life. When Gui first debuted he rode on his looks into Group A, didn't he get knocked back to his true place? Chapter 4004 Rising Popularity. Ever since the square dancing video trended, Gui had become a big name in this neighborhood. People in the community chat would at him from time to time, Xiao Gu, we made the news on the local channel. This Chaoyang Cup, with Xiao Gu's help, we're currently ranked first. Let's all give Xiao Gu a round of applause. The Chaoyang Cup is the square dancing contest the uncles and aunties participate in. The competition has only reached the preliminaries, but our neighborhood has already left everyone else in the dust in the official voting, far ahead of second place. Lately the group chat has been all about this. Gui added a few of the neighborhood uncles and aunties on WeChat, their moments share at least one voting link every day, and Gui helped share it once, too. Fully neighborhood still isn't convinced. They say we cheated and hired outside help. If they're capable, they should hire an outside helper like Xiao Gu. They're just jealous. If it weren't for Xiao Gu, would the Chaoyang Cup be this popular? Gui watched them argue and couldn't help laughing. He sent a, calm down, everyone, sticker in the group, and the uncles and aunties who hadn't spoken up suddenly popped out. At Xiao Gu, come to auntie's house tomorrow for tomato beef brisket. I just bought fresh milk. Xiao Gu, are you home now? Come up and get it. Gui's refrigerator has recently been packed full, he won't have to worry about food or drink for at least a month. He simply couldn't handle the enthusiasm of his uncles and aunts, so he found an excuse and quietly disappeared. Gui's Weibo is still gaining followers, but the momentum isn't what it was when the video first spread. Weibo trends come and go, there are too many new things, and besides, Gui didn't take this opportunity to actively secure fans, he didn't even claim the video. Zhu Yu's was ignored by him, and Zhu Yu's fans were very unhappy about it. Gui ranked 198th in the last popularity selection, right? Du came in third, really showed him a lot of face. Don't know what Gui is being so arrogant about, he's clearly that washed up. +1, feeling sorry for Du. That night, sharp-eyed fans noticed that Zhu Yu had liked a Weibo post about friendship, although he quickly retracted it, his like still made the fans terribly sympathetic. One after another they queued up to send private messages to Gui, asking him to apologize to Zhu Yu. Gui didn't see any of those messages at all, if it hadn't been for Xiao Jing's reminder, he wouldn't have opened Weibo even once. While he was collecting messages in WeChat like, this neighborhood in S City suddenly blew up, and, Chaoyang Cup Square Dance Contest popularity vote, did your neighborhood make the list, wildly praising them with every thumbs up sticker he had, he was also thinking about the content for his next live stream. Partly out of a teacher's sense of responsibility, and partly because the C Province Civil Service exam would start in a month, many fans had asked him in the past 2 days, when he hadn't been streaming, to give more lessons. Mr. Gu, please give more lectures. The way Mr. Gu explained how to calculate base period and current period, I used it and got both test papers completely right. It's amazing. How to put it? Gui found it hard to refuse. Because he hadn't streamed for 2 days, Gui had dropped 1 spot in the education and learning rankings. With the provincial exam approaching, the top ranks on the live platform's education list were almost all civil service exam tutors. Nearly everyone had titles like MSc in a science discipline / STO famous teacher / STEST main lecturer. Amid a sea of crisp student profile pictures, Gui's idol-style makeup looked completely out of place. Gui went online. He had just finished organizing the exam papers when the comments section became lively. Sit still. Waiting. Teacher Gu, are you really an idol of the Vic group? Gui, read the comments. Do we want a lesson or gossip? You can only pick one. Lesson. Idols are like passing clouds to me. I've got my little stool ready, waiting for Teacher Gu. The fans who came to watch Gui's live stream weren't very interested in gossip. To them, scoring 1 more point on the written test would greatly increase their chances of getting into the interviews. At this moment the somewhat melancholy, Orange Peel. She was actually quite interested in gossip. But looking at Gui, whose face looked even better than 3 days ago and who clearly radiated a second spring in her career, Orange Peel could only quietly step back to the side. Okay, fine. Gui had carefully worked through last year's provincial exam paper once. He wasn't very good at verbal comprehension questions, but with practice he'd picked up some tricks. He was strong on number and logic problems. He'd come up with several quick-solving methods and thoroughly explained the underlying concepts those questions covered. The fans were leaving comments in the chat while busily sending Gui tips. Gui drank a glass of water midway and, when he glanced up, noticed his live stream had nearly 2,000 viewers. If he remembered correctly, last time there had only been a few hundred. But whether it was just 1 person or 1,000, Gui kept explaining the problems while also taking time to answer questions from fans in the comments. By the time the stream was almost over, his live stream had actually broken 5,000 viewers. Could the platform have stuffed in fake accounts? In fact, many fans were taking notes while watching the stream. While Gui was live, all kinds of civil service exam super topics and forums were sharing his problem-solving methods, one after another, and many examinees joined the live stream. Holy shit! Awesome! This solution really saves time. When I did it myself, this problem took me a full 5 minutes. Teacher Gu, you are my god. Gui's backstage income was also rising rapidly. Although Gui's livestream didn't have a top benefactor, no matter how many there were, the fans attending his lesson felt too embarrassed to freeload his class. Before he knew it, Gui had already easily reached his goal of a monthly salary of 5,000. Gui thought that next time he live-streamed, he could go into more detail on that national exam paper. After today's broadcast, Gui smoothly climbed to first place on the newcomer education and study chart, and his ranking on the overall chart continued to rise. Across the entire streaming platform, such results would be only moderately impressive, but it just so happened to be time for Starshine Entertainment to compile the monthly report for Vic Group, and among the livestream reports of the members, Gui's heat fluctuations looked spectacular. Although Xingyao Entertainment sent the backup members off to livestream all at once, it didn't mean they weren't trying to break into a new avenue. Live streaming is hugely popular. If you can go viral once and sell products in the process, you can make as much as being a star, if not more. Unfortunately, as for live streaming, the Vic Group's results were abysmal. After almost a year of streaming, their traffic hadn't risen at all and their popularity kept falling, practically wasting the monthly base salary the company paid them. Gui's individual live stream popularity shot up 500%. What kind of concept is that? The live streaming platform's popularity is much more tangible than Weibo's. Popularity can be monetized. Gui is in Team J, right? What has he been streaming recently? The company boss asked, puzzled. Public service exam prep. The boss thought he'd misheard. What? Public service exam training. We teach civil service exam questions. Boss. It seems Starshine Entertainment isn't exactly following that route. Is it really that popular? His fans are still very active, they're real fans, the head of the commercial department explained. The streaming platform has already been in talks with the company, they want to sign Gui for a livestream contract. The boss suddenly remembered, didn't Gui recently have a square dancing video go viral? The head of the commercial department nodded. The boss flipped through the files he'd recently received. What's going on with Xiao Jing? Has he not replied to the invitation from Star Battle yet? Hurry up and get Gui to accept. There had long been gossip throughout Xingyao Entertainment that Xiao Jing favored Zhu Yu. Before, Zhu Yu was the only one in Xiao Jing's hands who could actually be promoted, so the higher-ups turned a blind eye. But now Gui was starting to gain popularity he hadn't been handed by the company, and the executives naturally wouldn't pass up the chance to make money. Xiao Jing had made a lot of harsh threats before, but he suddenly realized he couldn't do anything about Gui. The invitation to Star Battle was a rare opportunity, and Gui refused it. He called again and again, but Gui didn't answer any of them. He sent a string of voice messages on WeChat, and Gui didn't reply to a single one. Talent managers keep artists tied to them through resources. It turned out Gui had ambition, which made him easy to handle, but now that Gui doesn't want fame anymore, he really can't think of any solution. Civil service exam prep. Xiao Jing felt a bit stunned just hearing that, but Gui's livestream popularity was real. He went to Weibo and searched Gui's name, and quite a few examinees were even praising Gui's lectures. Are these people all blind? How could he not know Gui could do this? There was nothing he could do. Xiao Jing could only go to Gui's place in person. Xiao Jing was angry. By the time he reached the apartment building he naturally looked fierce. He had access to Gui's complex and the security usually didn't stop him, but today, inexplicably, the guard actually blocked him. Xiao Jingqiang held back his temper and wrote his information in the registration book. Unexpectedly, the security guard glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "You're here for Xiao Gu, what's your relationship to him?" Xiao Jing, unused to being grilled like that, said, "I'm his manager." "You don't look like it," the guard said, staring at him. "Xiao Gu is a big star, can anyone just say they're his manager and that makes it so?" Xiao Jing finally couldn't hold back. "What kind of big star is Gui?" "I knew you weren't his manager," the security guard said confidently. "Which neighborhood in our city's 6 districts doesn't know little Gu who dances in the square? You're a spy sent by Fuli Neighborhood Committee, here to win Gui over and take first place in the Chaoyang Cup. I could catch a few people like you in a day." The security guard sent a voice message in the neighborhood group. In less than a minute, Xiao Jing was immediately surrounded by a bunch of unfriendly uncles and aunties. They shamelessly filmed Xiao Jing up and down with their phones and posted in the group chat, "Found another spy. TSK, Fuli neighborhood clearly still plots against us, but alas, with everyone fighting, they'll always be the perennial runner-up. Small guy, good image, even can choreograph moves for us, everyone wants such talent. But for talent exchange to happen, we must go through proper channels. I absolutely have to talk to their community director." By the time Gui received the messages it was already hours later. Seeing Xiao Jing's liver-colored face in the photos, Gui couldn't help bursting into laughter. Chapter 5005 Deciding to participate. Xiao Jing ultimately still met Gui. Under the hawk-like gazes of the neighborhood aunties and the security guard uncle, he could only keep it brief and told Gui about the company's arrangement. "Wasn't this opportunity given to Jin Yang?" Gui asked calmly. "I think Jin Yang is more suitable than me. In the past, let alone appearing on a proper variety show like Star Battle, even just preparing for a live stream, Gui would have put his heart and soul into it." Gui had never refused his requests before. Xiao Jing couldn't help but look over at Gui. Gui did not avoid his gaze, those black eyes showed no hint of panic or nervousness, only a calm that Xiao Jing couldn't quite name. He was so calm that Xiao Jing felt a sense of strangeness. Xiao Jing hadn't met Gui for a while, he had seen the video of Gui dancing in the square, but now seeing Gui in person, Xiao Jing couldn't help but be a little distracted. If not for that face back then, he wouldn't have competed with other agents. Strictly speaking, Gui's looks really suited him to be a star. It's a pity that being a celebrity requires more than just looks, it also requires brains. Gui clearly didn't have that sort of thing. "The company has designated you for this," Xiao Jing said, impatient to argue further with Gui. "This is a rare opportunity. The boss said if you participate, you'll get 80% of the profit, others won't get a chance like this." Xiao Jing's tone still wasn't exactly pleasant, but his attitude had already softened considerably. Starshine Entertainment took a harsh cut from Vic Group's earnings. When members took part in events, the split between Team A and the company was 60-40, Team B got 30-70, and for Team C and below it was uniformly 20-80. The vast majority of the profits went to the company, and what actually reached the members' hands was pitifully small. Star Battle was an idol audition variety show. The pay wasn't high, only around tens of thousands of yuan. Gui himself didn't mind refusing, but thinking of the notebook full of notes the original owner had left, Gui felt a persistent twinge of guilt. You can choose not to participate, Xiao Jing added, but the boss will definitely be unhappy. If he's unhappy, he might even suspend your base salary. Xingyao Entertainment is more than capable of pulling something like this off. Okay, when is the show? Early July. By then the written provincial exams in C province will have finished, so even if he participates in Star Battle, it won't affect Gui's live streams. As soon as Xiao Jing left the neighborhood, he got a call from Zhu Yu. They really gave the spot on Star Battle to Gui. They did, Xiao Jing said. You don't need to worry, it's not that easy to get famous from Star Battle. If the show were really that great, the agents at Xingyao Entertainment would have long secured spots for their own stars. Not to mention anything else, when it comes to the number of appropriately aged idols, no company in the entertainment industry is bigger than Xingyao Entertainment. You could say Xingyao Entertainment was simply born unlucky at making money. Back when idol audition shows were just getting started, the production team invited Xingyao Entertainment to join, but the company's executives looked down on the show, said it had no fame, its lineup was weak. But that show ended up getting popular anyway, launching a bunch of minor stars and directly kicking off an idol craze in the entertainment industry. By the time the show reached its second season, it wasn't Xingyao Entertainment choosing them anymore, the show was choosing Xingyao Entertainment. Although this Star Battle was also an audition-style variety show, the slightly more outstanding idols in the circle had already been picked up by earlier shows, and audiences, having seen too much, gradually grew weary of the program's usual formula. After deciding that the program slot had to be given to Gui, Xiao Jing went to make some inquiries. The show's chief director wasn't very famous, at Jiangshi TV he was a marginal figure, and most of the team were newcomers with little experience producing programs. Zhu Yu is currently Xiao Jing's cash cow, he had to placate him no matter what. Xiao Jing didn't believe Gui could become popular. If Gui really had that talent, he would have stood out within Vic long ago, there would have been no need to wait until now. Xiao Jing thought Zhu Yu was overestimating Gui. For one thing, Gui hadn't responded to Zhu Yu's Weibo, and Zhu Yu's fanbase had completely taken over his comment section, which made Gui too afraid to post a single Weibo for several days. The company is way too partial to Gui, they handed him such a great opportunity so easily. Hearing Zhu Yu's complaint, Xiao Jing went on persuading him. After returning, Gui added the contact for the producer of Star Wars. The show hadn't started yet, but Jiangshi TV was already warming it up. The producer sent Gui the show's schedule and the current list of confirmed contestants. Vic Group only has one member, Gui, participating in Star Battle. The show's invited list isn't complete yet, barring surprises, the competition format will have 99 contestants vying for 6 debut spots. If you have any more questions, just come to me. Since the producer said that, Gui didn't stand on ceremony, the first round of the show conflicts with the final of another competition I'm in. Could I request a short leave then? What competition? The producer thought to himself that he hadn't heard of Gui having a contract with any other show, if he did, Xingyao Entertainment would have told him in advance. The Chaoyang Cup Square Dance Competition Finals, I'm the choreographer and captain of the cheer squad, I can't miss it. Producer. Square Dance Competition. Gui said, right, I agreed to that first, Star Battle came later. The producer quietly went online and searched for the Chaoyang Cup Square Dance Contest. Good grief, although the Chaoyang Cup's name sounded positively wholesome in a provincial way, it was actually hosted by the S-City Municipal Party Committee's Propaganda Department and the Civilization Office. In terms of rank it was even higher than their Star Battle. The Star Battle finals couldn't get the S-City Grand Theater, but the Chaoyang Cup had been held there since the preliminaries. Comparing yourself to others was enough to drive you crazy. The producer had a thought. Gui had originally gained online popularity by dancing in public squares, and after Star Battle started airing, the production team could really hype this up. What Star Battle needs most right now is buzz. So the producer readily agreed. Gui hadn't remembered the Chaoyang Cup incident either, but the fact that he was going to participate in Star Battle was overheard by a nearby security guard. The guard didn't know what Star Battle was, but he remembered the Chaoyang Cup final vividly. Whether the Chaoyang Cup can be won not only affects our neighborhood standing in the whole district, but also influences the community's year-end evaluations and civility assessments, so the uncles and aunties in the complex took it very seriously. At such a critical moment, how could Gui be absent? Xiao Gu works so hard, and he even has to take leave from that show for the finals, we can't let his efforts go to waste. After a discussion, the several core uncles and aunties of the square dance group chipped in some of the performance funds and lobbied the community for more. One night when Gui showed up at the square, the aunties pulled him aside and, without asking, shoved into his arms a packet of money. Gui. After the aunties explained the reasons, Gui quickly waved his hand. No need, auntie, I dance to exercise. We didn't say you can't exercise, Auntie Wang said. Funding is funding, that's a different matter. Our competition has costume requirements and needs a teacher, those come out of the funds, and the community also contributed money. That's still not that necessary. We've hired teachers before, and none of them have led a team that did as well as yours, little Gu. They all charge quite a lot. Aunt Wang pressed Gui's hand. Tomorrow I'll take you to the community to sign, and you can collect that money from the community. The aunts all liked Gui more and more. After Xiao Jing came by once, his fierce, menacing demeanor was exaggerated by the aunts' gossip. In their eyes, Gui was even more of a pitiful little thing with nobody to look after him. If someone really was looking after him, would his manager have let the kid get that thin? Besides, Gui had been in poor health and hadn't had many visitors for a long time. Then his video went viral online, and that manager suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which made people even angrier. Aunt Wang wanted to help Gui find a job, but her daughter advised her, saying Gui must have dreams of becoming a star and she shouldn't stop him from chasing them. Aunt Wang thought that made sense, so she first secured a sum of funding for Gui. Chasing dreams still requires a full stomach first. Holding the envelope of money, Gui didn't know what to say. He could only take his dance practice with the uncles and aunts more seriously, making their moves look better than before. In short, when he first transmigrated, Gui could only pitifully wait for the company to pay him a basic salary. But now, thanks to the tips he earned from live streaming and the funds the aunties gave him, when Gui did the math, his savings had somehow reached 5 figures. The payment for the show star battle will be credited as soon as Gui signs the contract. If he spends sparingly, he won't have to worry about living expenses for more than half a year. He found it quite strange himself, whether as an idol or live streaming to explain civil service exam questions, these were fields he had never touched in his previous life. The invitation to star battle made Gui's life a bit busier. Besides preparing live stream lessons and leading square dancing, he had to set aside 2 or 3 days a week to attend dance class. Gui didn't really have high hopes for his prospects on Star Battle, but since he had entered, there was no need to slack off. After all, this was an opportunity the original owner had longed for. At Gui's level, practicing square dance wasn't much of a problem, but when it came to dances with a faster tempo, even with the original owner's muscle memory, Gui felt exhausted after every practice. After getting home, Gui still had to practice for another hour or two. He swallowed, the weather was hot, and he had been sweating constantly. Gui's stamina was never very good, so practicing dance wore him out more than others. In Vic Group, members rarely had opportunities to practice dancing. The company boss wanted to save money, the hired teachers weren't very professional and only came 2 or 3 times a month, so the practice time allotted to each member was even less. It wasn't just J-team members like Gui, even popular A-team members often owed their fame to something other than talent. For example, Zhu Yu, in Gui's impression, he was part of A-team's trending CP Yushu. His CP partner Tong Shu was even more popular than he was. Chapter 6006 Live Streaming. Has Teacher Gu not gone live yet? In the civil service exam group, the candidates practiced problems while glancing at the live stream platform. Gui hadn't streamed for 4 days. The provincial exam paper he had covered last time had already been almost fully absorbed by the students. Compared with previous teachers who focused on techniques, Gui is undoubtedly the type who teaches principles plus techniques. Because of that, although he doesn't have those flashy tricks, explaining problem solving through principles actually makes it easier for students to understand. Honestly, after listening to Teacher Gu's live stream, I can probably get at least 5 more questions right on the administrative aptitude test. Teacher Gu is like the Shaolin monk of administrative tests. The Shaolin monk's been busy with the square dance competition lately. Great at lecturing, good-looking, and can dance too. Can the world be a little fairer to us mere mortals? With the provincial exam approaching, no one felt like practicing problems anymore. Accuracy on the mock tests had stabilized, they'd already gone through the provincial papers, and practicing the very old ones felt pointless. At this point, candidates preferred to hear some fresh approaches. Just as everyone was dozing off from doing problems, someone suddenly posted a screenshot in the group. Teacher Gu has something new. The picture shows a leaked roster from a promotional account for a variety show called Star Wars, and Gui's name is conspicuously listed. The students in the group chat already knew Gui was a member of the Vic Group, but when Gui explained problems he was so professional that it created a deep sense of dissonance for them. Something's off, really off. I'm really curious what Teacher Gu would be like as an idol. If Teacher Gu goes on the show, he's my sole pick. The comments say Star Wars is pretty obscure, but from the contestant list, these people all look quite good. Star Wars airs in July, right after our provincial exams finish. Guys, follow it. Although the buzz around Star Wars wasn't as high as earlier idol survival shows, it was, after all, Jiangshi TV's first talent program. Among the contestants were some mildly famous trainees, so there was still some stir within the fandom. There's really too much recycled talent, don't they know the more you recycle, the more burned out it looks? The judging lineup for Star Wars is way worse than Peak Boy Band. Peak Group at least got top-tier stars as judges, while Star Wars could only get second or third-tier ones. The contestants' official photos are ridiculous. Have these people looked back at themselves? Do they actually look like that? +1, there are too many ugly guys who love Photoshop. Do fangirls not deserve to see handsome men? Silently saying, there's someone whose official photos are uglier than in person. I've already guessed who the person upstairs was talking about. +1. Amid a flurry of confusion in the comments, the first netizen who raised the point quietly slipped away after leaving just, not recommending, but the video link of Gui doing square dancing was still kindly left behind by a helpful netizen. So robust and so sharp. Are there really people who look that good without makeup? A resident of a certain neighborhood said she looks even better in person than in the video. I compared the photos and the video, she's being way too modest. If I had that face, I'd plaster my grave with pictures even after I died. +1+1+1. So I really don't understand why he lost so much weight before. Gui himself hadn't even promoted on Weibo yet, but quite a few netizens had already found his Weibo account and followed him in advance. After finishing up the Square Dance Team's matters, Gui finally had time to go online and post the promotional photos. These were taken recently at a photo studio. After sending them to the show's production team, who knows what filters they used, they looked especially distorted. The same official photo is also on Gui's community culture promoter ID card, one photo used in many ways, saving time and effort. Their neighborhood dance team belonged to Huqing community. That same evening, the press release, Huqing Community Hold Ceremony to Appoint Cultural Propagandists, was posted on the district government's WeChat account. Gui was good-looking and tall, in the group photo he stood in the center, so the certificate with his photo was naturally used by Huqing Community for publicity. The Huqing Community staff member was a young woman. She had just been remarking with her friends about how high-quality their community propagandists were when she went on to Weibo and, via an entertainment blogger she follows, found the official contestant photos for Star Battle. Staff member. You could say it was extremely cost-saving. Huqing Community is in the main urban area, and the district government's public account also has tens of thousands of followers. It's rare for the account to show a handsome guy, so residents who saw the post forwarded it in their own groups. As the momentum grew, it was inevitable that someone noticed the contestant list for Star Battle. It was hard for the Star Battle production team to escape attention. Naturally, this publicity piece from Huqing Community trended. Hilarious, the treatment on Star Battle is worse than the neighborhood cultural promoter. The photo editor of Star Wars Please Spare Us, he was such a properly handsome guy, and you photoshopped his chin into a monkey's. Look at how plain and unadorned the community promo photo is, Gui stands out as so strikingly handsome in it. If nothing unexpected happened, this official photo was taken at the studio next to Qing Community, $20, with a choice of 1-inch or 2-inch. Star Wars hadn't even aired yet, but many viewers had already heard there was a very handsome contestant among the participants. Idol audition variety shows have always loved using handsome guys to draw viewers, no matter how disillusioning those guys are in motion, as long as they can fool the audience, it works. Before the show aired they released a trailer, The Brutal Battle of '99, leading the new era of idol power, the whole vibe like they were going to change the world's idol trends. Then you turn around and the face of the group idol becomes popular doing square dancing in the plaza, his promo photos shared with the community cultural officer. It's pretty down to earth. Like New York General Hospital and the Washington Rural Credit Union. This at least proves Gui's face is real, and Qing Community wouldn't lie to me. Gui trended all night. Early the next morning when he woke up, he saw the unified copy in his moments. Our neighborhood's outstanding young man. The city's most handsome cultural promoter. Like. The young man is low-key, luxurious, and cultured, with excellent choreography skills. Please continue to support our dance team, Bose. Gui. The awkwardness persisted until it became routine. He had already reached a state of utter calm. Gui gained a burst of attention on the trending searches, and because he hadn't streamed these past few days, quite a few fans were worried that he might have abandoned the lecture series. Previously Gui had gone over one provincial exam paper, and there was another national exam paper to cover. From the students in the stream's perspective, it would be best if Gui went through all the civil service exam questions, but Gui felt that, in terms of question types and formality, the national exam paper ranked first, followed by the provincial exam papers. The civil service, Bien, questions were too niche and not worth explaining. Fans were just waiting for him to go through that national exam paper. Gui really was busy, but he hadn't forgotten about the lectures. Whether dancing in the public square or being an idol, Gui was fundamentally doing things he wasn't good at, but giving lectures was something he excelled at. No matter what, Gui was determined to help his fans raise their scores. As soon as Gui went online, the fans immediately received a notification from the streaming platform. Teacher Gu. Each time they called out Teacher Gu, the fans couldn't have sounded more sincere. Cheer for Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu, I pick you. Gui, no need to pick me, you need to get the judges to pick you. The fans. Today, Qingfeng was also first to stake out the live stream, but unfortunately she was already surrounded by a bunch of civil service exam diehards. Listening to them flatter Gui with cloying adjectives, Qingfeng just wanted to say, wake up, you're going to be section chiefs/division chiefs/bureau chiefs in the future, can you at least have some decency? The answer was, no. Before the stream started, Gui's phone rang, the message was from Cheng Yan. Gui, I only made you apologize because Xiao asked me to. The spot on Star Battle was yours from the start, Jin Yang had nothing to do with it. Gui still didn't respond. After he was added to the cast list of Star Battle, teammates from Vic who had previously added him on WeChat got in touch with him, and Gui also received quite a few new friend requests. Gui pretended he didn't see them. Once the class began, Gui calmed down. He reiterated the points from the previous live stream and then introduced new material. When Gui lectured, the viewers in the live stream felt even more conflicted. On one hand they thought this guy was so damn handsome, on the other hand they wondered how such powerful problem-solving methods could be conceived by mere human effort. Some fans couldn't help but search online. Gui hadn't had an encyclopedia entry before, recently he'd gained some online attention, and the entry about him was fairly substantial. The education field stands out conspicuously, high school. Fans. In that moment, they finally felt the unevenness among humans. This graph problem is about the pattern of adding the number of lines and the number of points. Gui spoke seriously, and the fans listened attentively. Although the live stream lasted a long 3 hours, neither side noticed at all. In subsequent live streams, Gui stopped lecturing on problems and focused on answering questions. The C Province provincial exam was at the end of May. Gui prepared 3 or 4 additional live streams, and more fans poured into the chat with each session. Their questions were varied, and Gui had to exert considerable effort to come up with solution approaches. Teacher Gu is just too amazing, right? Amazing, please accept my knees. Take mine too. Use my knees to trade for Teacher Gu's brain, I'll take half. Give me a little. By the time Gui realized it, he discovered that for the final live stream, there were actually a full 50,000 people watching him. The live stream was on Thursday, and the C Province provincial exam started on Saturday. Gui watched helplessly as the chatroom vibe shifted from Teacher Gu is godlike, to a uniform chorus of Trust Brother Gu, you won't fail, and praying to Gu before the exam, and he couldn't help asking, should I go light incense? If you can. You can go to Lingshan Temple and burn an incense stick, it's especially effective for career luck there. Gui thought that since there was nothing much going on tomorrow, helping fans accumulate some luck for their exams wouldn't be a bad idea. From that moment until the end of the stream, the notification sound for received tips kept ringing in Gui's live stream. Runaway fee, thanks for your hard work, Teacher Gu. This time the tips were far more than during previous streams. Gui was still stunned by his fans' financial power and was asking them not to tip anymore when the streaming platform intervened. Chapter 7007 Burning Incense. When Gui first began to make a name for himself in the live stream room, the platform took notice of him. The platform reached out to Xingyao Entertainment first, but Xingyao Entertainment didn't have a clear plan for the Vic Group's members' live streams. From the start they adopted a try your luck attitude. If you can get one, get one. They actually ran into them. The streaming platform couldn't help but marvel at how lucky Xingyao Entertainment was. A streaming platform has to invest a lot of resources to cultivate a streamer. Even the currently popular top streamers go through a very arduous process to build up their audience. It took Gui less than a month to go from a complete nobody to one of the most popular streamers in the education and culture category. This speed is quite astonishing. Gui was again doing a civil service exam prep livestream in the persona of a boy group idol. In terms of buzz, he could easily steamroll other streamers. If he were the platform's own contracted streamer, the platform would long ago have planned out his future. Now the streaming site wants to take the next step with Gui, while Xingyao Entertainment wants to bind other members of Vic Group into the deal. Left with no choice, the platform had to come to Gui himself. Gui first looked over the contract. It stipulated requirements for live stream length and frequency, and he frowned. I'm afraid I can't guarantee that. These are all negotiable. The platform's contract also gave Gui a base salary. Compared with Xingyao Entertainment, the live streaming platform was notably wealthy, and the base pay was a rather tempting figure. But the restrictions and clauses were far too many. After skimming through it, Gui circled more than a dozen points he was unhappy with. The platform had thought Xingyao Entertainment was hard enough to deal with, only to find Gui himself even harder to negotiate with. But they really didn't want to give up. Gui has just signed Star Wars. His live streams for civil service exam prep are bound to go viral sooner or later. If they don't seize the opportunity properly, Gui could be poached by a rival company any day. What can they do? Think more carefully about the contract, of course. Gui agreed to go to Lingshan Temple to burn incense with fans. He wasn't very familiar with S-City, only knowing that Lingshan Temple was in the suburbs and was usually quite prosperous with worshippers. On such matters Gui always asked Aunt Wang first. After messaging her on WeChat, she replied immediately, Old Zhang and Old Zhou from our group, also your Aunt Sue and Aunt Pan are going to Lingshan Temple. Little Gu, just come with us. When it came to these things, Gui could never refuse Aunt Wang. If he declined, she would drag him along even more enthusiastically, so it was better to obediently agree from the start. Aunt Wang was the chairwoman of the Streets Women's Federation before she retired, a real pro at working with the masses. When she spoke, everyone in the dance troupe responded. So the next morning, a 33-seat coach appeared in front of Gui. Gui, we're going to Lingshan Temple, right? Watching the uncles and aunts from the dance troupe board the bus one by one, Gui didn't ask any more questions and obediently sat in the front row next to the driver. How to put it? His heart was already completely unmoved, even gradually blending into this flamboyant scene. As the backbone team for cultural and sports development in Heqing community, upon arriving at the gate of Lingshan Temple, the group first took out banners for photos, first the Street Cultural and Sports Associations, then the Elderly Associations, and also the Poetry Association and the Square Dance Associations. Gui stepped forward to help take photos, but Auntie Wang waved her hand. Xiao Gu, you join us, Old Zhang can be in charge of taking pictures. Uncle Zhang took the camera with a face of speechless bemusement, lowered his voice and whispered to Gui, when we were young, they always made me stand in the middle. Gui. On the other side, the aunties were still enthusiastically chatting. This photo has little Gu in it, I'll take it home later and show my daughter. Me too, my granddaughter told me before we left today that there must be a photo with little Gu. Before Gui had even entered Lingshan Temple, quite a few photos had already been taken. Fortunately the aunties hadn't forgotten the main task, they expertly bought incense and candles for Gui. They were locals and knew all the merchants' tricks very well. If Gui had bought them himself, the price would have been at least 3 times higher. Gui silently logged into the group and asked, is it enough to just ask for a high score on the provincial exam? He attached a photo of the incense and candles. Has Teacher Gu really gone? Lordly Gushan actually cares so much about little trash like me, I'm moved to tears. As long as I can have Gushan's brain, that's enough, whether to beg or not doesn't matter. Praying to pass the provincial exam written test smoothly, 80 in aptitude, 80 in essay will do, sending hearts. Gui noted everyone's requests one by one. There are particular customs for burning incense, where to stand, what posture to adopt, and Gui knew nothing about any of it, so Auntie Wang and the others guided him. When burning incense, Gui dressed more formally than usual. He wasn't praying for himself but for his fans, so his demeanor was naturally more devout. Thank you, Teacher Gu. God Gu is my Superman. Fans in the group were wildly praising Gui, and at the same time, on a gossip forum, a post was bumped to the top. Went to Lingshan Temple and met an ultra-handsome young man. The OP swears, this is the most handsome young man the OP has ever seen. How handsome can an amateur be? Every original poster says the same thing, like Yang Yuzhou from S City or Ji Heng from C Province, but the photos they send aren't much better than a kappa dot. Last time they claimed an aura of 1.8 meters, but the actual height was 135.5, that's straight up fraud all. The OP didn't argue much and just tossed out a photo, this is definitely not fraud. The morning sun wasn't very intense, but it was enough to paint the trees in front of Lingshan Temple in deep colors. In the square surrounded by green trees, although there were already many tourists, the figure in front of the incense burner could still be described as dazzling. With sharply defined features, black hair and dark eyes, even his profile when he looked down inspired endless reveries, when he looked up. It was as if even a photograph could speak. The male lead in A Letter looks exactly like this in my mind. It feels as if a living Xinyao has appeared in front of me. The poster's picture is obviously not retouched, judging by the face, it really is Xinyao himself. A Letter has been an immensely popular novel IP in recent years, the pinnacle of campus fiction. After the book exploded in popularity, the film and TV rights were bought early on, but the choice for the male lead, Xinyao, has yet to be finalized. The novel, A Letter, has many fans, and the male lead Xinyao's fanbase is by no means inferior to the top young stars in the industry. Previously marketing accounts paraded the first and second-tier young actors around the circle, but the book's fans were still not satisfied. By the way, isn't this Gu Yi from Vic Group? He looks 100 times better in person than in his promo photos. Gu Yi gained some attention from a square dance video and Star Wars, but there were still very few netizens who had heard of him. He's actually from Vic Group's J team. What's going on with Vic Group? A team's Zhu Yu and Lu Xian are nowhere near as good as him, right? He's actually in the worst team. Because Gu Yi used to mess himself up like that, but now he's suddenly come to terms with it. Once he let go, everything that went viral of him became masterpiece images. I went specifically to watch Gu Yi's Plaza dance clips, he's so handsome in real life. A guy like this shouldn't be buried. The original poster, who had been proven innocent, suddenly appeared. It seems Gu Yi went on the outing with the senior group. I have no words, because I'm currently undercover in the senior group. Remember to post more photos. This thread didn't attract much attention at first, but as the OP posted more pictures it got hotter and hotter, and it ended up being the most popular post on the forum that day. Amazing, whether he's smiling or serious he never cracks, so handsome it makes you angry. Right now the OP just wants to transform into one of the aunts and uncles from Huqing community, so they can get the handsome guy to flash a beautiful smile. Huqing community is recently recruiting volunteers. Gu Yi seems to be Huqing community's cultural publicity officer. Let's go together. Gu Yi and Aunt Wang and the others visited Lingshan Temple and also hiked the mountain. It must be said, the uncles and aunts have astonishing stamina. Gu Yi, who has been practicing dance recently, still couldn't match their hiking speed. Aunt Wang and the others were talking about the volunteers. The community wants to create a civilized city, but they don't have enough volunteers. Young people are not very willing to participate, and they don't feel comfortable relying only on sending the elderly to the community. Xiao Qiao from the community has told me several times to mobilize the residents. I've asked in the group a few times, and nobody paid any attention. We want to take part but they won't let us. In this heat, you expect them to stand on the road and guide civilized behavior? Don't frighten poor Xiao Qiao. Uncle Zhang opened the bag and handed each of us an ice pop. Xiao Gu, here, have an ice pop. Gu Yi did want to go, but Star Battle was starting next week and he'd been working overtime practicing his dancing. He really couldn't spare the time. The aunts and uncles from the dance team wouldn't allow him to go either. They felt Gu Yi had already done a lot for the Chaoyang Cup and shouldn't be bothered with even this small thing. Let's think of another way to help Xiao Qiao, Aunt Wang said. I'll get in touch with Xiao Qiao tomorrow. After the group left Lingshan Temple, Aunt Wang and the others were still brainstorming in the car. Gu Yi closed his eyes for a bit and, without realizing it, fell asleep. The next day was the provincial civil service exam in C province. The test centers in S city were all very remote. Gu Yi had heard fans complain about them several times. That morning he got up especially early, wanting to hear what real questions people had encountered after the exam. He had just finished brushing his teeth when he noticed he'd been mentioned in the neighborhood group chat. He silently showed up. Everyone in the group chat was typing in unison, "Welcome, our great hero Xiao Gu." Gu Yi. He was completely submerged in a kaleidoscope of middle-aged emoji. But Gu Yi still didn't know what had happened. Aunt Wang was excitedly sending voice messages. Xiao Qiao told me she got a dozen calls first thing this morning, asking if they could see Xiao Gu if they volunteer here. He said it's fine, the young people all signed up happily one by one. Now even the neighboring communities want to borrow Xiao Gu. I said Xiao Gu is precious, you can't afford him. Starting at 1,000, no upper limit. Mainly to prevent them from using the pretext of borrowing to sniping us at the Chaoyang Cup. Exactly. Gui. Not that bad, not that bad. Chapter 8008 can be seen. Praised in various ways by the uncles and aunts, Gui, no matter how thick-skinned, felt a bit embarrassed, so he quietly hid from the group chat. Xiao Gu, are you there? Aunt Wang poked him, and Gui replied with an emoji. The next second, Gui found himself added to a group chat called Haching Community 1 Family, with Auntie Wang as one of the admins. Gui understood that he had now become a pillar of the community. Although he hadn't done anything. Xiao Gu, don't feel any pressure. Adding you to the group isn't to make you do anything, it's just that everyone feels you help the community so much, we can't treat you like an outsider. Gui replied, Auntie, I know. In a few days Gui had to report to the production team of Star Battle. Aunt Wang knew he would be away for a while, so she made some more tasty food to send along. Compared to when he first transmigrated, Gui had gained quite a bit of weight, though his build was still on the slender side, fortunately not outrageously skinny like a broomstick. At night, Gui finally saw the livestream fan group discussing today's administrative test questions. The current affairs section was a total disaster for me, I spent all my energy on the law questions. Who knows whether the Ziji Tongjian includes the Treaty of Chanyuan? Up there, this question is actually very simple. If you're not sure about the Treaty of Chanyuan, note that Huang Chao's rebellion occurred at the end of the Tang, the Treaty of Chanyuan was in the Song, the Jingnan campaign was in the Ming, and the revolt of the three feudatories was in the Qing. The one most likely to be recorded in the Ziji Tongjian is, of course, Huang Chao's rebellion. Why is no one discussing quantitative questions and data analysis? Wiping tears, quantitative and data analysis were the two sections I finished the fastest this time. +1. I searched Weibo for this provincial exam, everyone's complaining that quantitative and graph reasoning were hard, but I think I also. The Qingpi hiding in the fan group couldn't help but go to the forum to complain again, I'm really afraid I'll impulsively become a civil service exam tutor, Light a cigarette, my push has already been on the education and learning leaderboard for more than half a month, I can't understand the problems he explains at all, we've already lost trust in each other. I know who your push is, and your push really is amazing at explaining problems, I've already become a fan. Push me back, give me back The provincial exam had just ended, and Weibo was already full of test takers' complaints. The director hasn't even taken office before being toppled. Xiao Gu doesn't want to build new countryside, I do, but unfortunately the provincial exam in Province C didn't give me the chance. I trust Brother Gu won't fail me, Teacher Gu my war god, I got 2 questions wrong in quantitative and data analysis combined. This time if I can make the interview, I'll worship Teacher Gu day and night. The fact that Gu Yi was live streaming his lectures was already generating some buzz online, once the provincial exam caught wind of it, it immediately shot up the trending list, and clips from his livestream were reposted to homepages. Suddenly I understand why his fans can actually pay attention in class. This is what a treasure of a teacher. My teacher is so handsome I could score 80 on the civil service exam, rambling. Don't just look at the face, listen to the thought process too. Wow, this teacher's problem solving is really clear. In short, Teacher Gu is a god. In just one night of the provincial exam, Gu Yi gained 500,000 followers. The production team of Star Wars took the opportunity to release Gu Yi's promotional video that day. There are 99 contestants on Star Wars. Before the show aired, Jiangshi TV posted behind-the-scenes clips of each contestant on Weibo. Although the individual profile photos had caused a stir, Jiangshi TV had definitely put real effort into the promotional videos. Even though many industry insiders had already declared it destined to flop before airing, the production team still spared no effort. Fans of several popular contestants were also quite pleased with the promotional videos. Gu Yi gained some buzz before the provincial exam, and this round of Star Battle had to ride that wave. Gu Yi's video was simple, just his self-introduction. He didn't show any special skills or sing, the whole clip could be called straightforward and by the book. But that face was persuasive. It wasn't one of those cases where a profile dies once it moves, whether with a cold expression or a smile, even fans who already knew what Gu Yi looked like were still stunned. Eyes like cold stars, eyes as deep as the sea. Scanning the entire entertainment industry, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone more striking in appearance than him. The production team of Star Battle was very pleased with the video's filming quality, the photographer even pinned the video to the top to showcase his outstanding skills. The team had expected the fans to lavish praise as before, but when the video was released the tone in the comments section was unexpectedly like this, it's such a pity Mr. Gu went on the show, he should be giving lectures instead. The production team's donkey wouldn't dare rest like this, let alone give a lecture, smile. Drumming the bowl, waiting for Teacher Gu to give the lecture. So you're the ones who stole Teacher Gu, right? Sprinting, angry, going crazy, monkey scream. I'll send my brother to beat you right now. The production team of Star Battle. This vibe seems a bit off. Star Battle butted in, and Gu stayed on the trending list a little longer. No matter what, the show's goal was achieved. Although Star Battle didn't receive as much attention at the start as other talent shows, it wasn't as dismal as the outside world had speculated. The vacancies for show sponsorships were gradually filled. The recording location for Star Battle was in the suburbs of S-City. During the recording, the 99 contestants all checked into the dormitory and handed over their phones. Before Gu left, Xiao Jing rarely came to see him off, and along the way urged Gu to do more promotion for Xingyao Entertainment and to promote the members under his management. When you introduce someone, give Zhu Yu a cue, say that your dance was taught by him, or mention how he has helped you before. We're all from the same company, helping each other is only right. You getting onto Star Battle this time was all Zhu Yu putting in a good word for you. Xiao Jing chattered on, but Gu treated it as nothing more than wind in his ears. The last time Gu was grabbed by the security guards in his neighborhood, Xiao Jing didn't dare boss him around like he usually did. He recently also heard a rumor that an agent in the company had taken a liking to Gu and was complaining to the boss, trying to poach him. Xiao Jing knew very well how he treated Gu. In any case, Gu's popularity was much higher than before, even if it was fleeting. Within Vic Group he was still above average. Xiao Jing calculated that Gu wouldn't be more popular than Zhu Yu. Vic Group had been debuted for more than a year or two, and in terms of fame, someone like Zhu Yu was already at the peak. When they arrived, Xiao Jing got out of the car first and walked ahead. Gu wheeled his suitcase up the stairs, checked in, and collected his room card and costume. He also picked up a copy of the competition schedule. The format of Star Battle is rather intense. The first round features contestants' solo shows, judged by the mentors with ranking levels, and from the second week onward it becomes group battles, with contestants eliminated each week. So to stay longer on the show, one must rely on two things, talent and popularity. There are no eliminations in the first round, which means Gu is guaranteed to stay with the production for at least 1 week. His mindset was pretty laid back. In terms of skill, the recent dance practice had helped somewhat, but he was still behind other contestants. As for popularity, Gu had looked up the others' Weibo accounts before he came. There weren't many with fewer followers than his. And that was before counting the new fans he'd just gained. Gu stayed for a while, and his roommates arrived one after another. The production team had arranged 3-person dorms, but not bunk bed style. It was the kind where each person had a private room and they shared a common living area. The contestants' daily lives will not be filmed, but the show will share behind-the-scenes moments of their interactions off-camera with the audience. This is all specified in the contract. Zhongsheng Entertainment, Wu Jie. Sanggu Film and TV, Chui Jingran. Xingyao Entertainment, Gu Yi. Zhongsheng is an idol development company, quite well known in the industry. Wu Jie is only 19 this year, but his 2 senior groups have an overwhelmingly dominant popularity in the circle, which has also brought considerable attention to trainees like Wu Jie. Of course, among the trainees at the same company, Wu Jie's popularity is only a so-so. Sanggu Films and TV is an agency that specializes in training actors and actresses. It represents several award-winning leading ladies. Unlike Wu Jie, Chui Jingran carries an air of arrogance when it comes to judging people. Actors and idols aren't the same track to begin with. Signed to Sanggu Films you don't worry about having no roles, and Chui Jingran joined Star Battle just to get some exposure. The contestants' phones hadn't been collected by the production yet, so Gu first let Auntie Wang and the others know he was safe. The show's schedule was pretty full. Besides the daily performances and training, the contestants also had to cooperate with brand endorsements, shoot promotional materials, and do covers. Gu figured these things had little to do with him, so he didn't do much preparation. After the report ended, starting tomorrow afternoon the contestants would begin the first round of solo shows on Star Battle, and at the same time the Star Battle popularity platform would also go live. So, taking advantage of the afternoon when they could still contact the outside world, the contestants all posted on Weibo about their situations after moving into the dorms. Only. My push. My huge push. Guyi's last Weibo post was still from before he fainted. Qingpi even suspected he had developed an entertainment industry phobia. Since that day, there were 0 selfies, 0 videos, 0 shares. If she wanted to watch Guyi's live streams, she first had to overcome her deep-seated fear of mathematics. A friend she had turned into a Gu fan suggested to her, if you want to see Gu, it's simple. Qingfeng put on a curious face. Become a resident of Haching community. That makes sense. Although hurt by Gu Yi's not working, before the first episode of Star Battle aired, Qingfeng had been glued to Jiangshi TV, just waiting to watch Gu Yi's solo showcase. As Gu Yi's longtime fan, she knew clearly that, in terms of ability, Gu Yi was by no means outstanding. Most of the members of Vic Group hadn't received professional training, even the group's top couldn't compare to idols groomed by professional companies, let alone someone like Gu Yi whose abilities wouldn't even rank in Vic. But she had always hoped her little underdog would be noticed. Not only liked by her, but liked by more and more people. Chapter 9009 Going on Stage. Before the premiere of Star Wars, the contestants didn't know their individual popularity, but the audience could see real-time rankings on the popularity platform. This ranking would close 2 hours before the live broadcast, so before the channel closed, each camp's fans would do everything they could to vote for their contestants. Gu Yi's temporary rank was 33rd, right in the top third. Although he had some online buzz, he lacked die-hard fans. Being at this position was already the result of support from the viewers in the live stream room. Qingfeng had just finished voting for Gu Yi when a friend suddenly sent over a link. I'm so mad I'm about to have an out-of-body enlightenment. Teacher Gu didn't bring his phone, did he? They should have confiscated it by now, right? Qingfeng, she replied as she clicked the link her friend had sent. Why did you send me Zhu Yu? Look at what he said first. Zhu Yu and Gu Yi share the same manager, the old fans of Vic Group all know this. When Qingfeng pursued Gu Yi, many of the fellow fans became Zhu Yu fans, yet inexplicably, Qingfeng simply found Gu Yi more to their liking. Not to mention, back when Gu Yi's popularity was low, Qingfeng never saw any interaction between Zhu Yu and Gu Yi, even though Gu Yi had cued him several times. As soon as Gu Yi gained a bit of heat, Zhu Yu came and reposted his Weibo. Gu Yi didn't respond, and Zhu Yu's fans chased him with insults for several days. Wasn't it just bullying Gu Yi for having no fans? Qingfeng was very unwilling on Gu Yi's behalf. When she opened the link, Qingfeng's heart dropped. After seeing the content of Zhu Yu's tearful confession in the video, even someone as good-natured as Qingfeng couldn't help but curse. What kind of madness is this? The link was to Qingming TV's slow variety show, Take It Easy, Life. The variety show, Slow Life, follows a format where guests work and chat at the same time. On the program, the guests talk about their lives, allowing the audience to experience another side of their celebrity identities. In last night's episode, Zhu Yu recounted his experience when he first joined the Vic Group. He said that when he first entered the group, one of his peers made him feel very inferior. All the resources went to him first, he got the nice clothes to dance in, he was the first to get the choreography, he picked the teachers first. The first performance we went on stage for, it was the first time I saw an audience. I was really excited, like a dream coming true. But do you know what the first thing they asked me to say was? When Zhu Yu said this, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he almost couldn't stop crying. He played the younger brother role on Slow Life, and the other guests all took care of him. Seeing him like that, the female guest couldn't help but have red eyes too. They said, Zhu Yu, don't block his light. That experience was really terrible. Even now, when I think about it, I still have nightmares. For a long time, I couldn't face the stage, and I couldn't face myself. Zhu Yu's account didn't reveal much information, but it was enough for fans to dig out the identity of the member he was talking about. He had very good resources when he joined the group. Has the same agent as Zhu Yu. Looks outstanding. Recently interacted because the agent requested it. The implication is very clear. If that so-and-so had stayed obscure, Dayu probably wouldn't feel so resentful. If it were me, I'd be furious, okay? He was bullied so badly when he debuted, and then that guy got popular, and Dayu was forced to retweet and interact with him. He wouldn't even bother with Dayu's retweets, it's obvious he's used to bullying Dayu. How disgusting, didn't that guy participate in Star Wars? In terms of ratings, Qingming TV's Slow Down, Life is far stronger than Star Battle, which hasn't even aired yet. Zhu Yu's own popularity also far surpasses Gu Yi's. As this episode of Slow Life had just been broadcast, his comments were clipped out by marketing accounts. It wasn't only Zhu Yu's fans who were furious, passers-by who saw what happened to him couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. What is Gu Yi being arrogant about? Just because he participated in Star Battle? Can all the fans attracted by Gu Yi's looks please step back and take a look at His Majesty Gu's early stages? Gu Huang is really speechless, a person like that deserves to stay famous until death. At start of war, let Gu Huang be beautiful alone, don't let others block Gu Huang's light. Orange Peel was truly furious. It was true that Zhu Yu and Gu Yi shared the same manager, but who did the manager actually favor? That was probably common knowledge throughout the entire Vic group. Where is Gui Huang? The Huang who fell from Team A to Team J. Moreover, Star Battle is about to premiere. Zhu might not be unaware, yet he deliberately chose the day before Star Battle's premiere to air his grievances. Orange Peel remembers very clearly that when Gui first joined the group, he was constantly criticized for his positioning, he couldn't find the camera, and his dancing was clumsier than the other members. It would be possible to say that Gui accidentally blocked Zhu, but Zhu blocking Gui's spotlight. Qingfeng thought that was impossible. But Gui can't respond right now. Qingfeng poured a cup of coffee and was typing rapidly on the keyboard. Since Gui couldn't respond, she would respond for him. Star Battle officially premiered at 5 p.m. on Saturday. As the unofficial women's director of Heqing community, core member of the Square Dance team, and Heqing's know-it-all, once Gui appeared on Star Battle, Auntie Wang announced it in the group chat, and the uncles and aunties of the dance team dutifully sat by Jiangshi TV, waiting to see the moment Gui took the stage. Auntie Wang and her daughter turned on the TV. Just as they started watching Star Wars, the screen was filled with floating comments like, "Gui get out of Star Wars," and "Gui trash get out," densely packed. Auntie Wang's daughter quickly turned the Danmaku off. "They're insulting Xiaogu." Auntie Wang is a fairly trendy aunt, she usually pays attention to the Danmaku when watching videos. Seeing her daughter's action, she hurriedly stopped her. "Don't turn it off, let me see." She put on her reading glasses and shook her head. "That's why people should read more. Look at them, repeating the same two phrases over and over until your eyes hurt. Why are they scolding Xiaogu? Xiaogu is such a good kid." While the show hadn't yet reached Gui's segment, Auntie Wang's daughter played the monologue of Zhu from Slow Life for her to watch. Auntie Wang watched it with a puzzled look. This kid really holds grudges, he even remembers the sizes of the fruit. When they were dividing the fruit, shouldn't someone have brought a ruler to measure them first? Those of us who do square dancing all know, you can't block the people behind you. If you stand in front of someone, can the audience still see them? Besides, to be objective and fair, he's indeed not as good-looking as Xiaogu. I just enjoy watching Xiaogu and don't enjoy watching him. Auntie Wang's daughter. She was just missing her mother's mouth. Are they just waiting to see Xiaogu make a fool of himself? I see a lot of people mocking Xiaogu for being weak. Aunt Wang sighed. Luckily Xiaogu is only going for a week, it's better that he comes back sooner. Before Star Wars premiered it really wasn't favored, but because viewers' expectations were low, when the show actually aired it instead gave the audience a refreshing surprise. Although a few of the mentors aren't top-tier stars, there's no question about their professionalism, because the mentors don't live off sheer popularity, their judgments can be more objective and fair. Idol auditions have always had a big market, but the audition shows aired before either dragged on and used ruthless editing to cut out contestants' highlights, or did everything possible to put the royalty on top. Like suddenly gaining hundreds of thousands of votes in 1 second at midnight, or having companies pay to buy debut slots. Fans work hard voting until midnight, yet it's no match for the royalty unleashing a tidal wave at midnight. A talent show without audience engagement is doomed to be short-lived. Therefore, from the start of Star Wars moved at a fast pace, each contestant had the same amount of performance time, with no one given a second chance to showcase themselves. And although many contestants were recycled trainees and some, like Gui, were undervalued at their companies, the stages presented to the audience were no less impressive than those on other talent shows. Yin Ziyuan looks ordinary at first glance, but when he performs, his presence is just incredible. +1, Wu Jie is strong too. I thought he was a cute type, but he's actually a big fierce one. Which number is Gui? Star Battle moves fast and the mentors are strict. His skills are that bad, he might be eliminated next round. Did you see him on Vic Group's stage? I literally couldn't bear to watch. What a wasted face. While the on-screen comments discussed Gui himself was also waiting to go on stage. Contestants appeared in company order. Gui was in the 27th group, with the prominent industry heavyweight BL&GL Entertainment directly ahead of him. Backstage, Gui could already hear the enthusiastic cheers from the audience up front. Bacon Entertainment sent 3 trainees to Star Wars, and currently on the popularity chart these 3 happen to be ranked 1st through 3rd. The mentor actually gave an S rating. This is our group's first S, right? Good thing I'm not behind them. The other contestants' murmurs inevitably reached Gui's ears, even without deliberately listening, he could feel the gazes falling on him. The live comments were also debating who would perform after BL&GL Entertainment. When the host announced Xingyao Entertainment, Gui, the chat feed actually froze for a moment. Maybe the production team doesn't want Gui to stay long either. Any contestant put after Botchin Entertainment will feel pressure, let alone someone like Gu Yi whose real ability is already weak. Gu Yi, get the hell out of Star Battle. The barrage of comments filled the screen in an instant, and a figure slowly walked onto the stage. He was wearing only a white shirt, paired with black pants in an outfit pared down to the extreme. Making simplicity look beautiful is not easy. But Gu Yi did it effortlessly. He might have worn a touch of light makeup, but the impression he gave the audience was. As long as this person was on stage, he was the source of light. He didn't have to say or do anything, yet he made it impossible for people to look away. Exclamation point. How photogenic is he? I thought his headshots and promotional videos were already so good. I suddenly understand what Juyu meant. If anyone stands between me and Gu Yi now, I'll definitely tell them to move. The barrage can stop, don't block my view of the handsome guy. After coming to a stop, Gu Yi first bowed to the judges. Teachers, the piece I will perform is Endless City. Endless City. Endless City is a song by music kingpin Luo Hong. It's not hard to sing, but it requires the singer to perform with the fullest emotion. Contestants in idol talent competitions usually won't choose this song, it's more often attempted by participants in singing contests. Is Gu Yi really planning to be eliminated? Chapter 10:10 Drawing Lots. The three mentors on stage nodded slightly, indicating that Gu Yi could start his performance. So it's Endless City, the song that's been on loop in my playlist. Please don't let Gu Yi ruin it with his singing. I really dislike people who lack self-awareness, though their faces are truly good-looking. The Endless City is the theme song of a 1919 film of the same name. It tells the story of a girl bound by her childhood, unable to ever step out of its shadow. To her, this city stretches on with no end in sight, even if she tries to escape, she remains trapped in the past. Gu Yi chose this song because it was the one the original owner had listened to the most and liked best. He had watched The Endless City many times himself. The final shot of the film, the girl turning back with a sense of shattering, lingered in the mind for a long time. Gu Yi slowly closed his eyes. The first round had no extravagant makeup or dazzling sets, what it aimed to present was the contestant's truest abilities. He had listened to this song countless times as well. Rather than calling it a song, it was more like a poem that traced the life of a young girl. Night falls, the city sleeps. Ha! The imagined breaking, off-key rasp never came, on the contrary, Gu Yi kept that line very low. His voice was a bit softer than the original singer Luo Hong's, his technique less refined, giving instead a kind of rustic, unpolished awkwardness. With the accompaniment, line after line of lyrics came from him. His interpretation of the song wasn't the original's eruptive emotional outpouring but somewhat restrained. But, it was beautiful. Maybe because Gu Yi didn't understand technique, but the City of Endless Night itself didn't require much technique, it only needed the purest emotion. The stage was very quiet, the accompaniment very low, the audience didn't hear much noise, only Gu Yi's voice in their ears. In terms of technique, he wasn't the strongest contestant on the Star Battle stage. In terms of vocal tone, his voice wasn't uniquely refreshing. But for some reason, when he performed this song, it made people feel that The Endless City was pleasant to listen to, not noisy, not chaotic, just a simple song. The live comments all stopped midstream at that moment. Exclamation point. My only feeling after watching Gu Yi's performance was comfort, the person was comfortable, the voice was comfortable. I shouldn't have laughed at Gu Yi just now. When Gu Yi sang City of Endless, Xiao Qiu's face appeared in my mind. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Who said Gu Yi is weak in ability? When the song ended, Gu Yi's gaze turned toward the camera. He couldn't see how he looked to the audience at that moment, so he didn't know that, in that instant, many people couldn't help holding their breath. Under the lights, it seemed as if starlight was flickering in his eyes. The sea of stars glittered. Completely lost in beauty. My finger unconsciously tapped the vote button. So what exactly is Xingyao Entertainment doing? Why aren't they promoting Gu Yi? I don't understand. After the performance ended, Gu Yi relaxed completely. On stage he had given off a sharp, cutting impression. Once he relaxed, that posture disappeared entirely. The camera then turned to the three contestants from Baiqian Entertainment. Currently the most popular is Ji Qi in first place, Xia Xingjia in second, and Li Mu in third. After securing the first S rating on Star Battle, the three had seemed very relaxed, but now, in front of the cameras, all three showed a hint of tension. The contestants present were also curious what rating Gu Yi would receive. Before Gu Yi went on stage, many contestants guessed his initial rating would be D, because the initial rating is closely related to the subsequent group battles. Although the group battles don't start until next week, Gu Yi had already been excluded from the team lists of many contestants. But judging only from Gu Yi's just completed performance, there was no way he'd only receive a D rating. One of the mentors, Han Xiao, looked at Gu Yi. This song, Endless City, is, in my opinion, the most complete performance of the night. From your performance, I could see the emotional interaction between you and the audience. You weren't just giving unilaterally, you were trying to resonate with them. This was Han Xiao's first time serving as a mentor on a talent show variety program. After accepting the invitation from Star Wars, Han Xiao specifically watched the variety shows already on the market. He assumed that each variety show would have one or two contestants who looked outstanding but had no talent. This was almost a trope of idol competitions. When Gu Yi appeared, Han Xiao thought the same. But Gu Yi's stage gave him a surprise. He had many shortcomings, but also strengths others didn't have. Sincerity. Not a piling up of techniques, not a dazzling stage, but interpreting a song with the truest emotions one has. Under the camera's gaze, Han Xiao quietly raised the letter card. What level is it? A. Awesome. Gu Yi is actually an A. Han Xiao gave an A, and the other two judges also gave an A. Among the contestants who have performed so far, aside from Baiqian Entertainment's S, A is the highest rating. Gu Yi ran up to the audience seats and sat in an A-tier spot. Gu Yi wasn't familiar with the contestants in front, behind, or to the sides, but the moment he sat in the audience, the few contestants around him gave him a light nod. Gu Yi returned the smile. Seeing this, the others were a bit taken aback. When they looked at Gu Yi again, their expressions were much more sincere. Not long after, the performances of the 99 contestants were all finished. Aside from the 3 contestants from Baiqian Entertainment, 6 other contestants received S ranks. Seeing this, Qingfeng was almost moved to tears. I think my push might be able to last another week, right? What she had always dreamed of was that moment when Gu Yi would shine brilliantly on stage. To respond to the online insults aimed at Gu Yi, Qingfeng replied to them line by line. She had allies, but the number of Gu Yi's fans was indeed smaller than Zhu Yu's, and Qingfeng was almost entirely on the defensive. Zhu Yu's fans have always insisted, is Gu Yi a match? But tonight, when the stage of Endless City appeared, Orange Peel could proudly tell the whole world that Gu Yi was absolutely a match. If Orange Peel was merely a bit surprised, the fans in Gu Yi's livestream were completely stunned at this moment. Is this our teacher Gu? When teacher Gu was free, I didn't cherish it properly. Now only by subscribing to Jiangshi TV's membership do I get the chance to see him once. The first episode doesn't require a membership. Why would you rather wait through 120 seconds of ads than be the first to see teacher Gu's beautiful visage? You are irreverent, Gu sect. Gu sect, pray. Gu men, praying. The group of overachievers really couldn't reconcile the Gu Yi who used to walk them through civil service exam questions with the Gu Yi on stage. Teacher Gu is so hardworking, doing 3 jobs at once. Being an idol these days isn't easy. The civil service exam group was large and influential, filled with bored people who had just finished the provincial exam and were waiting for scores. Whenever they had free time they went to support Gu Yi. Gu Yi had thought that after the contestants finished performing, today's live stream would be over. He didn't expect that this episode would already have group divisions. The big screen displayed the rules for this round of grouping. The rules are simple. S-ranked contestants draw lots to choose songs in order of popularity. After song selection, each can appoint 4 teammates and 4 opponents. Both groups perform the same piece, and in the next round the entire winning group stays while the entire losing group is eliminated. Holy shit, this is that intense. They cut half the contestants at once. Eliminate regardless of popularity. Then this S card today is probably the most valuable one in all the talent shows. They're ruthless. Not only were the audience shocked, the contestants were stunned as well. This also meant teammates had to be chosen with the utmost care. If they lost in the next match, even contestants who received an initial S rating could be eliminated. The only option was to team up with contestants who were as popular and as strong as possible. The big screen immediately displayed each contestant's popularity ranking. The contestants from Baiqian Entertainment were still far ahead, their popularity overwhelmingly surpassing the others, with the next highest-ranked contestants trailing in 3rd place. Gu Yi glanced over. His current rank was 25, still relatively high. He had performed Endless City today. In a way, the plan had already achieved more than half its goal, and whether he could stay now depended entirely on luck. While Gu Yi was daydreaming, Ji Qi, who was currently number 1 in popularity, had already started picking teammates. After the grouping rules were announced, almost every contestant hoped to be chosen by Ji Chi. Ji Chi's popularity was in a league of its own, and his skill ranked among the top of all contestants. Teaming up with him was like giving yourself an extra layer of insurance. Who will Ji Chi pick? Zhang Tianyi? Li Jing? Cameras and the gaze of the entire audience focused on Ji Chi. My first partner is. Ji Chi didn't hesitate at all, Gu Yi. At the moment he was called, Gu Yi's bewilderment was completely unmasked. He didn't understand why Ji Chi would pick him. Still, Gu Yi ran up on stage and quietly stood behind Ji Chi, giving him a high five. Handsome guy teaming up with a handsome guy. In terms of looks, Gu Yi is definitely top 1, and Ji Chi can also rank in the top 3. A cheese choice really wins me over. I just love watching handsome guys get close. Gu Yi is actually a bit taller than Ji Chi. I thought if your face is good looking, your body would have to have at least some flaw. Ji Chi then picked 3 other teammates. Once the group was complete, he didn't immediately step forward to draw lots, but looked back. I'm always unlucky with this stuff. Which of you has better luck? Nanchi, mega unlucky. I'm naturally African, don't pick me in the draw. Let's play rock paper scissors. 1 minute later. Gu Yi stared blankly at the identical gestures of the other 4 people. The others all stepped back a step, leaving the spot for him. Gu Yi, don't you think, in moments like this, being able to be different from others is what truly is? Do my hands stink? Don't say it. Quiet. Draw a good lot, Gu Men. Gu Yi. The moment the draw results came out, several people made it clear that the first lesson they'd learned from Star Battle was: never let your fate be controlled by others. Chapter 11:011 Practice. The group versus group showdown next round had 9 songs in total, some rock, some ballads, and some classic dance tracks from overseas boy bands. Among the 9 songs, the one universally regarded as the most difficult was Devil's Heart. Devil's Heart is a cover of a Japanese song, lots of lyrics, super fast tempo, and the choreography is power-oriented. For the contestants, mastering this song would definitely be quite a struggle. This was the song the contestants least wanted to be assigned. But at that moment, when Gu Yi finished drawing the lot and the camera focused on Devil's Heart displayed on the screen, the live audience couldn't help bursting into laughter. What kind of African possession is this? Ji Chi had the right to choose teammates first. Among all the contestants he had the greatest advantage, yet a single performance of Devil's Heart forcibly dragged him down to the same level as the other contestants, even falling a step behind. Gu Yi's face also showed bewilderment. The kid's completely dazed, ahaha. Hahaha, an unexpected turn of events. But I think this group is the best fit for Demonic Heart. It needs to be a handsome demon, a handsome demon. Not only was Gu Yi stunned, his teammates wore the same baffled expressions. After coming to his senses, one teammate, Yao Junyan, silently gave Gu Yi a thumbs up. That luck is truly incredible. I have a premonition I'll practice until I drop dead. I also. After watching the demo, everyone fell into an endless silence. Let's try it first. Ji Chi said, we have to give it a shot at least once. Gu Yi. The first live show ended, and almost none of the contestants rested. They went straight to the practice rooms to break down choreography and divide the lyrics. In their group the strongest was Ji Chi, so the C position naturally fell to him. Ji Chi picked teammates who had received grades in their solo performances. Their popularity rankings weren't necessarily high, but their abilities spoke for themselves. This section goes to Yi Shua. These 2 sections will be split between me and Yu Miao. Gu Yi, you sing this part, the rest goes to Jun Yan, alright? Gu Yi nodded. I have no objections. Word segmentation wasn't hard, but when it came to the dance breakdown, Gu Yi could clearly see the gap between himself and his teammates. The choreography for Devil's Heart is widely acknowledged as difficult. Star Battle was modified from the original to further emphasize the dance's sense of power. Ji Chi only needed to watch 3 or 5 times to find the feel. Yu Miao, Yao Junyan, and Yi Shua also picked up the dance quickly. By midnight, they were already starting to keep up with the rhythm. Only Gu Yi was the exception. He picked apart the choreography very slowly, and the dance wasn't split into parts. Gu Yi had to take part in every section, so there was naturally no chance to slack off. Gu Yi let out a long sigh. He had a tendency to give up on his own, but if his giving up affected others, Gu Yi would feel guilty. After the first episode of Star Battle aired, it didn't generate much of a response. On the video platform, Jiangshi TV's resources and influence were already at the bottom, and Star Battle was a project Jiangshi TV itself didn't have much faith in, so the platform's promotional budget was very limited. On that day's viewership ranking, Star Battle was in 15th place, with fewer views than Take It Easy, Life, on Qingning TV. It should be noted that Slow Life airs on Qingning Channel every Friday night. The online version is one day later than the TV version and streams on Qingning TV's video portal. Xiao Jing said upon seeing this, "Didn't I tell you already? Star Wars won't get popular." Zhu Yu was scrolling Weibo at the time too. There was very little about Star Wars on the trending list, and the most popular item was surprisingly news about a contestant allegedly being involved in a scandal. The ratings for Star Wars couldn't even compete with reruns of Slow Life, which Zhu Yu's fans hadn't expected. Really, don't do it. With Gu Huang involved, this show is definitely not going to work. +1, the first episode was 3 hours long. Who has the patience to watch your crappy talent show? That's ridiculous. A talent show can't compete with a lifestyle variety rerun. Where did all the fangirls go? A bunch of ugly misfits. Who wants to watch that? Not me, anyway. It probably started with some die-hard Zhu Yu fan. The same night the Star Battle ended, the tag hashtag the Star Battle's views lose to Slow Life reruns hashtag began trending, filled with Zhu Yu fans mocking Gu Yi. By early morning the buzz grew and it even hit Weibo's trending list. A certain music influencer, Broken String, happened to come across this post. Everyone in the industry knows how all the various platforms have been screwing up reality talent shows. To this music influencer, the reality is that such shows do have vitality, it's just that vitality has been exhausted by malicious editing, marketing, and insider deals. He wasn't a stuffy, conservative music insider, nor did he look down on the idol profession, but the fate of Star Battle still made him sigh. Out of curiosity, Broken String clicked into Star Battle. Half an hour later, Broken String hadn't hit pause. Instead, he watched the entire first episode from start to finish. Broken String has tens of millions of followers on Weibo and is himself a veteran musician. Whenever music variety shows appear on any platform, he is the first to comment. Although most of the time Broken String can hold back, when he sees some platforms producing unbearably bad shows, he truly can't stop his torrent of criticism. By noon that day, Broken String updated his Weibo with a long post. The viewership of Star Wars is lower than that of the rerun of Slow Life. In the year 2085, after the rise of idol auditions, this is almost impossible. Before I opened Star Wars, I was already prepared to criticize it. When capital floods in and monopolizes the chance for ordinary trainees to become famous, idol auditions almost become a carnival where bad money drives out good, and I thought Star Wars would be no exception. But after I watched 3 hours of Star Wars, I couldn't help but wonder why Star Wars has become a laughingstock. Is the production not as refined as Slow Life, or are the contestants' performances inferior to those on Slow Life, or do viewers have an innate bias against idol audition shows? Variety shows can't simply be ranked as high or low. Slow Life may be very good, but before criticizing Star Wars, I suggest viewers go and take a look at it. The piece titled Broken String is long, yet it lists in full the surprises Star Wars brought him. On his Weibo homepage, he specially clipped out performance segments of the trio Ji Qi and Gu Yi. Baiqing Entertainment is the powerhouse behind Star Wars. It doesn't need much description from Snapped String and this part about Gu Yi. This is a natural-born idol. If it's an original face, Gu Yi's looks really suit being an idol. I've always heard Zhu Yu's fans mock Gu Yi for being weak and stealing the spotlight, thinking he's some mediocre ugly guy, but the song Endless City is super good. +1, different from Luo Hong's version, but it's really something. I've replayed it many times. Gu Yi's gaze really kills me. The influence of Broken String was extraordinary. After he posted that long article, the hashtag Star Battle's views lagged behind Slow Life reruns hashtag climbed higher and higher on the trending list, and gradually marketing accounts and casual fans began recommending Star Battle's stage. I've never seen a variety show take neutrality so seriously. Every stage is 3 minutes. Although the mentors aren't high profile, their critiques are very objective and the ratings are fair. I've been following it. Am I the only one who thinks the recent episodes of Slow Life are getting worse? As a longtime fan, I want to see everyone living comfortably and freely, not this greasy sense of hierarchy. +1. Someone said before that Gu Yi bullied him, but when you click the tag it's full of that person's fans using the nastiest words to attack Gu Yi, poor handsome guy. Before the production team of Star Battle noticed, the show's popularity had quietly risen. Gu Yi listened to the rhythm of Devil's Heart and began a day's practice with the beat of the drums. Before he left, his 2 roommates had already packed and were ready to go. Gu Yi didn't want to hold back the Devil's Heart group, so he arrived early at the rehearsal room to practice dancing. After warming up, he began to strip the dance down little by little. The original owner's notes contained some personal practice insights, and Gui memorized them all. Before coming to Star Battle, he had also learned some basic dance moves. Although slow, by practicing bit by bit he would eventually accumulate enough. Huff. Relax your legs more. Gui was halfway through practicing when Ji Qi arrived. He set down the water and stepped forward to correct Gui's movements, like this. Gui noted his cue and danced through it again to the music. The song's tempo was fast and the moves powerful. After a short section Gui was already out of breath, but even tired, he didn't want to shorten the moves or relax the force. He could see clearly that the moment the power relaxed, the feel of the dance would be severely diminished. When did Gui arrive? Yu Miao asked Ji Qi. Much earlier than I did. Ji Qi silently looked in Gui's direction. Gui's foundation wasn't strong, Ji Qi knew very well. Before Star Battle premiered, Ji Qi had already seen information about Gui online. But Gui was much more hardworking than he had imagined. That song, City of Endless, made Ji Qi feel threatened. This person seemed born for the stage. Even when he was just singing without dance moves, it was hard for people to take their eyes off him. Just like now, Gui's progress in the rehearsal room was the slowest. But every person, at the moment they stopped, would look in his direction. Since stepping into the practice room, Gui hadn't stopped once. Ji Qi watched his clumsy moves gradually become natural, watched him so exhausted he didn't want to move, yet still stand up and practice the next step. Every member of their group had a stronger dance foundation than Gui, but seeing him like this, no one dared slack off even a little. Chapter 12:012 Anger. As one of the mentors on Star Wars, Han Xiao, in addition to commenting on contestants during the competition, also had to give them timely practice guidance. That day, Han Xiao and the other mentors had watched practice sessions from groups like Soul and Paranoia. The contestants each had their strengths in dance and singing, and the mentors each had their preferences. I'm very bullish on Soul's A team. Li Mu really lit up the whole stage. Hearing this, Han Xiao also nodded slightly. Of the groups we've seen so far, Li Mu's team is indeed the most exciting. How many groups are left to watch? Only Group A of Devil's Heart remains. At the mention of Devil's Heart, the mentors couldn't help but show looks of helplessness. The 9 songs were divided into 18 groups. The performance of Group B of Devil's Heart left the deepest impression on the mentors. The choreography was messy and chaotic, the contestants couldn't keep up with the song's rhythm, and the whole stage looked like a shambles. Devil's Heart is indeed very difficult. This song was chosen by the audience. If the mentors had decided, they would never have put this song on the performance list. Group A is Ji Qi's group, right? Ji Qi's ability isn't something to worry about, and Yao Junyan and the others all have a foundation, it's just. Gui's solo performance of City Without End was indeed sung well, but contestants from Xingyao Entertainment have always been a weak link. Han Xiao had also seen Gui's stage online, and it was hard to describe. For Gui, mastering Devil's Heart would probably be very difficult. Go in and take a look. The door was pushed open a crack, and seeing the scene inside, the mentors all stopped in their tracks. The contestants were rehearsing together, the accompaniment had only reached the beginning. The dark night bears its fangs and attacks. On this street, hearts can be bought and sold. The lyrics of Devil's Heart are somewhat dark, so the contestants' aura must not be gentle, it should be full of power and murderous intent, with each person executing their movements to the extreme. And this group. The contestants' movements were almost cast from the same mold, perfectly synchronized, yet beyond that uniformity the dance revealed each performer's individual traits. Ji Qi was the formidable one who looked down on everything. Yi Shua had the wicked charm of a demon making a deal. Yu Miao was cold and ruthless. Yao Junyan is bloodthirsty and cruel. As for Gui, Han Zhao's eyes involuntarily brightened. He had thought Gui's movements would lag behind his teammates, but at this moment, Gui was completely absorbed into the atmosphere conveyed by the song Devil's Heart. What encircles him is an almost unstoppable sharpness. His arms and legs are full of power, every move lands exactly on the beat. Maybe the rehearsal room is too hot, there's a trickle of sweat at the tip of his nose, and his training shirt lifts slightly with the forceful movements, revealing a faint waistline. Just like the way the song, Endless City, feels to Han Xiao. Even if Gui's dance isn't the best in the room, as long as he stands in the center, it's hard for others to look away. Han Xiao remembered very clearly that at the start of each training session, Gui struggled to keep up with his teammates, yet in just a few short days he had shown a stage presence no less than the others. Being stared at with such a fierce gaze was exactly as described in The Devil's Heart. People would willingly offer him their hearts. Is Gu Yi's ability really that strong? The mentors couldn't help but express their puzzlement. Han Xiao raised his phone. It displayed the practice hours recorded by the show's production team for the contestants. Among the 99 contestants on Star Battle, Gu Yi ranked first in practice hours. No wonder. Han Xiao even had a kind of premonition. Gu Yi was like a raw gem. The first stage on Star Battle revealed only a bit of his brilliance, but someday he could astonish the whole world. Gu Yi had gone through the most exhausting few days of his life. He watched the demo for Devil's Heart over and over hundreds of times, pausing, practicing, pausing, repeating the same actions every day. After so much practice, his legs were almost beyond his control. As soon as the accompaniment of Devil's Heart played, he would instinctively start the movements. His training clothes were almost never dry. He opened his eyes and practiced. By the time he could dance all the way through Devil's Heart intact, Gu Yi could hardly remember how he had spent those days. At first, Gu Yi thought he wouldn't be able to persevere. Amazing. Ji Qi reached out his hand and lightly tapped palms with Gu Yi. There was almost no arguing in their group. The members practiced diligently every day, and their communication was limited to making their coordination more outstanding. At least until they presented their most perfect state, they wouldn't waste much time. If once wasn't enough then twice, if twice wasn't enough then 3 times, after rehearsing over and over, their positioning, movements, gazes, when facing the camera, their tacit understanding was unbeatable. Again. Come on. No matter how tired, once group practice started, the members always gave it their all. Gu Yi, drink some water. Thanks. Gu Yi finished a bottle of water and finally couldn't suppress the urge to lie down. He didn't even want to move. I've been practicing these days. That last run was the best, Ishoa said with a smile. I agree. Yu Miao panted. I wanted to take it slow, but I ran into a bunch of overachievers. After all, opportunities are rare. Yao Junyan sighed. I've been a trainee for 6 years, this is my first time on stage. Among the contestants in their group, aside from Ji Qi who came from a big company, the others were trainees from small agencies. When idol auditions were all the rage, they didn't even get a chance to appear. They endured for years before finally getting into Star Battle. Gu Yi, are you going out tomorrow? Gu Yi nodded. Tomorrow is the Chaoyang Cup final. He had already promised Aunt Wang and the others. Then the day after tomorrow we'll practice together a few more times, and there's a rehearsal in the afternoon the day after. Okay. Since Gu Yi took leave without delaying the schedule, Ji Qi and the others didn't say much. The finals of the Chaoyang Cup were the next morning. As soon as Gu Yi appeared, Aunt Wang and the others started eyeing him left and right. Xiao Gu, come take a photo with us first. I want a photo too. Uncle Zhang squeezed in. I told my granddaughter I know you, but she wouldn't believe me. I have to send her the picture to show her. Your Yao Yao posting to moments will definitely have you cropped out. Uncle Zhang chuckled, then we'll link arms, stand closer together, and make sure she can't crop us out. Even though it was the final, Auntie Wang and the others were optimistic. They were the first square dance team from Qing community to make the finals and the only representatives from the district. It's the taking part that counts, Auntie Wang muttered. Fuli Residential also hired an outsider. Look at that outsider's looks, they're nowhere near as good as our Xiao Gu. Fuli Residential Complex is also going downhill, it's no longer worthy of being our rival. Gu Yi. For some reason, from the way his uncles and aunts spoke, he could always sense a hint of teenage angst. In short, in this Chaoyang Cup this year, their complex made history by taking 3rd place citywide. Gu Yi had been clapping happily in the audience, but when the award ceremony came, Aunt Wang actually pulled him up onto the stage. We ranked 3rd, but our popularity is 1st, that's all thanks to you, Xiao Gu. Gu Yi felt that Aunt Wang was truly the most outgoing of the outgoing. He originally hadn't received a trophy or certificate, yet she had insisted the organizers give him an extra one. After the competition, Aunt Wang and the others invited Gu Yi to a dinner. Gu Yi was in a hurry to return to the Star Battle production team, so he naturally declined. By the way, some contestants on Star Wars are really baffling. At the first group matchup, he actually just skipped it. Isn't this kind of talent show supposed to be closed off? Someone can skip duty. Star Wars is kind of unfortunate, it finally started to get some attention, and it runs into a contestant like this. Who is it? You've been talking for so long, spill it. GY, the one who's always hyping up his looks. I've been meaning to say this for a long time, isn't Endless City just an ordinary song? How did it get hyped up so much? On an entertainment forum, a thread discussing Star Battle was slowly bumped back to the top. After Star Battle was recommended by Broken String, it gradually gained traction on the entertainment forum. The forum's users are mixed, idol fans, industry insiders, and various paid posters, and the big marketing accounts are always lurking there. Any little stir is quickly posted to Weibo. This discussion thread was no exception. That's Gu Yi, right? Someone took photos of him going out. Gu Huang truly hasn't changed his nature, wherever he goes, he reigns. Ji Qi is really unfortunate to have picked such an unreliable teammate. Tomorrow is the live stage, right? Gu Yi is really bold. If he causes the entire Group A to be eliminated, I will seriously hold a grudge forever. I really hate someone dragging down the whole team like this. You can show off your superiority in other ways, you know. Suddenly I feel Group A of Devil's Heart has a bleak future, everyone's in danger. I hate it, I really hate it. Gu Yi had just regained a bit of reputation on the debut stage of Star Battle. Once news of his taking leave and going out broke, not only did fans of Zhu Yu mock him, fans of Ji Qi and the others also prayed that Gu Yi wouldn't drag the whole team down. After all, Devil's Heart was the toughest stage to draw in the last round. From the behind-the-scenes clips released by the Star Battle production team, Group B's performance seemed to have really disappointed the mentors. As for Group A, although their overall ability and popularity are stronger than Group B's, when faced with Devil's Heart and having Gu Yi as a teammate, their future is truly hard to predict. The draw was done by Gu Yi, he asked for leave, so blame him for the foot break. Get outta here On the day the second season of Star Wars premiered, fans of Group A from Devil's Heart were both furious and anxious. The moment they opened Jiangshi TV, they couldn't help but unleash a flurry of messages in the comment stream. The Star Wars production team seemed to understand the fans' resentment and placed Devil's Heart as the last group to perform, seemingly hoping to calm their anger. But the production team didn't understand that the more you suppress it, the harder it is to stop the anger. Chapter 13:013 Taking the Stage. Is Devil's Heart going on last? I saw the rehearsal leaks posted by the fan accounts. Ji Qi's group all looked so serious. The funny thing is, Gu Yi actually looked more focused than the others. Totally speechless. In the second episode of Star Battle, the first to perform was the Obsession team. Obsession is a love song about a pair of lovers forced apart who, after years of twists and turns, meet again. The two teams' performances were both dreamy and warm, fully and unreservedly expressing the emotions contained in the song, Obsession. Beautiful. After Obsession came the performance of the Soul group. Liang Mu, along with his teammates, stirred up the entire stage atmosphere. This is so fire, right? Absolutely explosive. This Soul group has no weak link. Liang Mu is the singing and dancing god in my heart. Thinking about this makes me resentful for Ji Qi. Why didn't Ji Qi get more suitable teammates? On the debut stage, Ji Qi was the C position for Baiqian Entertainment. His performance was even more dazzling than Liang Mu's. But in that round, Ji Qi drew the hardest piece, Devil's Heart. When it was time for joint rehearsals, Gu Yi was absent for another day. Ji Qi is so unfortunate. The practice schedules for the two groups behind Obsession and Soul are so tight that one can imagine the scene during rehearsals for Devil's Heart. Baiqing Entertainment is a well-known idol management company in the industry. The year Idol X exploded in popularity, Ji Xiuan was originally supposed to debut alongside the boy group Lock under Baiqing, but that year he fell ill and missed several breakout talent shows. Most of the trainees from his cohort had already become popular. Ji Qi lost another 2 years and only managed to make it onto the stage of Star Battle with great difficulty. In terms of ability, Ji Qi was no less impressive than the idols already debuted under Baiqian Entertainment. Just the thought that he could be influenced by Gu Yi made Ji Qi's fans very upset. Can the show's producers do something about Gu Yi? At Star Battle, if you're too busy to participate, you can just not join or withdraw yourself. Do non-royals have no rights? Please be fair to the other contestants at Star Battle at Jiang TV. As each group's contestants took the stage one by one, the official Weibo of Star Battle was flooded with fans' resentment toward Gu Yi. Terms like, Gu Yi get out of Star Battle and Emperor Gu were virtually trending. But as they kept scrolling, a fan suddenly noticed something off. Yeah, Teacher Gu should hurry up and quit Star Battle. He's registered with a provincial public institution, the community can't be without Teacher Gu. At Star Battle, do the sensible thing and hand over our Teacher Gu. Gu Yi is just an ordinary contestant on Star Battle, yet he is the Jerusalem in the hearts of us public service examinees, an eternal god. Ever since I attended Teacher Gu's class, when I defended my thesis my advisor congratulated me, saying that I'm finally not one of those rare talents who appear only 4 times out of 1,000. Blood-written plea for Teacher Gu to withdraw from the competition. Withdraw. 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 The fans of other contestants from Devil's Heart stopped shouting, but the official Weibo of Star Battle was still being flooded. In the sequence N equals 1, 2, A1 equals 1959, A2 equals 1995, and from the third term onward. ABCD is a regular tetrahedron with edge length 3, M is a point on an edge. Before they knew it, the official Weibo of Star Battle had quietly become a sanctuary for civil service exam takers to practice problems. Fans of each camp. Maybe he's really ill. Remove the maybe. In short, they suddenly realized that there was a group of people who wanted Gu Yi to withdraw from the competition even more. A strange calm settled in his heart. Because the live stream interspersed clips of the contestants practicing, Gu Yi and the others had to wait for more than 2 hours. Their group was the last to do makeup, the Obsession group had already gone on stage, and they had only just finished. The song Demon Heart leaned toward the darker side, with heavy shadows. After finishing their makeup, they used the last chance to run through it together once. Time to go on. When the 8th group of contestants stepped onto the stage, their expressions grew even more serious. Normally composed Ji Chi couldn't help but press his lips tighter. For many contestants, tonight was their final performance on Star Battle. They wanted to stay longer, to keep their idle dreams going a little longer. Group A of Devil's Heart, take the stage. Good luck. Ji Chi patted Gu Yi's shoulder hard, don't be nervous. It was as if Ji Chi had flipped a switch. After him, Yishua, Yu Miao, and Yao Junyan all stepped forward and gave Gu Yi a firm pat. Come on. Gu Yi. Yao Junyan called Gu Yi's name once. Gu Yi looked up to see him smiling and offering a fist bump. Gu Yi also reached out, their fists meeting fist to fist with a crisp sound. Come on, come on. At this moment, both the audience in the stands and those in front of the screens focused their gaze on the stage. This group was the last set of contestants to take the stage tonight. Just now, Group B of Devil's Heart had already performed, and compared to the earlier performers, this group's performance was indeed unsatisfactory. Their breathing was chaotic, their dance couldn't keep up with the rhythm, perhaps the contestants were too nervous, and during the final section of the performance, 2 contestants in the back row actually collided head-on. The Devil's Heart is really thrilling. Ji Chi and the others have made their entrance. The lights suddenly came on. In the pitch-black background, white smoke gradually rose. In that moment, within the white fog, 5 figures shifted from clear to blurry, then from blurry back to clear, the lights dimmed and brightened, making the faces seem hazy. Piercing the white mist was a clear voice, nonetheless filled with killing intent. Night bears its fangs, and pounces upon whom? This whole street, hearts can be bought and sold. The white mist cleared, revealing 5 distinctly outlined faces. Ah, so handsome. He's seriously insanely handsome. Ah. The music swelled triumphantly at that moment. Though everyone wore heavy makeup of the same style, each face on camera still reflected their individual character, as if demons from the netherworld, ravenously seizing human hearts in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Long legs stomped firmly on each beat, beneath black leather jackets were powerful waists. Even though Demon Heart moved at a fast tempo, not a single person missed a step. Bang! Bang! Amid the flames, every lyric of Devil's Heart remained vividly present to the audience. The strength in his arms and legs showed no restraint, the trembling of his muscles and the rhythm of the song seemed to fuse together as one at that moment. So steady. To sing and dance like that with such control over his breathing. Ah! On stage, the sudden movement startled the audience. Ji Chi and Gu Yi actually put on a dance-off. In that instant, the 2 of them stretched their movements to the utmost. On stage, Ji Chi seemed to possess the power to devour everything, and standing opposite him, Gu Yi was surprisingly not inferior at all. Gu Yi seemed to be on fire, his gaze sharp, every movement perfectly timed. His legs didn't know how to stop, his body twists decisive and crisp. Who said Gu Yi's skills are bad? Why do I see sexual tension in their interaction? That face, that figure, that sense of strength, I can die in peace. If Soul ignited the whole Star Wars stage, Devil's Heart made the flames fiercer and wilder, spreading like a prairie fire. There were rumors that Gu Yi skipped class, and since this was the most difficult stage of that episode of Star Wars, by the time Gu Yi and the others went on stage, that night's viewership of Star Wars reached its peak. The performance of Devil's Heart by the few of them not only failed to drive the audience away, on the contrary, from that moment on, the view count for Star War rose continuously, and the cheers from the audience below grew ever more enthusiastic. The most classic stage tonight. Amazing. I hereby declare that this whole group is now my bias. Ah. Even at the end of the performance, I still couldn't help screaming all. Ji Chi. Yu Miao. Yi Shuo. Yao Junyan. Gu Yi. The audience had not expected much from the stage of Devil's Heart, but after this group came out, they couldn't take their eyes off the contestants on stage for a moment. Everyone was completely immersed in the performance. Until the music stopped and Gu Yi and the others stood in the center of the stage, the audience still couldn't calm down for a long time. This group is really perfect. I'm going to apologize to Gu Yi. Really, Gu Yi's stage is so impactful. His face is also very striking. As that comment was just posted, the cameraman turned the lens toward Gu Yi's face. A strand of hair on his forehead was damp with sweat, his cheeks were slightly flushed, and as if he'd noticed the camera, Gu Yi revealed a faint smile. The sharpness of the stage completely vanished at that moment. When his eyes met theirs, some audience members felt as if they were looking into a tranquil lake. Radiant, perhaps that word isn't appropriate for describing a boy. But Gu Yi happened to give her that exact impression. After the performance, the group's practice footage was naturally broadcast, and contrary to the online rumors that Gu Yi was lazy, skipped rehearsals, and dragged down his teammates, in the behind-the-scenes clips Gu Yi's hard work could be clearly seen even through the screen. He really was the weakest member of the Devil Heart group. He knew that himself. But he didn't slack off for a single moment, he kept doing his utmost to keep up with his teammates. The stage of Devil's Heart is not something anyone can perform well. Among Group B contestants, there are countless people whose skills surpass his. But when he stands on the stage, what he presents is the most extreme, most perfect performance. If everyone could be like Gu Yi, then taking leave doesn't seem like a big deal. +1. By the way, I think I've found the reason Gu Yi took leave to go out. Still from an article published by some district of S City, in the recently held Chaoyang Cup Square Dance Competition, our district's dance team fought bravely, undaunted by difficulties, brought honor and color to our district, and achieved the good result of 3rd place. The person surrounded by a group of uncles and aunties, grinning foolishly, was none other than Gu Yi. The article doesn't matter, what's important is that the official cover image is a tacky gold "Good News" banner against a red background. Gu Yi's red long robe is even tackier, to the point he might as well be renamed Gu Yao. Fans, ? 3rd place in the square dance contest. Gu Yi has this skill too. Chapter 14:014 Rankings announced. The production team of Star Battle also offered a timely explanation. During the busy practice period, contestant Gu Yi, serving as a cultural promoter for Huqing community, contributed to the community square dance teams winning 3rd place in the Chaoyang Cup. If the officials knew, they should have explained it earlier. Gu Yi is so strong. He practiced less than the others, but the completion of Devil's Heart is still the best tonight. Silently casting a vote for Gu Yi, that final ending pose really killed me. In the showdown between the two groups performing Devil's Heart, a group unsurprisingly defeated B group, and the 5 contestants successfully advanced to the next round. This episode of Star Battle was far more popular than the last. After the Stage 4, Seoul, was promoted by marketing accounts, it climbed onto tonight's Weibo Hot Search, and the Stage 4, Devil's Heart. Just the official Star Wars social accounts video had tens of thousands of views. Gu Yi's Weibo followers increased tenfold overnight. Climbing is a difficult process, especially in the entertainment industry. The first episode of Star Wars was unknown. When people mentioned the show, many viewers' initial impression was that it was just another forgettable variety program. But after the 2 stages, Seoul and Devil's Heart, consecutively caught the audience's attention, the variety show slowly began to display an irresistible momentum. Huangshi TV had the highest view count that night. 4th highest total plays across the entire internet. The clips the show selected, performances of Seoul and Devil Heart, saw their view counts multiply, and the contestants from those 2 stages gradually became known among fan circles. Calling Star Battle the dark horse of this season is no exaggeration. Not just the agencies that sent contestants to Star Battle, even the production team itself hadn't anticipated that this variety show would explode in popularity so quickly. Gu Yi had previously trended for fainting in a plaza dance video, but he became known as an idol starting from the stage of the Devil's Heart. The Star Battle's popularity rose so fast that after the show aired, Huangshi TV immediately received several sponsorship invitations. When the star battle began seeking advertisers, the production team received pitifully few commercial offers. If not for the phone brand that had long cooperated with Jiangshi TV sponsoring them, the star battle wouldn't even have secured a title sponsor. After the show aired, the production team did everything possible to make the stage look perfect, but compared with the once explosive talent shows, Star Battle still felt impoverished in many ways. But right now, the sponsorship fees from these brands were getting more and more generous, and the show's title sponsor Blueberry Phone even waved its hand and invited several popular contestants from Star Battle to film TVCs. Jiangshi TV hadn't received such a sincere collaboration in a long time. Among the domestic video platforms, Jiangshi TV has always been ranked in the second tier, not only unable to match the top-tier Ocean Video, Qingfeng TV, and Yue Media, but even falling behind Qingning TV, which is backed by Qingning Station. A few years ago, to increase its own influence, Jiangshi TV spent a lot of money, but the results were only mediocre. This season, Jiangshi TV modeled a lifestyle variety show after Slow Life, shifting the platform's focus to that program. Unfortunately, although the celebrities invited to that show had big name recognition, its viewership was far below that of Slow Life. Jiangshi TV was already prepared to lose again, but Star Battle emerged as a dark horse. Allocate more production funds to Star Battle, and make sure the marketing keeps up. Jiangshi TV was really drooling over the commercial profits brought by the hot talent shows in previous years, not just brand sponsorships, but a steady stream of membership revenue. Just as the platform head had finished finalizing the support plan for War of the Stars, another sponsorship proposal appeared on the commercial director's desk. Kitten Quiz. At the sight of the company's name, Jiangshi TV's commercial director also felt somewhat puzzled. The brands collaborating with Star Wars are mainly beverages, clothing, and electronics. Lifestyle products are also a big part of variety show partnerships, but the company Little Cat Quiz. Are they sponsoring quiz shows? Could Star Wars have a future Einstein on the team? Worried they might have sent it to the wrong address, the commercial director deliberately called the contact number for Little Cat Quiz. On the phone, the other side was very certain. That's right, the project we're collaborating on is Star Wars. The business manager. Although he didn't want to turn down the collaboration, he cautiously reminded, our show, the rate of undergraduates is a bit low, huh? Not to mention undergraduates, their show could only guarantee full coverage of 9-year compulsory education. We're aware of that. Even if they used your software, it doesn't guarantee they'll get into college, huh? The target audience isn't large, right? We're aware of that too. The brand behind Little Cat Quiz asked, if your company is willing, please have contestant GUI film a promotional advertisement for us. Our company has recently been looking to expand into the civil service exam market. Civil service exam market? The commercial director hung up the phone in confusion. Then he noticed that Little Cat Quiz's promotion fee was substantial, and there was even a designated endorsement fee for GUI personally. The commercial director was still a bit puzzled. His assistant quietly reminded him, Manager Zhang, GUI is pretty popular among civil service exam takers. Tell me the details. The assistant opened the official Weibo page for Star Battle. After this episode aired, the comments section was a complete madhouse. Fans of eliminated contestants were wailing, while fans of popular contestants were busy promoting their idols. And another group's tone was equally distinctive. Damn! Teacher Gu actually made it to the next round. 10,000 people sign a petition pleading Teacher Gu to join the civil service examination cause. The future director needs you. This petty Star Battle actually dares to compete with me for Teacher Gu. The assistant explained, that's right. The commercial director, our contestant is talented in many ways. The second round of Star Battle eliminated nearly half of the contestants, leaving only 54 on stage, and starting from the next round the show will eliminate another 24 contestants, leaving just 30 to advance to the following round. Starting from the next round, it will be a contest of stage performance and popularity. At the end of this episode, the host held up an envelope containing the latest popularity ranking for each contestant. GUI changed into his contestant outfit and saw that Ji Chi and the others had already arrived. He hurriedly sat down among them. The camera at that moment gave GUI a close-up. When wearing the stage makeup for Devil's Heart, GUI's aura was very cold. His outstanding features couldn't be fully revealed under the dark tone makeup, but now that he'd switched back to his usual look, his face appeared more clearly on the screen. Who has struck my heart? I think I just saw a deity. It's so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful, I'm freaking out. Ji Chi tapped GUI and handed him a piece of candy. Hungry? Been hungry for a while. GUI took the candy, and under everyone's watchful eyes reached into the inside of the contestant's shirt and pulled out a banana. Want some? Ji Qi and Yao Junyan and Ishoa and Yu Miao. Of all times for this to happen. Gu Yi always gave them a peculiar feeling. One moment he was incredibly handsome, the next he was so carefree about details. Yao Junyan asked curiously, "How did you get it in?" Gu Yi was about to unbutton. Yao Junyan feebly waved his hand, no need to explain anymore. Anyway, it was the show's final stage, there was a long commercial break in between, and the cameras weren't on them, so just eat in peace. The viewers who witnessed this scene. Gu Yi, the only monkey in Star Wars. Isn't it time to reveal the rankings? Make me a little nervous. The host began by reading the contestant in 54th place, then slowly announced up to the top 30 contestants. Gu Yi estimated his ranking would rise somewhat, but not by much, so he remained quite calm. Guess what place you got this time? Ishoa asked. 20th, I guess. In their group, Gu Yi had the lowest popularity ranking. Apart from Ji Qi, who firmly held first place, Ishoa and the others from their last round were all ranked within the top 20. You can be further up, Ishoa said confidently. On stage, the host had already announced the contestants ranked in the top 25, and none of the contestants from Gu Yi's group were among them. 21st place, Qin Feishing. 20th place, Luo Tian. Next, 19th place is Gu Yi. I think it's Gu Yi. Liaoning Media, Tong Yu. The 85th spot still wasn't Gu Yi. 17th wasn't him either. 15th, 15th, 14th. Each time the host announced a contestant's ranking, someone guessed whether the next one would be Gu Yi. But even when the contestant in 10th place was revealed, Gu Yi's name still hadn't appeared. And the previous week, among the contestants whose rankings hadn't been announced, Gu Yi had the lowest initial popularity. 8th place, Atomic Interactive Entertainment, Lei Yuxiang. 7th place, Zhongxing Entertainment, Wu Jie. Gu Yi made the top 5. Not only the live audience, the contestants couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. There are only 5 debut spots in Star Wars, and although the second round ranking doesn't determine the final debut lineup, Gu Yi's surge in popularity was still astonishing. From outside the top 20 to the top 5. All with just one performance. 5th place is. The camera had already focused on Gu Yi before the host even finished reading the name. Xingyao Entertainment, Gu Yi. Gu Yi had felt uneasy ever since he realized he was within the top 15, with every name the host announced, his anxiety grew. 5th? It really doesn't suit his temperament. Why is he ranked 5th? Who on earth is voting for him? Gu Men. Gu Men. Share this, Gu Yi, and you could be 25th in last week's exam and 5th in the whole class this week. Is this the power of the civil service exam god? LMAO, the other contestants all accepted the result, just not teacher Gu himself. Chapter 15:015 Advertisement Shoot. Rebroadcast ratings surged to number 1, Star Battle becomes the variety show dark horse. First time entering the top 6 in rankings, could Gu Yi become the next Chu Chi? Has idol auditioning entered a second spring? What really makes a good talent show? Everywhere it's Star Battle, do these media outlets have nothing else to write about? In the guest lounge of the show, Take It Slow, Life, the assistant didn't dare to breathe loudly. He crouched down and carefully picked up the gift box that Zhu Yu had just thrown away. It was a sponsor's gift. If the company saw it, they might strip Zhu Yu of his ambassador status. This week, the popularity of Star Wars shot up sharply. Even over at Qingming TV he could hear staff talking about Star Wars. Last week, Zhu Yu was still smug that the rerun numbers of Slow Life had exceeded those of Star Wars, but by this week, the reruns of Star Wars had surged to number 1 on the charts, more than 5 times those of Slow Life. Zhu Yu had been lowering himself before the satellite TV executives, flattering the show's guests left and right, and had finally secured a regular spot on Slow Life. And yet the show that unexpectedly exploded was Star Wars. It's really unfair. How does Gu Yi deserve this? Zhu Yu was practically gnawing with resentment. Although manager Xiao Jing was on his side, Zhu Yu still couldn't feel happy. He searched Gu Yi's name on Weibo almost every day, watching the others' reposts, comments, likes, super topics, and follower count surge, gaining momentum far, far faster than his. Just as she was about to lose her temper, a faint sound came from outside the door. Xiaoyu, filming has started. Hearing the crew member's reminder, Zhu Yu replied amiably, coming. Sister Qian, Brother Zhang, and Sister Jean, are they all here? Tidy up the dressing room and don't disrupt my shoot. Turning to her assistant, Zhu Yu's expression grew cold again. Watching him change his expression in an instant, the assistant, though used to it, still felt speechless. Zhu Yu was 2 or 3 years younger than him, but when it came to acting cute and ingratiating, no one on the variety show, Slow Life, could beat him. No matter how furious he was in the dressing room, as soon as the door opened he was always cheerful, looking totally carefree. This season of Slow Life had already started to decline, especially after the last episode when the ratings were poor. For the first time the show's views on Qingfeng TV fell out of the top 15. The production team had originally planned to run 7 or 8 seasons, but with such dismal ratings there were rumors that the satellite network wanted to cancel Slow Life and replace it with another variety show. It can be said that Zhu Yu's status in Vic Group was cemented by Slow Life. Once Slow Life was cancelled, it would be hard for him to land a regular spot on another variety show. Gu Yi was shooting a TVC for Blueberry Phone with Ji Qi and the others. During this week, almost all the contestants were very busy, the new sponsors required reshoots for ads, and there were the fans longed for everyday updates of the contestants. Every weekday at noon, the contestants interacted with their fans through the camera. Okay, look at the camera. Gu Yi, get a little closer to Ji Qi, smile, okay. Blueberry is promoting the brand's latest phone in Star Battle. Blueberry is a youthful brand whose audience is precisely the young women who favor idol competitions like Star Battle. Currently on the show, Ji Qi ranks number 1 in popularity and Gu Yi ranks 5th, but their CP, Memory, has carried the banner of CP popularity on Star Battle, far ahead of all other couples and generating discussion many times greater than the second-ranked CP. Therefore, for this Blueberry Phone TVC, the brand specified that the two must appear together. Blueberry Phone was all about trendiness and coolness, the ad maximized the contestants' handsomeness. From the very start of the shoot, Gu Yi felt like he was being toyed with, and by the end even his smile had become stiff. Good. When that segment was finished, the photographer gave a small, appreciative clap. Blueberry Phone had long sponsored major talent shows, and as the brand's designated photographer, the one shooting the commercial for Star Battle was, it could be said, very experienced. He had worked with all the currently hottest idols in the industry, including Chu Qi, who shot to the top thanks to Idol X. In terms of looks, Ji Qi was in no way inferior to Gu Yi, and Gu Yi's appearance, even in an entertainment circle full of handsome men, could be considered outstanding. For the two of them, the process of shooting the commercial was relaxed, consisting only of a bunch of awkward body movements and frozen expressions. But what the camera revealed was completely different. The photographer stared at the unedited footage for a long time. Whenever these two blinked or looked at each other, there was an indescribable aura between them. In front of the camera, Ji Qi displayed an all-controlling momentum. When he stood with other contestants, their presence would unconsciously be overshadowed by him. But when he stood beside Gu Yi's appearance tempered the aggressiveness of Ji Qi's aura, making the composition feel very harmonious. During the shoot, Gu Yi felt he hadn't performed well enough, but to the photographer, whenever he appeared in the frame, no matter where, he was always the part the camera found hard to ignore. This is talent, a talent born to stand under the spotlight. After the commercial shoot, Gu Yi was called over by the staff of the show Star Wars. He thought he only had the Blueberry Phone commercial to shoot, but from what the staff said, he had actually become the first contestant to receive an individual commercial invitation. What category of advertisement is it? A staff member handed him a phone. Looking at that adorable app, 2 big question marks involuntarily appeared on Gu Yi's forehead. Kitten quiz? Have cats in this world really evolved to this level? But after opening the app, Gu Yi discovered it was a quiz app. In Gu Yi's previous life, the world didn't yet have this type of question-answering app, so he found himself pondering it seriously. This app has functions for photographing questions and searching them. As long as you take a picture of a question or search a keyword, the answer appears immediately. The question bank's resources are plentiful too: middle and high school exams, college entrance exams, graduate exams, civil service exams, foreign language learning. It can meet various needs. Familiarize yourself with the app first. I'll come over later to fill you in on the situation. A staff member went to fetch the materials for this collaboration. He had intended to return quickly, but halfway there he was stopped by the business manager and had an in-depth discussion about Star Battle's recent commercial plans. After returning, he had expected Gu Yi to secretly search for him on his phone, something contestants always did after getting access to their phones. But Gu Yi actually. A blank sheet lay spread out before him. The pen was the same one used to sign his contract minutes ago. The paper was already filled edge to edge. Gu Yi pressed his hand on the paper and was transferring the problem-solving process onto his phone. What are you doing? Gu Yi said, weren't you having me get familiar with the app? I tried answering the questions on the app's homepage. This app is pretty good. Staff member. Wait a moment, I've answered 5 questions, there's just one left to finish. Having said that, he went back to solemnly writing out the calculation steps while tapping around on his phone. The staff member accidentally glimpsed the contents on the white paper. A nightmare from his youth surfaced in that instant. He unconsciously stepped a little farther away from Gu. The staff quickly called the surveillance team. Did you get that on camera just now? Send it to me before this afternoon, it will be useful. What are you doing, in such a hurry? Add more money. The client must see our contestants' love for the brand, this kind of devotion, this kind of belief, doesn't it deserve an extra 500,000 in promotion fees? The contact person responding to Xiaomao's answers. Those in entertainment are just greedy. When it comes to being simple, honest, and straightforward, you have to look to those in education. After seeing the video sent by the team of Star Battle, the staff member in charge of answering for Little Cat cautiously asked, Gu is, answering the questions on the homepage. Should be. How many questions did he answer? About 5? That's what I heard him say. The other side was silent for a long time. There was some apprehension on the Star Wars side. Actually the 500,000 was just a joke, the main point was to show the partners their program's sincerity. It would be even better if further cooperation could follow. On other shows sponsored by Xiaomao Answer, celebrities would name a software on camera and dare to charge 7-figure endorsement fees, none of them put in the care that Star Wars does. But what if the sponsor is a bit touchy? He didn't just say something inappropriate, did he? The silence on the other end was truly unsettling. After a long pause, response finally came. The problems on our app's homepage are those that users have collected which are relatively difficult, generally it takes at least 2 or 3 days to solve one. Staff member, I don't really understand the world of top students. Xiaomao, answering questions, added, actually, Gu only has a high school education. The staff of Star Battle. He had studied humanities in high school, gotten into a top 20 business school, and then attended a C9 graduate program. He felt deeply hurt. The person opposite said softly, if Gu is willing to get a bachelor's degree, preferably in a strong science or engineering school, we can publicize that he got in because of our little cat answering questions. Isn't that fraud? So I also feel guilty about it, but, if it actually succeeds we can get so many bonuses. The staff of Star Battle. To be honest, he who was in charge of the business side of Star Battle was almost the lowest paid bonus earner among all the variety show business staff at Jiangshi TV. Since Star Battle became popular, every day he had to take out a calculator to figure out how much his bonus would increase. Math had been his weak subject at school, but when it came to salary and bonuses he could calculate down to 2 decimal places. A heart that loved bonuses, at that moment, found deep resonance with the staff member who was answering questions with the kitten. In short, after reporting back about the quiz with the kitten, the financier was indeed quite satisfied and agreed to add some more promotion funds. Because of this, the production team of Star Wars increasingly felt that Gu seemed to be a lucky charm for the show, giving him more screen time and involving him in commercial collaborations both produced results far beyond what the team had expected. Chapter 16:016 New Groupings. As an old fan of Gu, she deeply felt, springtime of happiness had finally arrived. The blueberry phone commercial Orange Peel had long since been worn smooth by repeated plays, who would understand? Every week that Star Wars aired was her happy dance moment. You could watch the performances on Saturday and the behind-the-scenes clips during the week. As Star Wars popularity slowly rose, Orange Peel would see all kinds of fan-made Gu promo videos on Weibo every day. Dear netizens are her internet mouthpieces. The blueberry phone shots are just too good, ah. Their vibes really match so well, help. Having watched the behind-the-scenes, I can say Ji Qi and Gu are born superstars. Actually their private personalities are completely different from on-set personas. Ji Qi is very gentle, Gu is, a bit slow on the uptake, which contrasts with his face and is especially adorable. Qingfeng gave it a solid like. She felt the same. On Gui's 2 stages in Star Battle, whether the emotionally intense Endless City or the devilishly charming Devil's Heart, Gu wasn't the one with the strongest aura, but on stage, no one could ignore him. Even fans like Orange Peel, who had been watching Gu all along, felt as if he had suddenly grown up. Orange Peel quietly saved candid photos of the contestants going out. The more fans following Star Battle lately, the more often images of contestants in street clothes heading to rehearsals appeared on her feed. Gu often mixed with the contestants from Devil's Heart, and occasionally went out with his roommate Wu Jie. Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. When it came to looks, Gu really never lost. There's a new commercial. Today. It's Gui's personal commercial. When the homepage refreshed there was new information. Qingfeng opened Jiangshi TV, and sure enough, the new episode of Star Battle's daily segment was airing again. Today they were introducing contestants from another group, but Qingfeng still caught sight of Gu Yi on camera. After the behind-the-scenes footage finished, it was finally time for the commercials. Qingfeng was a little excited. From the info in the barrage comments, Qingfeng already knew this was the first personal commercial filmed by each contestant of Star Battle. She wasn't expecting the new ad to look as good as Blueberry phones, but at the very least, it had to show Gu Yi's handsomeness in full. 3 minutes later, Qingfeng. Handsome traits can't be said to be completely absent. It's just, why is it little cat answering questions? Your quiz partner at your side. Such a cheesy slogan, does it really match Gu Yi's face? She really wanted to ask Little Cat Quiz Company about their conscience. More importantly, ever since Gu Yi participated in Star Battle, as a die-hard fan she thought she'd already beaten those civil service exam kings. Damn it, she actually lost here. Xiao Mao even aired footage of Gu Yi furiously answering questions, practically looking down on her. Qingfeng had wanted to post a few hundred words on the homepage criticizing how tacky that Xiao Mao answers commercial was, but to avoid crushing Gu Yi's confidence, all those thousands of words shrank into 2 weak yingxiang. The shots are well timed. Well shot. Don't shoot again next time. During the TVC shoot, Gu Yi was also practicing for the next competition. Because Jiangshi TV didn't expect Star Battle to blow up, the show was originally planned for only 4 or 5 episodes, and contestants were eliminated very quickly. After the show's popularity rose, Jiangshi TV revised the contracts with the contestants and extended the number of episodes. Gu Yi had originally thought he would go home early. After the ranking from the last round came out, he guessed his expectation was going to fail. After collaborating once with Ji Qi, Yishua, and the others, Gu Yi gradually became familiar with them. Although they weren't placed in the same group this time, outside of rehearsals Gu Yi always asked a few of them to give him pointers on the dance. Gu Yi, did you draw Tears of Parting this time? Gu Yi nodded. Ah, I drew light blue, Yao Junyan said listlessly. It's like waking from a dream. You're awake but can't be moved, wake up for real. Yao Junyan had a strong dance foundation. Among the contestants on Star Battle, his dancing could rank among the top 6. But the third round's draw was brutally simple, regardless of a contestant's popularity or strengths, which group they ended up in was pure luck, whatever they drew was what they'd get. They called it a way to let contestants show their all-around abilities. Light Blue and Tears of Parting were among the few purely vocal pieces in the 9 songs for the next round. There was virtually no opportunity to show off dance skills. Yao Junyan's singing ability, by his own description, was about nil. Ji Qi, Yishua, and Yu Miao were quite satisfied with their groups. Gu Yi was so-so. Performing Tears of Parting was much easier than Devil's Heart, and Gu Yi wasn't given many lines, so there wasn't much room for him to shine. Gu Yi in Tears of Parting? Yu Miao suddenly asked. Yao Junyan noticed his expression change. For a moment his gaze met Yu Miao's, and Yu Miao gave him a slight nod. After Gu Yi left, Yao Junyan gently pushed Yu Miao. Why didn't you tell him? If Gu Yi hadn't mentioned it, they probably really wouldn't have remembered. After the last episode, 54 contestants remained on Star Battle, and in the group Tears of Parting, aside from Gu Yi, the other contestants were all ranked after 40th place. Feng Yanbin and Yan Qin are from the same company, right? Qi Ji used to be close with Yan Qin, they were already familiar before signing with any company. In the Tears of Parting group, Gu Yi was the most popular. In terms of singing ability, Gu Yi at least had an A-rated stage like Endless City, so unsurprisingly, he was more than capable of being the C in this group. According to Gu Yi's account just now, during the group's voting, he was neither the C position nor the captain. This exclusion is pretty obvious. Knowing Gu Yi's personality, even if he knew, he wouldn't go after those people to settle accounts, Yu Miao said. Why add more trouble for him? Having worked together on Devil's Heart, they knew Gu Yi's character well. He was completely unfamiliar with the big and small agencies in the circle, and he didn't really care whether he was the C position. Better tell him. Yishua said, you can't just let him be clueless. Yishua really thought Gu Yi was a very decent person. When they were in the Devil's Heart group, he never stole others' limelight. To Yishua, even if Gu Yi were in the center, he would never brazenly give others fewer lyrics. Gu Yi could be magnanimous, but that didn't mean others could recklessly take advantage of his generosity. After a while, Yishua returned with a helpless look on his face. How did Gu Yi respond? He said, Yishua sighed deeply, it would be nice to have fewer lyrics to sing. The others. That was indeed Gu Yi's true thought. Yishua didn't bluntly point it out, he only hinted at the connections between Gu Yi and his teammates, and Gu Yi immediately understood his implication. Actually, Gu Yi had already vaguely noticed it when the lyrics were divided. Although the other party hit it well, their gaze would always quietly drift toward him, an expression that felt very unnatural. Besides, even if he noticed, the other side had done it openly, and Gu Yi had no evidence to accuse them. He just needed to practice his own part of this song seriously. Tears of Parting is a lyrical song, originally by music queen Yu Pei. Songs by female singers are somewhat harder to sing than those by male singers, and Tears of Parting, like City of Endlessness, is a song meant to resonate emotionally with fans. Gu Yi's assigned lines were mainly in the second verse, there were very few in the chorus, and he was only given one line. Gu Yi thought the chorus would be better sung together, but when he suggested it, his teammates objected. They said the chorus wasn't suitable to be split up and sung separately. But since the others insisted, Gu Yi could only go along with it. Compared with Devil's Heart, practicing Tears of Farewell was much easier, there was plenty of time and the choreography was simple, but Gu Yi still intended to give his all to perform this song. Singing a song well isn't difficult, what's hard is how to move the audience. Given a few hours, Gu Yi could sing Tears of Farewell through completely, but to achieve the emotional impact he wanted, mere repetition wasn't enough. He had to grasp the feeling precisely so that it would explode the moment he stepped on stage. The joint rehearsals for Tears of Farewell also lacked the kind of clash they had with Devil's Heart. Gu Yi, just sing normally. Teammate Feng Yanbin suddenly called after him. You don't have to. I don't think our voices really match. Feng Yanbin was the chosen center of their group's votes. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Sorry, I don't think so. With that, Gu Yi ignored him and went off to practice by himself. Feng Yanbin was about to lose his temper when Yan Qin suddenly stopped him and fixed his gaze on the camera overhead. Feng Yanbin understood immediately and immediately put on a sullen expression. During these few days of practice, Gu Yi had been silent. He assumed the other had no temper, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed completely quiet when choosing C. They were indeed doing it on purpose, knowing Gu Yi wouldn't randomly lose his temper in front of the camera. In short, Feng Yanbin's negotiation failed, but during practice breaks, as long as he stood a little closer to the camera, he would stress the importance of the contestants cooperating with each other. Gu Yi ignored him. This group 4, Tears of Parting, something's off. The producer glanced over. When you edit it later, include more footage of this group. And before this episode of Star Battle aired, in the teaser released by the production team, the interactions of the Tears of Parting contestants took up most of the time. Gu Yi's remark, I don't think so, instantly captured everyone's full attention. Chapter 17:017 Speechless ing. Gu Yi's attitude, isn't it a bit too rude? Has he gotten a bit full of himself since getting popular recently? The teaser released by Star Battle was full of hype. For the Tears of Parting group, Feng Yanbin looked sincere. Gu Yi, I feel your voice hasn't fully blended into this team, we need. On Star Battle, Feng Yanbin is the senior of the contestants from the same company. Since the show began airing, he has often mentioned other contestants from his company, and he has always acted very caring toward teammates who are in the same group as him. But faced with such a Feng Yanbin, Gu Yi's response was, sorry, I don't think so. The corner of Gu Yi's eye lifted slightly, which to the audience added a touch of mockery. What's Gu Yi raging about? His teammates are pointing out the problems to him, right? Because he's 5th in popularity, but where is Feng Yanbin ranked? In this kind of audition, without popularity you have no rights. Feng Yanbin's group's contestants are kind of pathetic. Gu Yi, don't be so arrogant. Oh my, the looks on Feng Yanbin and Yan Qin's faces are so heartbreaking, they're having such a hard time. This episode of Star Battle hadn't even aired yet, but it was already a hot topic on Weibo. Right before the show started, Feng Yanbin and Yan Qin's agency, Qingfeng Entertainment, suddenly posted on Weibo. Qingfeng Entertainment, even if the ranking isn't enough, your effort already is. The contestants' phones had long been confiscated, they could only contact the outside world with the show's permission, and since Star Battle began airing, Qingfeng Entertainment was the first company to step in and defend its trainees. We feel for Feng Yanbin, your hard work will be seen. Rankings aren't everything, you are the best idols. However, given the precedent of Devil's Heart, even though Gu Yi's attitude in the preview video wasn't great, the viewers decided to let the bullets fly a little longer. Instead, it was Morning Evening Entertainment's statement that really upset Gu Yi's fans. What do you mean by comparison? Morning-evening entertainment's official Weibo was almost entirely filled with Feng Yanbin and Chu Qin's group performances and personal promotions for Star Battle, while Star Glory Entertainment, except for briefly stepping forward when announcing Gu Yi's participation in Star Battle, hadn't once promoted Gu Yi's name since. Gu Yi, hurry up and quit that dog company. +1 +1 +1, I now feel that in the entire Star Battle only Gu Yi is fighting alone. In the third episode of Star Battle, the contestants still compete in teams. The preview had already released stage snippets and styling for some of the contestants. Because in the last episode the stages for Soul and Devil's Heart went viral, by this episode the audience was eagerly anticipating whether Star Battle could present an even more stunning performance. Before the contestants formally took the stage, the host announced the rules for this episode's competition. After each group's performance, the 5 contestants in that group will vote among themselves. The contestant with the most votes can advance directly to the next round. Voting within the group. That's a bit much, intense. The producers are really heartless. Not only were the audience astonished, the contestants also wore looks of disbelief. In the week before the competition, none of them had heard any information from the staff. The moment the rule was announced, in the Tears of Parting group, Feng Yanbin and Yan Qin exchanged glances, but Gu Yi lowered his head at that moment, standing even a short distance apart from his teammates. This scene was, of course, captured by the cameras without reservation. Suddenly feel like the future of the Tears of Parting group is worrying. The song title itself is terrible. Tears of Parting, doesn't that just mean someone is going to be eliminated? No matter what the contestants and the audience thought, a few minutes later, that episode's live broadcast officially began. The first group to perform was Light Blue, the team Yao Junyan belonged to. Before Yao Junyan went on stage, Yu Miao jumped out from his own team and gave him a big hug. After Yu Miao started, Yao Junyan hugged Ji Qi and Yishua in turn. When it came to Gu Yi, Yao Junyan hugged him first, then gave Gu Yi a firm pat on the shoulder. Take it easy, good luck. I'm fine. You go do your best. Gu Yi bumped fists with him. Yao Junyan really wasn't good at singing, but for the song, Light Blue, he practiced his assigned lines again and again until he could perform them in the most perfect state. Light Blue might not be the best stage tonight, but it featured the best Yao Junyan. After that, Ji Qi, Yishua, and Yu Miao would also make a point of avoiding the other contestants before going on stage and run over to Gu Yi. Good luck. Gu Yi had seen the rehearsals for Ji Qi's group number, Lady Bird, before, but when the performers took the stage he realized the live show was much more spectacular than the rehearsal. Ji Qi really has no shame, Yu Miao sighed. Does this person have no limits? Gu Yi nodded vigorously. Speak up, show me some respect. Yu Miao hooked an arm around Gu Yi's neck. Sing your heart out when you go on stage later, give them something to remember. Everyone had seen the preview contestants for this episode of Star Battle. Others might not understand the true situation of the Tears of Farewell group, but Yu Miao knew it very well. What do they mean by saying Gu Yi's voice doesn't fit? Isn't it just that they want to drag Gu Yi down to their level and then use their richer experience to beat him? I will. Gu Yi smiled faintly. After Lady Bird, the team 4, Tears of Parting, stepped onto the stage amid widespread applause. The moment he took the stage, Gu Yi could feel the light shining on his face. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Exclamation point. This is a face that takes your breath away. Teardrops of Parting is a song with a sorrowful mood, so the production team created a drifting, dreamlike scene, the contestants all dressed in the same prince-like style, flowing hems making several pairs of legs look even longer, their pale makeup blending into the snowy backdrop, the sense of sadness seeming even more intense. Ha! Orange Peel blinked silently. She had thought Gu Yi would be center, but judging from the stage positions, the center seemed to be Feng Yanbin. Gu Yi was at the far right. When the lights shifted slightly, he seemed to be swallowed by shadow, making him hard to see clearly. Why is Feng Yanbin the center? Because Gu Yi's voice doesn't fit this song, right? Didn't they say that in the preview? But, objectively speaking, among the contestants who hadn't been eliminated from Star Battle, Feng Yanbin's looks couldn't be called outstanding. The fans' voting standards are usually very subjective. As long as someone is genuinely handsome, even if their skills are lacking or they don't know how to promote themselves, their popularity is usually among the top 20. Feng Yanbin was also the shortest in the Tears of Parting group. If his aura and ability had been sufficiently striking, that would be one thing, but when he stood at center stage as the C position, the whole scene felt very disjointed. His C position wasn't bright or dazzling enough, so the stage effect naturally suffered greatly. As the C position, his first line of singing didn't give people a sense of amazement, everything seemed to pass by plainly, without intensely strong emotion, and without conveying the feeling that the whole song, Tears of Parting, should bring to the audience. When Feng Yanbin finished his part, the line, "In the snowy winter, the season when I no longer dream," suddenly exploded in the audience's ears. As clear as icicles hanging from the eaves. Like a gust of wind wrapped in tears. Although the two were in the same group, singing the same song, Gu Yi was almost entirely immersed in the song's atmosphere. He and Feng Yanbin were like the two sides of a wave, shifting from low to soaring. Why isn't Gu Yi the sea? After Yan Qin and Qi Ji finished their parts, the audience suddenly realized that the essence of the song, Tears of Parting, had not been conveyed at all. Feng Yanbin and the others' renditions of the song were far too flat, like tasteless water, unable to stir emotional waves. When it came to Gu Yi's segment, the audience felt themselves building emotion, but it quickly shifted to another contestant's part, and the emotion they had just been cultivating was abruptly interrupted. This is hard to judge. I suddenly understand why Feng Yanbin said Gu Yi's voice doesn't match with them. This really doesn't match at all. It's my first time seeing a group split up to sing the chorus. Did the mentors not give any guidance? Gu Yi's voice has actually improved compared to Endless City, but this group 4, Tears of Parting, completely didn't give him any space to shine. After the contestants' performances ended, the rehearsal footage of the Tears of Parting group was, of course, released. The audience. This C choice is really ridiculous. Who doesn't know that Feng Yanbin and Yan Qin are from the same company? Qi Ji is also best friends with Yan Qin. They actually dared to praise Feng Yanbin on one hand while saying why other contestants, specifically Gu Yi, aren't suitable for C on the other. The show's editing is garbage. At first I really thought it was Gu Yi's fault. None of Gu Yi's suggestions were adopted. Including the mentor's suggestions. As soon as there was any opposition, Feng Yanbin would start stressing teamwork. Ridiculous. In the previous performance, Feng Yanbin was just a background figure. His group had contestants who could keep him in check, so the impression he left on the audience was cheerful and generous. But once he had autonomy within the group, Gu Yi is truly miserable. Why is Gu Yi so miserable in every match? Fight harder. The audience soon realized that there was no most outrageous thing in this world, only more outrageous ones. This round's format was reciprocal voting within each group. Contestants could vote for the one they believed performed best in the group, directly sending that contestant through. In the groups that just finished performing, the Lady Bird group voted for Ji Qi. Yishuo's group voted for Yishuo. Although Yao Junyan wasn't first, his teammates noticed his hard work. He received the second highest number of votes within the group. And the group Tears of Parting. Feng Yanbin received the most votes. Gu Yi got 0 votes. When the camera focused on Gu Yi, he seemed to have already expected this outcome. He even smiled and waved to the audience below the stage. Gu Yi is just too shy to vote for himself. Gosh, does he really think he's number one? Help, that person's opinion is that the contestants must cooperate well. Cooperation can win everything. I'm so mad, so mad, so mad, so mad. Chapter 18:018 Explosive Publicity. The set of performances for Tears of Farewell ended, and Orange Peel had a big question mark flashing on his forehead. This is absurd to the extreme. She refreshed the homepage, and sure enough, almost all of Gu Yi's fans were going crazy posting. Does that person really think they sing well? Help. Thanks to the Star War production team, they cured my years-long low blood pressure. What exactly are Feng Yanbin and Yan Qin aggrieved about? Half of the behind-the-scenes footage is just watching them be wronged. Chenxi Entertainment even stepped in to defend them. At Xingyao Entertainment, get to work, you lousy company. The final stage tonight was Tears of Parting. Shortly after the performance ended, Broken String posted their thoughts on this episode of Star Battle on their homepage, focusing on Tears of Parting, a hastily assembled performance, no focus, emotional disconnection. This is how poor coordination makes a piece of work extremely bad. Even Yu Pei would cry listening to it. They may be weak in skill, fine, but the stories they have offstage are far more entertaining than the performance itself. I get so angry just thinking that Feng Yanbin was first in the group's votes. They really could be even nastier, pushing Gu Yi out to that extent, and then having the nerve to act like they're the ones being bullied by him. This episode of Star Battle had originally been most anticipated for Lady Bird's stage, but once Tears of Parting performed, all the show's conversation shifted to that group. Gu Yi's Weibo followers doubled because of it. After all the contestants had finished performing, the elimination round came again. There were 54 contestants on site, and 24 would be eliminated this episode, leaving only 30 fortunate ones. In the recent mutual voting segment, 9 contestants had already secured advancement to the next round, which meant the remaining 45 contestants would compete for just 21 slots. The host smiled slightly at the contestants. Next, 9 contestants will advance through audience voting. There were 2,000 audience members at the venue. The audience ranked the contestants in each group in order. The 9 contestants who performed best in the audience's eyes would advance directly, and 12 more spots would be decided based on contestants' popularity rankings. Next, please cast your votes for the contestants in the light blue group. I'm really curious about the vote count for the Tears of Parting group right now. Me too. Whoever's going to lose face, I'm not saying. In the light blue group, Yao Junyan still received the second highest number of votes, but because the contestant ranked first had already advanced through internal group voting, Yao Junyan took the audience vote slot. The audience vote first place for Lady Bird was also Ji Qi. Contestants from the Tears of Parting group, please step forward. When performing, the contestants were still a short distance from the audience, but with just one step forward they could clearly see the expressions on the faces in the front row. Gu Yi stood at the front of the stage, in the same position as when he had gone on before, still at the far right, and then, almost at the same moment, a clear shout suddenly rose from the otherwise quiet audience. Gu Yi! Aa! Gu Yi! Gu Yi! Gu Yi! Gu Yi! At the moment he heard his name, Gu Yi couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Voting begins. After the host shouted, "Stop," the audience voting results slowly appeared on the big screen. The Tears of Parting group. Gu Yi, 1,982 votes. Feng Yanbin, 5 votes. Other contestants. The viewers watching the live stream. What's called a slap in the face? This is a real slap in the face. In that moment, the stage fell into a deathly silence. Feng Yanbin's smug expression had completely vanished. He stared at the big screen in almost disbelief. Even with makeup covering him, the bluish tint of his face was unmistakable. Gu Yi had taken nearly all the votes by himself, while all of them together didn't even amount to a fraction of Gu Yi's tally. Even Ji Qi from the Lady Bird group, who vastly outpaced others, had only a few hundred more votes than his teammates. That wasn't even the most important part. The key fact was that just minutes ago, in their small group mutual voting, Gu Yi had received 0 votes. Although Feng Yanbin's expression looked pitiful, I have to say, the audience truly has sharp eyes. Who got to enjoy it? It was me. Having less talent or a lower ranking isn't shameful, failing at being a decent person is the real shame. Justice from the heavens, ha ha ha. Teacher Gu can stay, my afternoon of using the kitten quiz practice wasn't in vain. Congratulations to Gu Yi. Feels like the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel making a comeback. Gu Men. Gu Men. After 2 rounds of voting, 85 contestants were selected. The remaining 12 contestants would have to rely on each other's popularity rankings. By this time, Yan Qin and Qi Ji's expressions had turned very unpleasant. If it came down to popularity, it would be difficult for them to remain on the stage of Star Battle. If they hadn't tried to push out their teammates, they could have exited with dignity. +1. The eliminated contestants were certainly bitter, but they could stand on stage and honestly say, no regrets. Yan Qin and Qi Ji couldn't utter those words. They could only take their bow with a, thank you to the fans for your support. Gu Yi stayed again. Safe. Gu Yi's popularity ranking this episode remained 6th, firmly holding the gatekeeper spot in the debut lineup. The show was scheduled for 3 more episodes, 30 to 20, 20 to 10, and 10 down to 5. By now, the contestants already knew how popular Star Battle was. The number of fans waiting outside the dorms had grown. The contestants hadn't cared much about their image at first, but since the last episode, even when going to the convenience store for water, they had to spruce themselves up. Apart from Ji Qi and the few others who signed with Baichen Entertainment, most of the contestants did not come from major companies. For many, participating in Star Battle was a last-ditch effort. They were chasing the slim possibility of becoming popular. Star Battle gave them a glimmer of hope, and naturally they were unwilling to give up. The dormitory population dropped from 99 to 30, a change that was quite striking. Gu Yi and his roommate Wu Jia were still in the dorm, while their other roommate, Chui Jingran, had been eliminated in the second round. The 4th live show, by coincidence, placed Gu Yi and Ji Qi in the same group again. This round tested the contestants' creative abilities. Both song and dance arrangements had to be completed independently by the contestants, and the production team did not provide demos. Feng Yanbin's group was right next to Gu Yi's. Perhaps learning from the previous lesson of Tears of Parting, the contestants in that group were very wary of him. Feng Yanbin's popularity had long since plummeted. Although he had held on until the 4th round, on the popularity chart he was always in 30th place, with less than half the popularity of the contestant in 29th. This is a bit hard. Gu Yi tightened his grip on the pen, his brows furrowing into a deep crease. He already had very little performance experience, and even less experience in composing, dragging everyone down. This time they were to perform the folk singer Qin Lang's song, Northern Bagpipes. Qin Lang's voice was unique, and this song had a very distinct personal style, so adapting it would probably be difficult. The show must be making money by now, right? Pick some songs that are easier to adapt. On the first day of attempting to create, Gu Yi and his teammates stared at each other with wide eyes, spending 2 minutes adapting and half an hour staring blankly, and ended the session in collapse. Gu Yi had been briefed by Yi Shua, the early stages of Star Wars were probably short on budget, so they bought the rights to old songs. Old songs were indeed classic and beautiful, but they often carried such a strong personal imprint that they were hard to sing or rearrange. One false move and you'd ruin a classic. Gu Yi was purely in learning mode, happily trailing after his teammates every day. The original owner had experience with guitar accompaniment, so he learned quickly, but his music theory and choreography experience were almost non-existent. At first he listened in a daze. As he kept listening, he gradually began to gain some insights. Got it? Teammate A said, frustrated at his slow progress. Gu Yi nodded. This part goes like this, then like that. Teammate B rambled stream of consciousness. Gu Yi nodded and nodded. Teammate C. Gu Yi nodded and nodded and nodded again. That blooper clip was posted to the official Weibo of Star Wars, and fans commented, Gu Yi, a merciless nodding machine. This week should have been very peaceful. The disputes in the Tears of Farewell production team gradually died down. Chensi Entertainment still tried to restore Feng Yanbin's reputation, but netizens trolled them so much they had to shut off comments. Besides, compared to the frustration of group members giving Gu Yi 0 votes within his team, the audience's 1,982 votes for him could be called a classic protagonist comeback feel-good story. Just to slap them in the face on the spot. Fans like Chinpi watched the audience voting segment dozens of times on repeat, it never grew tired. The clipped video Jiangshi TV posted even surpassed the platform's promoted show's single-day views. However, on a certain weekday that week, Gu Yi's name once again trended on the hot search list. Because, the provincial exam results were announced. Fans clicked into the trending topic, Gu Yi C Province Civil Service Exam, with baffled faces, while looking up a bit reverently as phrases like, Gu Yi Real Exam Question Deep Dive, and, Gu Yi Teaching Administrative Aptitude, were repeatedly mentioned. On one side, damn, after taking Teacher Gu's class, my administrative aptitude score went up by 10 points compared to last year. On the other, Gu Yi Real Question Class, $45 for the whole package, and Teacher Gu has become an idol now, a rare item, no bargaining allowed. Fans. Well. A few minutes later, they confirmed that the Gu Yi trending in the hot searches was indeed Gu Yi, the contestant from Star Battle. Hashtag if you don't debut, you can only become a top civil service exam instructor hashtag. Hashtag a fangirl who studies for public sector exams says this is double the joy hashtag. What joy are you talking about? I couldn't help my curiosity and listened to Gu Yi's civil service exam livestream. Now I'm excited watching Star Battle, but bored listening to the exam class, excited and deflated at the same time, I feel like spitting blood. Does everyone still remember Huqing Community? Late but here. Huqing Community's publicity was also quite spectacular. Warm congratulations to our community cultural promoter Gu Yi for participating in Jiangshi TV's Star Battle. Warm congratulations to our community cultural promoter Gu Yi for advancing into the top 30 of Jiangshi TV's Star Battle. It was the community's scrolling display, black background, bright red characters, surrounded by a ring of flowers. Ordinary yet shocking, unruly, grandly, down to earth. Chapter 19-019 I defected. Regarding some comments on the trending list, the civil service exam supporters expressed strong opposition. Teacher Gu was only taken away temporarily. This is a gimmick for Star Wars, I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Even the data nerd struck a scientific pose. Teacher Gu's personal poster from Star Wars is only 30 yuan a piece, while our precious Teacher Gu's real exam question packet is 45 yuan per copy, and it's still in short supply. Please, production team of Star Wars, clearly understand that we buy posters not to support your show, but because, who wouldn't want a poster of the genius? We are all devout followers of the Gu sect. Teacher Gu has been absent from the live stream for 24 days 15 hours 37 minutes 22 seconds. Missing him. Gu Yi's fans. It was as if a new world had opened. Gu Yi was sitting hugging his knees, drinking milk in the practice room. The show had taken a milk brand sponsorship and the portions given to each person were generous. He drank a box in the morning and another in the afternoon to recharge his stalled brain. Gu Yi, come try this section. His teammate Chen Jiaruan called to him. Gu Yi put the milk down and leaned over to look closely beside Chen Jiaruan. After several days of cuts and adjustments, their group's rearrangement of the song, Northern Bagpipes, had gradually taken shape. Gu Yi already knew exactly how the song should be sung, there was nothing he hadn't mastered. Chen Jiaruan pointed to the revised section, if we raise the key here a bit, is that okay? I'll give it a try. Just now Gu Yi's expression had been a little careless, but the moment he took the paper his eyes became intensely focused. Chen Jiaruan played a bit of the intro, counting the beat, Gu Yi slowly and completely sang through that entire passage. Chen Jiaruan had long since noticed that Gu Yi not only had a clear, bright voice but also a keen sense for handling emotion. He seemed born to know exactly what feeling to bring to a song. Whether it was City of Endlessness or Tears of Parting, when he performed the songs, there was an indescribable emotional power in his voice. The same was true of this piece, Northern Bagpipes. He tried it, Ji Qi tried it, another teammate Shi Di also tried it. When they sang alone, the effect was far less powerful than when they sang together. So every time there was any change in an arrangement, Chen Jiaruan and Shi Di always liked to have Gu Yi try a vocal. They couldn't match the unrestrained ease of the original singer Qin Lang, so when adapting the song, Northern Bagpipes, they tried to modify it to move the audience as much as possible. Good or bad, one listen from Gu Yi was enough to tell. How was that one? Gu Yi asked. Chen Jiaruan didn't answer, he just gave Gu Yi a thumbs up, then reached out and gave him a heavy high five. Yeah. Adapting Northern Bagpipes wasn't easy. Gu Yi got up early every day, listening to his teammates' various ideas about the song. No one understood better than Gu Yi how they came up with those ideas and how they gradually transformed the song into what it was now. Even though he didn't have to practice the dance until he vomited, every day that week Gu Yi felt like his brain was being fed a heap of knowledge that would take him a long time to digest. But precisely because of that, he had completely mastered the song. For Gu Yi, attempting Northern Bagpipes was more interesting than Devil's Heart. He began to thoroughly feel the music itself, not just a superficial liking. The fourth episode of Star Battle was even more fiercely contested than the previous one. During rehearsal, Gu Yi noticed that Yishua, Yu Miao and the others all looked very serious. The rehearsal was scheduled for the morning, and by the afternoon the live broadcast officially began. 30 contestants would be eliminated down to 20. Although Yishua and Yu Miao ranked within the top 30 in popularity, they weren't guaranteed a stable spot in the top 20. On previous live-streamed talent shows, while not everyone in the top 20 went on to debut, those contestants definitely left a deep impression on the fans. There are 5 debut spots, the top 20, not that far from debut positions. This is often the hardest time to endure. I have to work harder, Chen Jiaruan said. Gu Yi nodded lightly. On the stage of Star Wars, the 2 collaborative performances, Devil's Heart and Northern Bagpipes, made him realize that there really were people in this world who loved the idol profession as much as the original owner did. Every bit of slackness he showed on stage would be a disrespect to those people. Gu Yi didn't care about rankings, whether first place or failing to debut, but as long as he remained on the stage, he would give his all. This time Orange Peel took a short leave on purpose and, with unusually fast fingers, managed to grab a ticket for an in-venue audience seat. When Orange Peel first started following Vic's group, she went to a live show to see Gu Yi. Not to exaggerate, when he debuted, Gu Yi really was a fresh, tender little cabbage. What let her stick with him until now was that initial love at first sight. But Gu Yi's idol career didn't take off the way she imagined. She watched him, step by step, blend into the crowd, step by step, fall into the abyss. Her idol fan friends had told her that liking an obscure idol is a painful experience. Because no one knew him, for most of the year he wouldn't have any news at all. At that moment, Qingfeng looked at the display board glittering in the setting sun and suddenly covered her mouth. She had finally made it through. She took out her phone, made a V sign, and took a photo with the handsome young man on the board, using the brightest smile she could show. Entering the inner audience area, Qingfeng took out the light board she had prepared. It was very small. She looked around and found that the other audience members seemed to be much more fully prepared. Especially the girl beside her had a big light board and quite a large poster. The moment the poster was unfolded, Qingfeng immediately changed expression. At the very bottom of the poster, in bold characters, was written, "Trust Gu Shen, exams will naturally be easy." Didn't they say Gu Yi was taken away by Star Wars? Weren't they supposed to never give in? You actually dared to come into the venue to proselytize. Woman, you have a lot of nerve. Orange Peel struck up a conversation with the girl, and 10 minutes later she was nearly convinced. I'm mainly here to support my favorite teacher Gu. That's only the superficial reason. The cheapest online live course costs 980 yuan, the high-end premium class is 8,800, and a ticket to Star Wars is only 380 apiece. You can watch a bunch of handsome guys dance sexily and bask up close in the radiant glory of the exam gods. Where else can you find such a deal? The real reason. For this installment of Star Wars, the first performance had just ended, and Qingfeng realized this trip was not in vain. She had watched the stage of Star Battle over and over, but this performance, by far, showcased the strongest combination of skill and stagecraft from the contestants. Li Mu from Baichun Entertainment already had the iconic Soul stage, but in this performance of Stillness his presentation was even more outstanding than Soul. It wasn't just Orange Peel, the girl beside her was equally astonishing. I suddenly understand why fans have been insisting on making teacher Gu an idol. Everyone in the civil service exam group, ? Don't betray us, damn it. But seeing an idol on TV and seeing the real idol perform on stage felt completely different. Orange Peel didn't wait long before seeing the entrance of the Northern Bagpipes group. She hadn't seen Gu Yi in person for a very, very long time. The moment his figure appeared on the stage, Qingfeng realized that the astonishment she felt now was the same as the astonishment she felt when she first discovered Gu Yi in the Vic group. No matter how dazzling the contestants beside him were, he was someone who could never be ignored. Compared with the earlier viral Devil's Heart, the contestants' adaptation of Northern Bagpipes was graceful and melodious, with an intro that was a bit long. Gu Yi is looking at Ji Qi, The biggest contribution Blueberry Phone made to me this quarter was that they shot an advertisement for the two of them. There was relatively little dancing in this song, so the contestants naturally had more eye contact and physical interaction with each other. As the prelude slowed, a single voice in that instant seized the attention of the entire audience. The freedom I fantasize about in the wind. Belonging to a beast galloping across the plains. Unlike Qin Lang's style, the newly rearranged version was gentler. The moment Gu Yi's voice reached his ears, an indescribable feeling rose from his heart. It was like a feather landing on his heart. Qingfeng unconsciously clenched his fist, even holding his breath without realizing it. Gu Yi's voice was like a thread, completely drawing in the entire piece, Northern Bagpipes. Beautiful. This is exactly how I imagined Tears of Parting should sound. Can someone tell me why Gu Yi's improvement can be so huge? I originally thought Northern Bagpipes would be at a disadvantage against Stillness, but now I think they're both very strong. If Demon Heart is the extreme of coordinated physical movement, then Northern Bagpipes is the extreme of coordinated sound. The singers in this group may not have the strongest timbres or vocal technique individually, but when their voices completely blend together, Northern Bagpipes can give the audience the most stunning and shocking experience. Amazing. When this group of performers faced the audience, the viewers suddenly realized that compared to the contestants who had just appeared, the styling of Northern Bagpipes wasn't necessarily flashy, and the stage background wasn't particularly eye-catching either. They were simply singing one song very well. However, during those few minutes of the performance, with that simplicity, no one could easily take their eyes off them. Qingfeng couldn't help but recall Gu Yi plucking the strings during a live stream with only a handful of people watching. Beside Qingfeng, the girl who had been holding a poster at first, then rolled it up halfway through, was rapidly texting, "I've defected." ? The next moment, the civil service exam group chat was flooded with videos of the Northern Bagpipes stage. You would never understand this kind of love. Chapter 20:22 Phone Calls. One general down, Star Wars really is poisonous. In the public exam group, before the live stream faction of candidates could accuse the traitor, a few avatars that had been lurking suddenly popped up. Post more, I love watching. Straight shots are really super handsome. A different kind of charm than when giving a lecture. So jealous, I want to buy tickets to see it live too. Traitors kept appearing one after another. It turns out Teacher Gu's live events really aren't something you can attend casually. On Weibo, also commented on this episode of Star Battle immediately. The combination of music and stage that I can imagine is right there in the song, Northern Bagpipes. The contestants singing had no flashy techniques, they simply used the most authentic voices to perform. Their cleverness lay in using arrangements to highlight each person's vocal strengths, like piano keys with highs and lows, when combined every note has its place. Among all the contestants, Gu Yi surprised me the most. Since City of Endlessness, he's been expressing himself through his voice. With Northern Bagpipes he truly reached his peak. This Weibo post became the most viewed 1/4 of Broken String to date. The Northern Bagpipes performance was replayed repeatedly and practically dominated tonight's trending searches. Really, just hearing the voice I already thought the song was great, and then seeing his face, worth the investment. This episode of Star Wars reached the highest popularity since the show began. Almost every contestant near the top trended, and of course, some trended because they were being criticized. Feng Yanbin's performance in the new group was still mediocre. In the practice clips he still looked wronged, but the audience had completely stopped buying it. It wasn't Gu Yi's fans mocking him. Gu Yi's fans were busy hyping the Northern Bagpipes stage and had no time to bother with him. Everyone knew Feng Yanbin's advancement wasn't honorable. He made the top 30 while contestants stronger and more popular than him were eliminated, so naturally those contestants' fans harbored grievances. But at the stage of cutting from 30 to 20, Feng Yanbin was the first to be eliminated. This round the producers didn't set many obstacles, and whether contestants advanced depended entirely on popularity. As expected, Gu Yi's fans saw the new slogan for Haching community. Still the familiar black background with red characters. It seemed the producers had taken netizens' suggestions. This time there weren't flowers circling the red words, but a huge ring of red thumbs up. The psychological assault effect was maximized. Maybe they felt the promotion wasn't strong enough, so they added a brand new banner under the display screen, using a full 5 exclamation marks to express the community's publicity and joy. Fans. Alright, we get it, Gu Yi is your neighborhood publicity officer. It would have been better if the banner hadn't been hung next to the recycling poster. Can't even crop it out of screenshots, for crying out loud. In short, this week Gu Yi again failed to return to the civil service exam lecturer program, and the price of Gu Yi Real Question class has already risen from 45 yuan to 50 yuan. Gu Yi was thinking about the next stage. Only 20 contestants remained on Star Battle. The show's next episode would be a duet stage. The partners for the duet could be freely chosen by the contestants, and could be contestants eliminated from Star Battle or people selected from outside the production team. Gu Yi's familiar contestants were all still in the show, and he was torn over whom to pick. Gu Yi, there's a call for you, your manager is on the line. On the way to the lounge, Gu Yi had already guessed why Xiao Jing had called him. From the contestant's perspective, of course the best choice for the next round's partner was someone they'd already worked with on the Star Battle stage, but talent agencies clearly preferred to pick their own newcomers, so over the course of the day, almost every contestant had received a call from their agency. After Star Wars premiered, Xiao Jing didn't contact Gu Yi at all. It wasn't that Xiao Jing didn't know Gu Yi was very popular on the show. It's just that he was used to treating Gu Yi as being above him. Asking him to bow his head all of a sudden was something he truly couldn't do. But things were different for Zhu Yu. Don't let outsiders reap the benefits. In our company, Zhu Yu's ability is one of the best. With his cooperation, you're guaranteed to pass the next round. Gu Yi smiled slightly. I don't need his cooperation, I can pass on my own. Gu Yi, don't think you're so great just because you have popularity on Star Battle. Once the show ends, won't your resources still depend on the company? Chen Zhongyao used to be much more popular than you, and now he's just at home scratching his feet. Chen Zhongyao was a popular contestant from Vic. When his popularity was at its peak he tried to break his contract with the company. The break didn't happen, and the company stopped feeding him resources, leaving him shelved until now. Xingyao Entertainment's breach of contract fee is around 2 million. For a top star that sum is nothing more than a single endorsement, but for the vast majority of Vic members, earning 2 million is as fanciful as a tale from 1001 Nights. The resources Xingyao Entertainment provides often sit just below that 2 million threshold. At least for now, Vic hasn't produced any massively explosive top-tier star. Popular members all have to rely on the company to keep them fed. Gu Yi didn't speak. Xiao Jing thought he had listened and his voice softened. Promotional opportunities for Star Battle are rare, so of course we need to achieve the best possible effect. I won't do it. Xiao Jing suspected he'd misheard, but then heard a second, clearer, I won't do it. Think it over. This opportunity, Xiao Jing had to fight for Zhu Yu. Qingfeng TV had already given clear news. After this season of Take It Slow, Life finishes, it will pause, and at least for the time being won't start a new season. Xiao Jing had pulled out all the stops to win Zhu Yu that variety show on Qingfeng TV. He wasn't confident he could do it again, so this time Zhu Yu had to go on Star Battle. Then you pray you can stay popular. I can't help you anymore as your agent. It's not easy to have members who are popular. Xiao Jing had originally thought that although Gu Yi wasn't as savvy as Zhu Yu, if this time he could collaborate with Zhu Yu on Star Battle, he wouldn't mind putting Gu Yi second in line for resources under his management. But Gu Yi simply refused to cooperate, so there was no need to give him those resources anymore. Xiao Jing still didn't believe Gu Yi could stay popular long-term. Even if he debuted because of Star Wars, among debut group members, how many can keep their heat consistently? Xingyao Entertainment's contract was by no means friendly. Gu Yi wasn't worried about being a threat to Xiao Jing at all. Vic Group members' resources did indeed depend on the company, but for the vast majority of his idol career, Xingyao Entertainment had given him nothing. At worst he'd live on welfare and do a couple of live streams when he had time. With Gu Yi's experience, even if Xingyao Entertainment were willing to give him resources, it probably wouldn't amount to much. After finishing the call, Gu Yi continued to scribble on the paper. He already had a clear idea of which songs to pick next. He only needed to find the contestant who fit this song best. Gu Yi stared at the tablet without blinking. Gu Yi rewatched the stages from the first few episodes of Star Battle, listed several candidate contestants, and was about to choose when the staff called him again. Gu Yi, it's your phone. He guessed it was Xiao Jing calling. Tell him to wait a moment. On the other end of the line, a voice sounded anxious. Still no answer. What's wrong with the people at Xingyao Entertainment? Today is really strange. The matter began with the video that Broken String posted on Weibo. Broken String was already someone in the music circle. Even after becoming a big influencer, many of his friends were still entertainment industry people. One day, a young director happened to come across the video of Northern Bagpipes while scrolling and, remembering that a friend had been worrying about casting recently, pushed the video over to him. 3 minutes later, the friend's message came through. Who is it? Which companies? The young director actually didn't know Gu Yi either. He sent a message to Broken String, and Broken String immediately forwarded Gu Yi's profile. Xingyao Entertainment. Sun Yuming thought for a long time but still couldn't recall when the entertainment industry had acquired such a company. Opening Xingyao Entertainment's official website, the screen full of signed artists made Sun Yuming pause. He counted carefully, 10 across, 10 down, 2 full pages. Wouldn't that be about 200 people? This Xingyao Entertainment is pretty well funded. Sun Yuming searched for Gu Yi's name, and only found the photo at the last line of the second page. Looking at that official photo posted on the website, he screenshot it and sent it to the young director who had just messaged him. Did you send me a real video? The two of them stared at the photo in disbelief. Did he go to Egypt for a trip? In the end, the young director was quicker. He grabbed footage of Gu Yi's stage and daily life from Jiangshi TV. After watching the footage, Sun Yuming finally felt a bit more at ease. The script, a letter, had been sitting with him for a long time. If it wasn't shot soon, it would almost become his private worry. But the role of Xingyao hadn't been finalized. What he needed was a face that felt fresh, yet scholarly, and exceptionally good-looking. With just these conditions, Sun Yuming had looked through every male celebrity big and small in the entertainment industry. There are still too few suitable candidates. The role of Xingyao could be said to be the pinnacle for a generation of male protagonists in novels. Sun Yuming himself liked this script very much. He had also considered whether to hire a newcomer or an already famous star. After much thought, Sun Yuming felt it was better to first find someone whose looks and temperament matched. Just from the clip his friend had sent, Sun Yuming thought Gu Yi was quite suitable. He first called Xingyao Entertainment using the contact on their official website, but waited a long time without anyone answering. Sun Yuming sent another message to the work email and still couldn't get through. Having no choice, Sun Yuming had to contact the Star Battle production team, and they actually told him to wait. He was somewhat well known in the circle, so he had never experienced this kind of treatment before. But the call was finally answered. Sun Yuming revealed his intentions, and the first thing from the other end of the line was, I've never acted before, I'm afraid I can't accept. Sun Yuming was still thinking Gu Yi had a good voice and that using his real voice would be fine for portraying Xingyao. He didn't react immediately and instinctively said, you probably don't know, I'm Sun Yuming. Being famous is indeed pretty good, everyone likes to be famous. Sun Yuming. Yuming was just so, his older brother was called Yu Kai, and his younger brother was called Yu Qian. Sun Yuming understood that nothing more could be achieved over the phone. He asked for the location of the Star Battle recording and drove there directly. He finally met Gu Yi in person. After introductions from the Star Battle production director and some senior executives from Jiangshi TV, Gu Yi finally understood Sun Yuming's identity. I hope you'll give it some thought. The moment he saw Gu Yi, Sun Yuming felt that in terms of looks, no one could be more suitable than Gu Yi. The stage makeup actually softened the impact of seeing him in person. When he roughly handed the script to Gu Yi and the other lowered his head to read, it was as if Xingyao from the novel had suddenly come to life. Sun Yuming had only handed over the outline and the first half of the material. When he saw Gu Yi's brow suddenly knit as he read, he couldn't help asking, "Is there a problem?" "The protagonist is a chemistry expert." Gu Yi asked. "Yes." "Then there's a problem." Gu Yi picked up a pen and began writing briskly on the paper. "Your chemical formulas are all wrong. The formula for this reaction is like this." Staring at the long string of formulas on the white paper that looked like scribbles, Sun Yuming. "Fine, thank you and you." Chapter 21-021 Redance. After coming out of the building and until he got into the car, Sun Yuming remained in a dazed state. He didn't understand a single sentence of the chemistry theory Gu Yi later explained, he could only scratch his head and echo agreeably. The more profound Gu Yi's theories became, the more Sun Yuming felt that he was the only choice for the male lead Xinyao. But after feeding him a bunch of theories, Gu Yi's reply was still that he couldn't act. The problem was, Gu Yi even asked Sun Yuming whether he had the second half of the script on hand, so he could pick out some issues from it for him. Sun Yuming refused to give it. Gu Yi replied that it was fine, he wouldn't charge. Sun Yuming. As a director with some reputation in the industry, this was the first time Sun Yuming had been questioned about his financial means. He more or less realized that Gu Yi simply didn't know him at all, and was even less aware of the weight of the IP, a letter. Not to exaggerate, after Sun Yuming got this script, his inbox started receiving self-recommendations from male stars every day. Sun Yuming was an old-school director. When casting he didn't look at fame, but cared more about whether the actor fit the role. If an actor doesn't naturally suit a role, that's a big problem. Even if acting skill makes up for it, the gap between the actor and the character is still hard to bridge. Sun Yuming found himself increasingly convinced Gu Yi was a good fit. Gu Yi declined the invitation for now, but he wasn't worried. Films don't start shooting overnight. Sun Yuming had asked favors before. As long as Gu Yi agreed to act, Sun Yuming was willing to negotiate terms. Sun Yuming asked his assistant for a detailed dossier on Xinyao Entertainment. Sun Yuming furrowed his brows as he read. Speaking of profits, Xinyao Entertainment's financial report is actually pretty good, but he signed so many stars at once that there's no way to properly train them all. The concept of training basically doesn't exist. From Sun Yuming's perspective, Xinyao Entertainment might not lack good prospects, but with Xinyao's revenue model, no matter how good a prospect is, they won't make it. After Sun Yuming left, the director of Star War deliberately pulled Gu Yi aside and briefed him on Sun Yuming's illustrious deeds and the significance of the IP, a letter. Don't mention the contestants from Star Battle. Even Chu Chi, who shot to the top overnight because of Idol X, would find it hard to get a script from Sun Yuming. Sun Yuming is famously ruthless in his taste for actors. Not to mention anything else, among the veteran Best Actor and Best Actress winners in the industry, which one hasn't been to Sun Yuming's crew to hone their skills? Gu Yi said helplessly, "Director, I really don't know how to act." The director patted his shoulder. "Who's born knowing how to act? When you first came to our show, didn't you not even know how to dance?" The director of Star Battle wasn't completely without self-interest either. With only 2 episodes left in the program, Jiangshi TV had already begun internal meetings to discuss whether to make a second season. By now the show's production costs had long since been recouped, and if they made another season, finding sponsors certainly wouldn't be as difficult as it was for the first season. But the platform still had reservations. The key now was to see how the contestants in this season would develop. If Gu Yi could take Sun Yuming's script, let alone the lead role, even a supporting character with a name would be enough to raise the prestige of Star Wars by a notch. The director was originally a marginal figure at Jiangshi TV. If he could turn Star Wars into a series, his influence within the platform would naturally grow. The next day when Sun Yuming visited again, Gu Yi was very bewildered. The other party was a well-known director. Generally speaking, with a renowned director's clout in the industry, they wouldn't need to keep chasing after a single actor. But Sun Yuming actually brought the complete script this time. "Gu Yi, please take another look at the script for me." Only now did Gu Yi learn the full scope of one letter. The male lead, Xinyao, was born into wealth. He graduated in chemistry from a prestigious overseas university, studying under a famous chemist. He met and fell in love with Yu Ying. Near graduation, Xinyao received a summons from the state. In that bloody and turbulent era, he had to part from his lover, and the two wrote their longing for each other in letter after letter. When Xinyao returned to the country he encountered many obstructions. After returning, he devoted himself to pharmaceutical research and saved countless common people. His lover Yu Ying later also returned to the country. Amid the hail of bullets, the two were lovers and also comrades who knew each other best. Gu Yi's finger paused on the last page of the script. Xinyao chose to sacrifice himself to win time for Yu Ying and the other researchers. He stared at that page for a long time. Sun Yuming sighed. There are many readers who like the character Xinyao. With Shen Yao's abilities, in that era, if he hadn't chosen to return to the country, he could have had a very good life, but he still chose to come back. Faith is a terrifying yet devout force. I wanted to find a pure actor, someone whose eyes have light. Sun Yuming patted Gu Yi's shoulder. Gu Yi, you are the most suitable candidate. Sun Yuming had also considered that if he couldn't find a suitable candidate, he would pick a backup from the actors recommended by the major companies. But Gu Yi was already standing there, and to Sun Yuming, whether it was that absorption in his research or the youthful air he displayed, no one was more suitable. More than 10 minutes passed, and it wasn't until Sun Yuming's figure disappeared that Gu Yi realized he had just agreed to Sun Yuming. Brainwashing really is a terrifying power. Would you stand by and let such a role be ruined by an unsuitable actor? Marie Curie died from exposure to radioactive substances, Shili and Maupassant died because of fluorine, chemists often die for chemistry, it's a spirit ordinary people cannot understand. Gu Yi therefore understood Sun Yuming's sincerity. This person must have looked up a lot of information before coming to see him this time. Gu Yi didn't like holding people back, whether as an idol or when acting, since Sun Yuming wasn't worried he'd be a liability, he too had nothing to fret about. The only problem is that he's now an idol/community culture promoter/civil service exam lecturer/actor, and if he stays overnight elsewhere in the future, a whole room might really not be able to fit him. Jiang Yu, did you get the news? Wang Qing received an invitation from Wei Kaming. You're much stronger than Wang Qing, you'll definitely get an invitation. Jiang Yu closed WeChat. Since being eliminated in the first round of Star Battle, this was already the second message he'd received today. No one expected Star Battle to explode in popularity. Unfortunately the show only became a hit after the second episode, so contestants like Jiang Yu, who were eliminated early, didn't get any of the spotlight. When Star Battle was recruiting contestants, the company's more popular idols complained that Jiangshi TV's platform was inferior and the show was cheap, so they sent Jiang Yu and Wang Qing instead. As a result, Star Battle blew up. Even though Jiang Yu didn't get any of the windfall, when other idols from the same company mentioned it, their tone was noticeably sour. Jiang Yu was the strongest talent in their company, but his looks were unremarkable and he was the type who wasn't good at dealing with people. After the show, his fanbase hadn't grown by much. This time the top 20 contestants were looking for partners to collaborate with, almost all of them picked idols from the same company, though there were also solo fighters like Wei Kaming, or cases where the company simply didn't have a suitable candidate. But Jiang Yu knew such good opportunities rarely fell to him. He has no overlap with the contestants ranked in the top 20 on the show. He only scrolled Weibo that morning, the number one, Ji Qi, already has over 4 million Weibo followers. For someone like Gu Yi, whose popularity on the show skyrocketed, the follower count has doubled. When he first joined the company, Jiang Yu used to feel resentful, now, he's become indifferent. Why did you miss the live stream the day before yesterday? You're a big star now, acting high and mighty. Jiang Yu no longer wanted to listen to his agents nagging. He had clearly told them that day he had a fever and was in very poor condition. Jiang Yu set his phone to silent and went to the practice room to rehearse for a while. Over the years, whenever he had something bothering him he would go dance, after half an hour of dancing all his troubles would be forgotten. Jiang Yu remembered seeing online a few days ago that an idol was selling grilled skewers. He was already 25, if he couldn't persist on the idol path, he'd go back home and set up a grill stall to sell barbecue, and once he'd saved enough money he'd open a dance studio. After showering and turning his phone back on, Jiang Yu suddenly found dozens of new messages in WeChat and several missed calls on his phone. He was just about to answer when the practice room door was pushed open and the manager appeared, anxious. Why haven't you been answering your calls? The production team of Star Wars called. Gu Yi invited you to be his partner. Jiang Yu was suddenly stunned. He had only accepted the invitation that morning. By the afternoon, the production team of Star Wars had already announced the supporting partners for the top 20 contestants. Jiang Yu watched his Weibo follower count start to rise from that moment. A fan commented under the official Weibo asking who he was. He saw someone correctly name his stage and even recommended him to the people around them. When the show team informed him, Jiang Yu curiously asked why Gu Yi had chosen him as a partner. Gu Yi watched every contestant's stage from the first episode onward. He thought you were the strongest. In that instant, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a sense of relief. No matter what others in the company thought, no matter how the agent viewed him, in that moment it all seemed no longer important. That someone could see his efforts, that was enough. Gu Yi is partnering with Jiang Yu, huh? Jiang Yu's abilities seem pretty strong. Amazing, I remember when watching Star Battle, they didn't seem to interact, did they? If you look closely, Jiang Yu and Gu Yi's personalities are actually quite similar. Gu Yi chose Jiang Yu as his partner because Jiang Yu's overall ability is very strong. The song he picked, Explosion, has a fast tempo, both fiery and explosive. Besides that, Gu Yi didn't think much. But after actually working with Jiang Yu, Gu Yi found that choosing him was absolutely right. Jiang Yu spoke little, he wasn't the type of contestant to promote himself in front of the cameras. After Gu Yi told him the vibe he wanted, Jiang Yu started practicing without a word. Jiang Yu's movements were natural and fluid, his arms very expressive, and his timing hit perfectly. Gu Yi gave him a 180 wholehearted thumbs up in his mind. He also praised himself, he really had an eye for things. Jiang Yu only spoke up when he disagreed with Gu Yi about a performance, the two could argue for half an hour straight over some very simple move. After just over a day of practice together, Gu Yi and Jiang Yu became very in sync. The first thing they did upon entering the studio was practice like mad, as if they had a deep grudge with the floor and were determined to stomp a big hole in it. Ji Qi and Yu Miao would occasionally wander over to watch Gu Yi rehearse, and seeing that the two seemed like training maniacs, they would quietly close the door and slip away. Being noticed by those two, they would definitely stay to rehearse more. Star Battle is now on its 5th episode, but except for the 2nd episode, Devil's Heart, the pieces Gu Yi has performed have all been more lyrical. After so many performances, the audience easily grows tired of the same aesthetic. This time's Explosive had Jiang Yu involved, and Gu Yi felt he couldn't stop practicing every day. His legs ached and burned. By the day before the competition, whenever the accompaniment for Explosive started, his body would begin to dance instinctively. Finally I can rest. Gu Yi collapsed to the ground, not even wanting to move. He really admired Jiang Yu, the other person still had the strength to keep dancing. The night before the show aired, the production staff were also working overtime, preparing the content to be edited the next day and sending it out in the contestants' order of appearance. Gu Yi and Jiang Yu's Explosive were the 5th from last to perform. As the staff were about to edit, his finger moved, and suddenly a Weibo trending topic popped up, Zhu Yu Explosive. It turned out to be Zhu Yu's cover of the dance from Explode. Apparently Qingfeng TV's Take It Slow Life ended its season, and Zhu Yu performed this dance to thank his fans. Under the trending tag, fans kept spamming, so hyped, so explosive, top-tier cover, while the staff of Star Battle felt a strange, indescribable unease. What a coincidence. Chapter 22 157 Performance. Explosive is a dance track released in 2008 by the overseas boy group Lin. Although more than a decade has passed, Explosive is still recognized as one of the group's classic stages. This version of Explosive covered by Zhu Yu is sexy and energetic. While it doesn't reach the level of Lin's original, among the many cover performances in the scene, his rendition ranks near the top. Zhu Yu hadn't returned to Vic Group in a long time, he uploaded a video of himself dancing, and the fans were all pleasantly surprised. Congratulations to Dayu on graduating from Slow Life. Finally seeing Dayu dance again, super awesome. Compared to Gu Yi, I think Dayu is more suited for Star Battle, the crappy company won't give him a chance. Riding the wave of attention from the finale of Slow Life, Zhu Yu's version of Explode was immediately spread everywhere by marketing accounts. And the stage preview that Star Battle released shortly after was naturally noticed. Is Gu Yi performing Crack tonight too? Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Please, Gu Yi, don't make a fool of yourself. Since joining the show, the only noteworthy stage he's had was Devil's Heart, the spotlight's all on Ji Qi of all things to dance. Why does he have to, just like Dayu, perform Crack? Gu Yi and Zhu Yu's relationship is complicated, and many fans know this. As Gu Yi's popularity steadily grew on Star Wars, in the eyes of many Zhu Yu fans, he had already become Zhu Yu's #1 rival in Vic Group. The matter of Gu Yi inviting Jiang Yu to be his partner was of course dug up. Honestly speechless. He ignores a partner from the same company and goes for some nobody named Jiang Yu. Absolutely not. Big Fish is beautiful on its own. Besides, if Big Fish actually goes on Star Wars, wouldn't it just make someone else look bad? Qingpi complained to her friends in disbelief, does Gu Xiaogu die if we don't step on him? What do you mean by obvious contrast? 172 centimeters height and an ordinary guy's face, who is he trying to crush? Every time he borrows money to declare himself the clear winner over Gu Yi, does Gu Yi even care? With only 2 episodes left of Star Battle, Qingpi only wanted to properly cherish Gu Yi's upcoming stages. She felt Zhu Yu was like an unshakable ghost, popping up from time to cling to Gu Yi. After finishing the final rehearsal, Gu Yi and Jiang Yu each tore open an ice cream and flopped in the lounge, waiting for the afternoon livestream to start. At first Gu Yi felt a little uneasy about choosing the song, Explosive, but after partnering with Jiang Yu, he felt nothing but calm. Gu Yi. Gu Yi bit into his ice cream and turned his head to look at him. Thank you for inviting me. Gu Yi didn't speak. Jiang Yu only heard the crinkling of the ice cream wrapper, and the next moment he saw a hand reach out in front of him. What are you being polite for? Jiang Yu also smiled and returned the handshake. Since the Star Battle production team began releasing the contestants' rankings, aside from the first episode, Gu Yi's popularity has consistently remained within debut positions. After Jiang Yu was eliminated, he heard many contestants complain, saying Gu Yi was weak, that he gained fans on looks alone, their words dripping with envy. Jiang Yu thought those people simply hadn't seen what Gu Yi looked like during practice. Are there any ice creams left? Ji Qi walked in, and Gu Yi pointed at the fridge. There are a few left. I'll have one too. Yishua and Yumiao sat down beside Gu Yi and slowly finished an ice cream. This time, although they weren't in the same group, the few of them often ended up together during practice. Gu Yi, here. Yishua and Yumiao handed Gu Yi a scrap of paper. What is it? Gu Yi looked up. Give us both your phone number and WeChat ID, and we'll give you ours. It's not like we won't keep in touch, no need to make such a big deal out of it. Yishua showed a look of disdain. If I tell you, I'll tell you, stop with the extra words. Gu Yi, I know, you just like me way too much. Gu Yi knew why the two of them had come. In the previous episode, Yumiao ranked 17th in popularity and Yishua was 14th, unless something unexpected happened, both would be leaving Star Battle this round. Gu Yi wrote down his contact information. Can we talk about it tonight? Too busy tonight, no time to bother with you. Yishua took the slip of paper and gave Gu Yi's shoulder a friendly punch with his fist. Good luck in the competition. Gu Yi returned the punch in kind. You too, good luck. Orange Peel had to use every ounce of strength to snatch a ticket to this episode of Star War. Getting tickets for the 20-10 round was much harder than for the 30-20 round. The Orange Peel ticket wasn't even grabbed, a girl on the homepage couldn't make it and specially transferred the ticket to her. Orange Peel had been a longtime fan of Gu Yi. The girl didn't ask for extra money and even gave her a light board, a support stick, and a canvas bag, which moved Orange Peel to tears. She was an older fan among Gu Yi's followers and had only ever followed his stage performances, but after meeting his new, younger fans, these girls would enjoy Gu Yi's performances while sharing their quiz-taking tips for Xiao Mao, which broadened Orange Peel's knowledge a lot. Although, she still didn't like the Xiao Mao quizzes. This time, after Orange Peel sat down, she found that the girl she had seen last time was actually sitting next to her. But this time the other girl hadn't come alone, she seemed to have several companions. The girl and her companions took selfies in the inner area, then looked down and started furiously sending messages in their group chat. Everyone in the civil service exam group chat. It was naive of me, I thought the number of traitors would grow in an arithmetic progression, but it turned out to be a geometric progression. I've lost my problem-solving partner again, how sad. The stage for the top 20-top 10 was somewhat larger than the previous one. As fans gradually filled the seats, the venue slowly fell quiet. Orange Peel had expected the live stream to start as usual, but suddenly the big screen went dark. Their familiar faces suddenly appeared on the screen. Star Battle rarely indulged in sentimentality, each episode was filled with competitions and practice footage, and the contestant stories were things fans privately dug up. But at this moment, the giant screen captured the contestants' growth on Star Battle. Practicing in the rehearsal room until late every night, all for the chance to appear on stage for 1 second. When he first arrived he could only perform clumsy steps and sing clumsy songs, but now, whenever he appears on camera, he is radiant. In the little over a minute that told Gu Yi's story, Qingfeng saw the smile on the face of her favorite idol grow brighter and brighter, something she could hardly ever see back when he was in Vic. Many people don't understand why Qingfeng fell for the idol. This moment is the answer, she can witness, bit by bit, that person rising from the lows to the peak, continuously growing until he stands center stage. Although it was the penultimate round, in this one fully half of the contestants would be eliminated. To have made it this far, even if their rankings weren't high, the contestants' abilities were beyond doubt. Yu Miao was the fourth to take the stage, his dancing was strong, but for this round he chose a love song. Might as well give it a try, right? Otherwise it'd be a total waste to have come. When practicing this song, Yu Miao kept asking Gu Yi about techniques for singing love songs. Gu Yi remembered that a few days ago he had been frowning and wailing that he definitely couldn't complete the task, but at this moment, even just listening from backstage, Gu Yi could feel that the other person had put his best state into this song. Ishoa was the same. What an amazing, amazing stage, I'll cry if anyone gets eliminated. Gu Yi waited silently to go on stage. He was no longer nervous, his teammates were all working hard, and he shouldn't let this stage down. Gu Yi, Jiangyu, it's your turn to perform, the staff reminded. Go for it, Gu Yi. Gu Yi turned his head and saw Yu Miao and the others shouting and cheering him on. He took a deep breath and, together with Jiangyu, slowly stepped onto the center of the stage. A burst of fast-paced drum beats sounded, and the music suddenly exploded throughout the stage and beyond. My heart and blood vessels are exploding. I slung my guitar over my shoulder and stepped onto the battlefield. From their very first appearance, the fans' screams were enough to shatter the roof. Ah, Gu Yi. Gu Yi and Jiangyu actually performed a bit of popping live. Their feet landed on the beats with pinpoint accuracy, the tensing and relaxing of their muscles seemed linked to one another. Their bodies moved like waves, without a single superfluous motion, releasing a sense of power and rhythm in time with the music. The two of them danced with complete immersion. When there are only two people in the center of the stage, even the smallest error can be captured by the camera. Jiangyu and Gu Yiming are clearly contestants of different styles, but on the stage of Explosion, they seemed like replicas of each other and also complements. Every move was explosively passionate. Their hearts seemed to split open, in that instant, they were the sole focus. Such incredible skill. Since when did Gu Yi become this good at dancing? Why didn't I notice Jiangyu before? The intense movements made sweat bead on both their foreheads. They hadn't deliberately performed the dance from a sexy angle, but as every move on stage seized the fans' hearts, sensuality unconsciously began to reveal itself. Gu Yi. Jiangyu. For Gu Yi's fans, this performance of Explosion was an unexpected delight. On the stage of Star Wars, Gu Yi had always been considered a contestant whose abilities were not outstanding, even though the performances of Devil's Heart and Northern Bagpipes had already been dazzling. But when Explosion came out, the fans finally realized what Gu Yi looked like when he was completely unleashed on stage. Orange Peel couldn't take her eyes off Gu Yi, no matter how the music roared or how intense the audience's cheers were. In her view there was always only one point of light on the stage. It wasn't even necessary for the Star Battle production team to clip that performance. Netizens voluntarily posted both Zhu Yu and Gu Yi's stages of Explosion side by side for comparison. What does it mean to be obvious at a glance? What does double kill mean? So this is why Gu Yi invited Jiangyu, who wants to watch a limp, mushy dance. The press releases dragging Gu Yi down have already been sent dozens of times. Even though Star Battle hasn't aired yet, I won't say who's being slapped in the face. The contrast is really obvious. Where did all the casual viewers who were saying, I'm a bystander and I think Zhu Yu is stronger, yesterday run off to? I've watched every episode of Star Battle. Really, Gu Yi's performances have never been bad. Until the moment Gu Yi stepped onto the stage, there were still promotional accounts praising Zhu Yu's performance, but after Gu Yi and Jiangyu's Explode was released, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. Those voices abruptly stopped. Chapter 23:023 Ranking. Teacher Gu is a god. We can go meet them in person at the Star Battle Live event. Damn, Teacher Gu is going to stay again. Heh, I own all 3 editions of Teacher Gu's real exam questions. I'm the true fan, you are all fake fans. Watching Battle of the Stars gradually conquer territory and become mainstream among Gu Yi's fanbase, the examinees silently sent private messages to the platform. Who was the first person to discover Teacher Gu? We can't stand it anymore. Live streaming platform. They were too embarrassed to say it themselves. They had already partnered with Jiangshi TV, and the next episode of Star Battle would feature a large advertisement bought by their platform. The platform was also shocked. Gu Yi had originally only been standing out in the educational live streaming niche, but ever since he went on Star Battle, the replays of his past streams climbed steadily, and his attention surpassed that of the top educational streamers. It made the streaming platform eager and scheming, wanting to launch a Training 101 and instructor dancing program. The boss really did have that plan, but he was held down tightly by the staff. Instructor dancing, watching what? Watching the streamers gradually thinning hair. I know you're anxious, but don't get ahead of yourself. Backstage of Star Battle. Fuck, Gu Yi is really amazing. Ishoa said, face full of shock. Is this guy someone who gets stronger when facing stronger opponents? I suspect so. Ishoa sighed, if he doesn't become popular, I'll really feel sorry for him. Too fast. If they hadn't formed Devil's Heart with Gu Yi, they would have had a hard time imagining someone could improve so quickly. When Gui returned to the backstage area, Ishoa and Yumyao flanked him on either side and held him. Tell the truth, how did you train? Gui blinked, handsome and hardworking. Go away. Handsome guys are really annoying. After spending a lot of time with Gui, they often didn't realize that he was actually a very handsome guy. Anyone who can take the idol path has some confidence in their looks, but even among handsome guys there are still differences between them. They were often in a state of, usually joking and laughing with Gui, but the moment the other got on stage, they'd exclaim, holy shit, who is this, so handsome? Round and round. Ji Chi and Gui bumped fists, an amazing stage. You too. Gui was very confident in Ji Chi's performance. From the episode when the show first aired, he had been the steadiest among all the contestants, and popular too. Ji Chi's center position had always been secure. This round was naturally no exception. After all the contestants finished performing, the rankings for this episode were about to be announced. Gui noticed that although the contestants all tried to appear relaxed, their nervousness was still betrayed by little nervous habits. Who do you think Gui will rank this time? The girl beside her asked Qingfeng. Hope he's still in the top 5. Qingfeng smiled. When I first watched Star Battle, I never thought Gui could get this far. The host began announcing from the contestant ranked 20th. Gui looked up and saw Ishoa in front of him pressing his lips tightly. He reached out and gently patted the back of his hand. 15th place, Lieni Media, Yu Miao. 11th place, Ishuan Entertainment, Ishoa. Before leaving their seats to go on stage, Yu Miao and Ishoa both stood up and turned to give Gui a fierce hug. Keep working hard. Keep going, Gui. 9th place, Baiqian Entertainment, Liang Mu. Liang Mu was 4th in popularity last round, this round he fell to 9th. 7th place, Zhongxing Entertainment, Wu Jie. As the host announced the contestants' rankings one by one, the audience fell into complete silence, and in that atmosphere, Qingfeng couldn't help but grow nervous. She silently repeated to herself that at least Gui was still in the top 6, his position was secure. 5th place, Yuanzihuyu, Lei Yuxiang. Gui isn't 5th. It's still not 5th. The ranking rose again. In front of the cameras, Gui's emotions remained calm, it was the fans who were pacing nervously. On the show, Star Battle, Gui rarely shouted rousing slogans or proclaimed he absolutely had to debut, he simply treated every performance seriously. Everything he wanted to say was already in the performance. Rank 4, Mia Culture, Gua Yi. Top 3. Many contestants also looked toward Gui at that moment. 3rd place, Baiqian Entertainment, Xia Xingjia. My ship has come true. We've taken the top 2. Who's screaming? Gui and Ji Chi exchanged a glance, bumped fists across their seats. Rank 2, Xingyao Entertainment, Gui. Qingfeng jumped up from her seat, her heart pounding non-stop. In that moment, Gui had reached the summit in her mind. That night Gui saw off Ishoa and Yu Miao. Normally Ishoa's temperament was gentle and Yu Miao's was tougher, but when it came time to part, it was Yu Miao who cried with teary eyes and even used Gui's sleeve as a handkerchief. I'll come to watch the finals. Both of you remember to do your best. The dormitory was half empty again, but the remaining contestants had no time to dwell on it because the finals made things even busier. During the week of the finals, the contestants had a solo stage, a collaborative stage, plus sponsor commercials and magazine covers to shoot, so practice time was cut in half. Gui was so exhausted he was almost collapsing, but a staff member still called him over and said a partner had specifically requested him to shoot a commercial. It was said that this sponsor was very generous with money. Gui went, and then filmed the easiest commercial in history. He just did his usual live streaming exactly as he normally did. Gui. Can't he shoot a trendier commercial? The platform wanted Gui to do a live stream, but with the finals approaching, Gui thought it over and refused. During a break in this week's rehearsals, Gui called Aunt Wang. He had quite a few family tickets for the finals, but Gui didn't really have relatives or friends in S-City. The people he knew best were the uncles and aunties from the square dancing team, so he planned to give the tickets to them. All right. Aunt Wang agreed at once. We'll all cheer you on then. Gui reminded, Auntie, just keep it simple. I know. Gui hadn't had time to ask Aunt Wang what she had understood when he heard her calling her daughter on the other end of the line, quick, come with me to buy clothes. Gui. It really wasn't necessary. He suddenly regretted it. In fact, ever since Gui went to Star Battle, Heqing community also became one of the communities most watched by young people in S-City, the number of volunteer sign-ups in the community repeatedly hit new highs, overwhelmingly outnumbering other communities in the district. Singing competitions, massed manpower tactics. Sports meets, massed manpower tactics. Huqing community's various behaviors have already drawn strong criticism from other communities in the district. When they began giving back to other communities in the district, it stirred up dissatisfaction in other communities across the city. The community auntie's only confusion was why the young people, once they arrived, had to take over the announcement screens and, when they weren't watching, delete the flower patterns and thumbs-up designs they had painstakingly laid out. How hard is it to arrange those designs into squares? They had spent ages tinkering on the computer to get them just right. The aunties had already mastered the latest technique, they could arrange thumbprint icons into a heart on the computer to use during Guyi's final. In short, Auntie Wang was very pleased with the lively scene. She had already called everyone together in the community-like family group. Xiao Gu works so hard, our circle of relatives and friends absolutely cannot let him lose face. Xingyao Entertainment Company. The executive stared at the email in a daze. When did this happen? Xiao Jing never mentioned a word. Since Xingyao Entertainment was founded, it had never had any contact with an industry heavyweight like Sun Yuming. Sun Yuming is a good director, and he owns a company and has theater chain shares. If he speaks up, he could easily blackball all the contracted stars at Xingyao Entertainment. The executive frowned. Gui finally got noticed on Star Wars, and Sun Yuming has to come and butt in. According to the email, Sun Yuming intended to sign Gui to film and TV contracts and also wanted a portion of the management contract transferred to him. At the end of the email, Sun Yuming even politely negotiated with Xingyao Entertainment, saying that if Xingyao didn't agree, he could pay Guyi's breach of contract fee. Previously Chen Zhongyao demanded to terminate his contract and nearly succeeded, but his new company refused to pay the breach fee, so Chen Zhongyao couldn't leave. Although Xingyao Entertainment's clauses and provisions are strict, when faced with a big shot like Sun Yuming, there is nothing they can do. With Sun Yuming saying that, could Xingyao Entertainment refuse? If he dares to refuse today, tomorrow the stars of Xingyao Entertainment could disappear from showbiz, the investors who planned to fund them would surely pull out immediately. Boss, at the very least he could take a partial management contract, the assistant said in a low voice. If Sun Yuming really paid the breach penalty, they wouldn't get a single penny of advantage. Right now he's still willing to give them face and let them share a few spoonfuls of broth. Call Xiao Jing over. Xiao Jing happened to be at the company just then. After receiving the call, he also brought Zhu Yu along. After being invited to Qingming TV's variety show, Slow Life, Zhu had already started to feel somewhat superior to the other members. Although fans were happy he was back doing group promotions, Zhu Yu himself was very reluctant. Even among Team A contestants there were differences in popularity. Within Team A, Zhu Yu was absolutely at the top level. Xiao Jing thought of taking Zhu Yu to meet the higher-ups to show his face, and to help him get more resources in the future. How's Gui been lately? No sooner had the executive asked than Xiao Jing started complaining, he's gotten way too cocky. Boss, you wouldn't believe it, just last episode he refused to pick our company's people as partners. He's got wings that aren't even strong yet, and he already thinks he's a big star. If this keeps up, how can the company control him? Before long he might end up like Chen Zhongyao. He really has gotten arrogant, the executive agreed. Xiao Jing brightened at the words and was about to say more in his defense, when he heard a senior say, they floated to another company. Xiao Jing was stunned. What do you mean? Gui has taken part in so many episodes of Star Battle, you haven't paid any attention, have you? You didn't submit a single piece of promotional material. Even if you didn't know how, saying a word to the publicity team wouldn't have been impossible. I don't hold it against you that your partner filmed the video early and stepped on their toes. But there's one thing you need to understand. The senior executive looked at Xiao Jing coldly. Gui is no longer an artist under your management, he's company property, a revenue source. What I can't stand most is someone deliberately blocking my money. Chapter 24:024 Casting Publicly. The company executives were furious now. He had no idea when Gui had gotten involved with Sun Yuming. Sun Yuming being willing to negotiate a collaboration with Xingyao Entertainment for Gui, what does that mean? It means Gui absolutely has the potential to become popular. In the entertainment industry, any star favored by Sun Yuming is invariably the top male or female lead at their respective companies. Sun Yuming moved incredibly fast. Even if he only hinted a little to Xingyao Entertainment, the executives would be willing to spend big to provide resources for Gui. The executives glanced at Zhu Yu standing behind Xiao Jing. Zhu Yu was indeed a popular contestant in the Vic group, but to the higher-ups, his cost-effectiveness wasn't particularly high. Although he had benefited from Qingning TV's variety show resources, he neither converted that into film and TV projects nor increased commercial partnerships. The company had invested a lot of capital in him over the years, but judging by the results, his popularity still lagged behind Gu Yi, who went on Star Battle. Being famous is partly a matter of luck. Despite all the resources poured into Zhu Yu, nothing came of it, but what about Gu Yi? The show, Star Wars, was approached by the production team. Before airing it was barely alive, but after only 2 episodes it unexpectedly became popular, and Gu Yi gained Sun Yoming's favor because of it. The higher-ups pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Jing, from now on you'll be exclusively responsible for Zhu Yu. Gu Yi's company will assign someone else to manage him." As for Zhu Yu, Xingyao Entertainment wouldn't shelve him because of this. After all, his popularity can still generate value for the company, but resources from major platforms like Qingning TV would no longer be handed to him. After all, the Vic Group has around 200 members, who wouldn't they promote? The higher-ups gave a severe dressing down in person. Xiao Jing kept his head down, didn't dare say a word, and of course didn't speak up to secure resources for Zhu Yu. On the way back, Zhu Yu couldn't help asking, "Xiao, which company do you think Gu Yi signed with?" From what he heard from the higher-ups, it seemed Gu Yi had been taken on by another company, but the executives also said they'd find someone else to manage Gu Yi. Could he be shelved like Chen Zhongyao? Zhu Yu couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. When Chen Zhongyao caused a fuss about terminating his contract, the company immediately replaced his manager. Gu Yi had considerable popularity from Star Wars. In a moment of heat, he really might have tried to break his contract. But Gu Yi's situation was different from Chen Zhongyao's. Chen had been heavily promoted by Xingyao Entertainment, and the executives' anger had that layer to it. The company may have treated others harshly, but they had never treated him, Chen Zhongyao, harshly. This time the executives went to find Xiao Jing, probably because Xiao Jing had shown no interest in Gu Yi at all. The boss didn't say. Xiao Jing said, "Unless the company agrees, Gu Yi won't be able to terminate the contract that easily." Zhu Yu guessed it was like that. Xingyao Entertainment has been operating for several years now, and very few artists have successfully terminated their contracts. The pay in the company's management department is considered lower middle in the industry, but the legal department's salaries are far ahead. The boss has even gone mad enough to hire several legal advisors, spending capability at the top of the industry. If Gu Yi could really sign with another company, Zhu Yu would naturally be envious, but as long as Gu Yi stayed at Xingyao Entertainment, even if he was placed under another agent, his ceiling would be fixed. It wouldn't be that high. Thinking this, Zhu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of balance. So what if Gu Yi gained popularity from Star Battle? If the resources didn't follow, wouldn't he just fade away bit by bit afterward? The two reached the elevator. When the doors opened, they revealed a face that made Xiao Jing frown the moment he saw it. Lu Wei, one of the Vic Group's managers and also Xiao Jing's rival. Under her were A-Team's Tong Shu. The reason Zhu Yu could stand out in Vic was thanks in part to the CP remainder with Tong Shu. If Zhu Yu hadn't risen, Xiao Jing would have had a hard time reaching parity with Lu Wei. "Xiao Ji, what a rare sight, haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet." Lu Wei, wearing a pair of wine-red high heels, was slightly taller than Xiao Jing when she spoke to him. Xiao Jing felt a jinx at those words. When the higher-ups cursed, they didn't hold back for anyone. When the door opened, the whole building could hear it. "What's there to congratulate?" Xiao Jing snapped. "Xiao Ji, you're being too modest. Gu Yi got such a good script, he's about to blow up. Who in the company isn't envious of you, Xiao Ji?" "Script?" Seeing that Xiao Jing's expression wasn't fake, Lu Wei looked surprised. "You didn't know?" She opened her phone. The news just came out. Xiao Jing didn't clearly see the rest of the screen, but one line was crystal clear to him. "The casting for A Letter has been decided. Shen Yao will be played by Gu Yi, Yu Ying will be played by Qi Miao." Xiao Jing's head immediately buzzed. He could no longer hear what Lu Wei was saying. The IP, A Letter, could be called the pinnacle of web novel adaptations, and the male lead Shen Yao was the ultimate archetype of male protagonists in online novels. Right now was the heyday of web novel adaptations. Since web novels already had a reader base, they inherently brought along part of the audience. Last year a costume drama called The Moles Between the Brows aired. The male lead Lin Zheng had originally been quite popular, but the show was horribly altered and they even picked an ugly man to play the lead. Lin Zheng, once a top period drama heartthrob, saw his popularity plummet to rock bottom as soon as the series aired. Having learned from that lesson, the fans of A Single Letter absolutely refused to let this novel be butchered. Fortunately, the IP was bought back by Sun Yuming. Although the casting choices remained undecided for a long time, the fans felt reassured. No matter what, with Sun Yuming's standards and integrity, he would never ruin A Single Letter. Gu Yi actually got offered a single letter. Xiao Jing thought it might be a namesake, but then he figured that if it were such a coincidence, Lu Wei wouldn't have come to congratulate him. But Gu Yi was no longer under his command. When the boss had just told him the news, Xiao Jing felt nothing. He planned to dutifully go take charge of Zhu Yu. But that's a letter. The director is still Sun Yuming. One could say, unsurprisingly, Gu Yi's future will be bright. If I were still his manager, the commission I earned each year would be enough for him to live on. He'd never have to grovel like a grandson in front of elders again just to get a bit more resources for his artists. Xiao Jing felt his heart bleeding. His consciousness had only just cleared when he suddenly heard Lu Wei beside him answer the phone. "President Gao, what did you say? Gu Yi is bringing him to me." Lu Wei's voice shot up 8 registers, and the clicking of her high heels sounded as if it were stomping directly on Xiao Jing's forehead, making him dizzy. A letter, cast announcement, Sun Yoming's next major work about to start filming. Sun Yoming's new film casting questioned. Shenyao falls for Gu Yi, is the era of idols as leads arriving? The male and female leads of A Letter were announced and immediately sparked heated discussion. As for the female lead Qi Miao, she's a Yinxing Award Best Newcomer and was well known as a child actor, but the male lead Gu Yi comes from an idol background and has virtually no acting experience. Nowadays in the entertainment industry, idols all love to cluster and act in dramas, but when it comes to looks, the slightly less attractive ones can at best be praised with still more suited to stage makeup, while the worst ones are directly described as a rugged bitter gourd. Even the easiest to shoot idol dramas need looks to hold them up. As for slice-of-life dramas and serious dramas, idols acting in them are even more likely to reveal their true colors. The ones who objected most to the casting were undoubtedly Shinyao's fans. Previously, A Letter had gone through a circle of male stars, and the fans were all dissatisfied, feeling Shinyao deserved a better actor. Gu Yi who? What gives him the right to play my Shinyao? At first, when they said Xian Rukin would play it, I even thought he wasn't suitable. Now I think, at least Xian Rukin has the acting skills. Has Sun Yuming gone blind with age? Fans of A Letter complained while searching for photos of Gu Yi. Gu Yi's recent photos are mostly stage makeup from Star Wars. The signature looks from the 2 performances, Blast and Devil's Heart, are anything but subtle. When those photos came out, fans on one hand felt his appearance was truly a cut above, and on the other hand thought stage makeup shouldn't count. That so-and-so was once the godlike face of Idol X, but on camera, his face looked as square as if it had just been chiseled out. As they flipped through, the fans suddenly froze. In the practice footage for Star Wars, Gu Yi was completely without makeup. He had many shots of him looking down in thought, and movements of him writing and doodling on paper. If you turned the volume to the lowest, the noise in the frame could no longer be heard. The only thing that could still hold her was that striking profile. The way he wrote quietly was as if the Shinyao she had imagined had come back to life in reality. She had imagined many times what Shinyao should be like, bookish, eyes like a scattering of stars, calm, resolute. At this moment, these words all seemed to find their proper places on Gu Yi. The actors rumored to be considered for the role of Shinyao, no matter who they were, she seemed able to find something about them that didn't suit Shinyao. But when it came to Gu Yi, there didn't seem to be a hint of discord. The long string of comments saying, "No ugly men," vanished. If one were to describe this face as ugly, there would be very few normally good-looking stars left in the entire entertainment industry. The book's fans began to worry about Gu Yi's acting. Actually, Sun Yuming likes to cast complete newcomers, the less acting experience, the better. +1, I remember too. If it's about looks, I have no objections. On the contrary, I think Sun Yuming has really sharp taste. This is exactly how I imagined Shinyao would look. Let's wait until after the release to talk about it. The public casting for A Letter gave Gu Yi another wave of popularity, and more fans began following the finals of Star Battle because of it. Fans had always thought the popularity landscape of Star Battle was steady. Ji Qi was the center position, C, every episode, and no other contestant could challenge his C spot, until the popularity rankings were announced in the previous episode. But in that last episode, Gu Yi ranked second. From 5th in the issue before last to 2nd in the previous issue, it wasn't just a jump of 3 places. The higher the ranking, the greater the gap in popularity between contestants. At that time, A Letter announced its casting. Gu Yi was already second, just 1 step away from the most popular spot. By then, Ji Qi's C position had become unsteady. The 2 fanbases were already prepared to fight tooth and nail for their own idols, but from the behind-the-scenes footage released by the Star Wars production team, these 2 are inseparable. Ji Qi is C. After the previous episode ended, he was entitled to take one teammate out for hot pot. He didn't invite Xie Xingjia or Liang Mu from the same company, only Gu Yi. They practice together every day, and even when shooting magazines they eat popsicles together. Still eating those old 1 yuan popsicles, not a hint of handsome guy aura. Quick, get a little sense of crisis. Chapter 25:025 The last time. Gu Yi and Ji Qi really were both very casual. For the two of them, rankings weren't that important. After all, popularity is decided by fans, and they couldn't interfere. To them, it was more meaningful to finish the final performance without regrets. This final was a solo show, but because it was filled with media interviews, debut ceremonies, and various events, there was actually very little time left for the contestants personally. But Gu Yi and Ji Qi still spent most of their time practicing. Ji Qi chose a dance song he was good at. Gu Yi picked a song called Xia, the Hero, a wuxia, martial arts, song. Wuxia songs rose in the 1970s and 80s, flourishing with wuxia dramas and waning as those dramas declined. To this day, the singers who can still convey the chivalrous spirit of those shows are the ones from that era. Wuxia songs are mostly bold and world-weary, full of Jianghu loyalty and long-lasting romantic feelings. Each line expresses the dreams of the Jianghu. Technically, Xia isn't very difficult. The challenge is to perform the song with that unrestrained, carefree flavor. Singing it requires strong breath support. It must not be dragged out, lingering, or overly sentimental. Gu Yi practiced with his mentor Han Xiao for a long time. Han Xiao himself wasn't good at performing wuxia songs. He had found videos of early singers performing the song Xia for Gu Yi, and the two of them studied them together, exploring techniques. Ah. Stop. Han Xiao stopped Gu Yi. Don't use too much force, that wouldn't be graceful. Gu Yi had also watched several singers known for vocal skill and technique perform the song Xia. Their renditions couldn't be called bad, but Gu Yi just felt something was off. The technique was sufficient, yet the original flavor of Xia was lost. I'll try again. Han Xiao watched Gu Yi practice from morning into afternoon, not only singing, but listening, honing details over and over until the song gradually took on the feeling he wanted. Han Xiao was so free because the vast majority of contestants were devoting their energy to the collaboration song. Or rather, with only the final competition left, the contestants had spent the week frantically building up their own popularity. Contestants like Gu Yi and Ji Qi were actually quite rare. In previous talent shows, whether it was the once wildly popular Idol X or the newcomer launching hot-blooded newcomers, there was always a sense of a strong start but weak finish. The programs produced breakout stages, but contestants' performances on the final night often left much to be desired. To insiders like Han Xiao, the debut night is a mirror. The glitter is temporary. Sooner or later they must face a harsher entertainment world. Every opportunity must be seized, even the smallest stage. If they can go through the debut night perfunctorily, then any future stage can be treated the same way. For contestants on Battle of the Stars, whether they debut or not, this should be the most crucial stage. This stage ended terribly. The dreams and futures they told the fans about also seemed like empty words. Han Xiao had believed in Gu Yi from the very first episode of the Endless City stage. Whether a stage is performed sincerely, the audience knows well, and the contestants on stage actually know it too. On the day of the finals of Star Wars, the live stream had only just begun, yet the view count had already reached the highest point in Jiangshi TV's history. When the contestants appeared on camera wearing the same uniforms, the decibels of the fans shouting were enough to burst eardrums. Gu Yi. Gu Yi. Ji Qi Aaa. Liang Mu, debut me Aaa. Qingfeng had never seen so many fans holding Gu Yi lightboards. The venue was huge, and the different colored lightboards divided the arena into sections. Qingfeng usually interacted mostly with like-minded people on her homepage. Only at this moment did she realize that Gu Yi actually already had so many fans. That week, to support Gu Yi, Qingfeng recounted her fandom history on the forum she frequents, starting from when she had a few thousand fans, to a time when she was the only diehard in the live stream room, and now, Qingfeng filmed what she saw and heard inside the venue. Magnificent, staging a comeback against the odds. This is Gu Yi. The contestants performed in order according to their rankings. Gu Yi went on stage second to last, and Ji Qi was the final performer. By the time the competition had reached this point, everyone knew in their hearts that no matter how others' popularity fluctuated, Gu Yi and Ji Qi were undoubtedly the steadiest. Both had already secured debut spots in advance. Even if he only looked at the audience seats, the red C and the blue C were the most dazzling. When Xie Xingjia, who had placed third in the last episode, went on stage, Gu Yi steadied his emotions. After the host announced his name, he climbed the steps onto the stage step by step. There was only a faint, subtle light backstage. he couldn't see what was happening in front of the stage, nor could he see the scene in the audience seats. But the instant the curtain rose, it was as if night had suddenly turned to day. The texture of the ground was no different, only the light had changed. Yet when Gui lifted his head and looked ahead, he felt as if he'd been immersed in a blue ocean. All he could hear was the sound of people loudly calling his name. The soundtrack from Xia started playing. It's a Xia. Feels like a style rarely tried on talent show stages. Although I think Gui's debut is pretty secure, choosing this song still makes people nervous. In the residential compound, Auntie Wang and the others exclaimed in surprise, Xiaogu chose this song. When Auntie Wang was young, it was precisely the heyday of martial arts dramas. They were very familiar with the song Xia. There had been 8 contestants perform before Gui today, some singing, some dancing, but not a single performance that the aunties could understand. The sword howls like the wind, piercing the slanting sun and the waning moon. Sounds good. Gui's timbre naturally differed from the original singer Fang Yin's, but he only performed a few lines and yet the chivalrous aura surged forth. The sharpness of the sword, the grandeur of the blade, the fearless heroism of the Jianghu folk. Unlike the winding, melodious, northern bagpipes, the song, Hero, is carefree and edged with sharpness. Blade flashes and sword shadows, pleasures and grievances settled quickly, iron-blooded loyalty. The song condenses the true essence of the single character, Hero. Even fans who followed Star Battle since the first episode could feel Gui's progress, because fans were stunned when a letter made it to the finals. Holy shit! Such strong talent. By looks alone, Gui would be just a pretty face among the contestants. But after he opened his mouth and sang Hero, the whole idea of him being just a pretty face could be completely discarded. Liang Mu and Xie Xingjia from Baiqian Entertainment were already very strong, but Gui felt different on stage. To be more specific, he was like a source of light. No elaborate or ornate stage was needed, no extra decorations, he could shine by himself. Gui. So handsome Every performance is explosively amazing. Aunt Wang and the others' phones kept buzzing without stop. After word got out that Aunt Wang had tickets, relatives and friends from the neighborhood came knocking one after another, hoping to get a ticket for their own child. Aunt Wang thought the tickets were given by Gui, and no matter what she had to go cheer on little Gu. She didn't think about anything else. It turned out her daughter checked online and said that tickets for the finals could be resold for several thousand, and their VIP area tickets had even been speculated up to 5 figures. Aunt Wang finally understood how popular Gui was now. But when she usually contacted Gui, she only talked about everyday family matters, what the dance team had been performing lately, what was happening in the neighborhood, and Gui would listen happily, without the slightest impatience. Before, Aunt Wang had only thought fans were crazy, doing things like surrounding airports or following cars. That's how the news always described them. But right now, listening to so many people in the venue cheering for Gui, she felt very happy for him. Aunt Wang kept posting in the group chat, I've looked at so many kids, and little Gu is still the best looking. Heh. Isn't that obvious? Little Gu is the pride of our community. Heh. Only Uncle Zhang was sullen. He didn't get any tickets this time, am I not qualified to cheer for Xiao Gu? He believed that, in the dance troupe, his relationship with Gui ranked in the top 5, but Auntie Wang and the others didn't bring him when they distributed tickets, saying they, a group of women, needed to wear matching outfits to look imposing, and Uncle Zhang would look out of place. That night, Aunt Wang posted a message in the group chat, and he replied with a single, to express his frustration. When Gui was performing, he also saw Aunt Wang and the others, perhaps because his gaze lingered too long, the camera paused on the VIP section for a moment. Ah! So many photos of Gui. They're all candid shots. Even candid shots are that handsome. I recognize them, the aunties who dance square dances with Gui. The aunties weren't dressed garishly, but every outfit was carefully chosen. They had prepared flashy photos though, the frames were thoughtfully designed. They huddled together and deliberated for a long time before picking the shots they were happiest with. There was only one goal, to show the world the most handsome Xiao Gu. Even Ji Qi, after his performance, gave Gui a thumbs up, the photos look great. There were 2 collaborative stages in total, both fast-paced dance songs. Gui and Ji Qi were paired together again this time. Their coordination was so seamless that during their performance, the fans of Gui and Ji Qi in the audience drowned out everything else. After the performance ended, there was a long stretch of the hosts announcing names. The contestants sat according to last episode's rankings. Both the performers on stage and the fans in the audience knew very well that what came next was the moment that would decide life or death. Debuting did not mean everything, but they fervently hoped that the idols they loved could have a brilliant future. The latest rankings of Star Battle, and the results of the final ranking, are now in my hands. Stop teasing us. Hurry, hurry. The contestant ranked 10th is Atomic Entertainment, Lei Yuxiang. The audience erupted instantly. In the last episode Lei Yuxiang was still in a debut spot, but this episode she was actually ranked 10th. 9th place, Zhongxing Entertainment, Wu Jie. Wu Jie likewise wore a gloomy expression. Number 8, Mia Culture, Gua Yi. Another debut spot has been overturned. So thrilling, my heart almost stopped. Number 7 is. 7th place is the final spot outside the debut positions, separated from debut by only a hair's breadth. The contestants on stage were completely silent, though no one spoke, the tension still spread through the air. Debuting doesn't decide life or death, but in this moment, debut was life or death. 7th place is Baichen Entertainment, Liang Mu. Hundreds enter from the entertainment company, 2 come out, 1 goes back in. Liang Mu once had a classic stage like Soul, but he still couldn't be the one to laugh last. Opposite Liang Mu's dim eyes was the explosive roar from the audience. I'm debuting. Ah. Let's congratulate the top 6 contestants. Gu Yi and Ji Qi lightly tapped their palms together, congratulations on debuting. You too. Neither spoke aloud, they only mouthed the words. No matter the final rankings, they still made it this far. Chapter 26:026 Debut Night. Xiao Gu debuted. Aunt Wang applauded excitedly. Before coming to the finals of Star Battle, she crammed hard, what it means to debut, what a limited group is, the C position. Aunt Wang was afraid she'd forget, so she even took thick notes. She felt emotional. When she first met Gu Yi, he was modest and said he wasn't a big star. Now he's obviously a big star. When he first joined the show, little Gu even told me he'd be back in 2 weeks, so our square dance team could rest easy. Although Xiao Gu may not necessarily join us in the square dances in the future, I think someone as outstanding as Xiao Gu deserves to be liked by more people. Next, the contestants ranked 5th to 1st in popularity were announced. As the program progressed, the audience fell silent once more. The camera lingered for a long time on the 6 contestants still standing on the stage. I'm not curious about anyone else's ranking, the only thing I want to know is, who is really number 1 between Gu Yi and Ji Qi? I feel Ji Qi is more stable. But Gu Yi has already exploded, after all he's Sun Yoming's male lead. Some say he'll be the next Xian Rukan. Xian Rukan won the Yinqing Award for Best Supporting Actor and was the youngest actor under 30 to win a Yinqing Award. Xian Rukan was once one of the top favorites for the male lead in The Letter, but in the end Sun Yuming chose Gu Yi. Number 5, Shanshui Xingguang, Lu Junyuan. Lu Junyuan was ranked 8th in the previous episode, but in the finals he rose to a debut spot. Gu Yi wasn't particularly close to him, he only knew that Shanshui Xingguang is a company that focuses on music production, and among the contestants Lu Junyuan's vocal skills were widely regarded as outstanding. 5th place, Guangmeng Manufacturing Film and Television, Yang Ting. 4th place, Atom Interactive Entertainment, He Zhao. I noticed teacher Gu only teamed up with Ji Qi once in the top 6. That's hilarious, not really, in the finals he actually collaborated on a song with Yang Ting and He Zhao in the same group. Ji Qi too, after his first appearance, he never collaborated with a contestant from the same company again. The Memory CP fans are completely satisfied, they don't even have to dig for sweet moments themselves, there's plenty to go around. Since episode 2, when Gu Yi and Ji Qi collaborated on Devil's Heart, the Memory CP has been consistently popular. But what fans are into isn't Gu Yi interactions, it's the tension of 2 rivals who admire each other. Who would understand? As long as I exist, your throne is destined to never be secure. And the atmosphere between those 2 on stage, blades flashing, killing intent everywhere yet evenly matched, I'll always love Devil's Heart. Even though Gu Yi and Ji Qi's popularity were already very close last episode, the competition between them was always straightforward and aboveboard. 3rd place, Baiqian Entertainment, Xie Xingjia. Again. The same plot replayed, I'm not surprised at all. At that moment, the camera, the contestants on stage, and the audience in the stands all focused on Gu Yi and Ji Qi. Contestants Ji Qi and Gu Yi, please come to the center of the stage. Can the production team stop messing with people? Are they going to cause trouble? Don't bully us, please. Clearly it was time to compete, yet Gu Yi and Ji Qi showed no nerves. Their seats were next to each other, but after Ji Qi stepped over the rung he didn't hurry down, instead he reached back and made a gesture inviting Gui forward. Seeing this, Gui also stopped and mirrored Ji Chi's motion, after you. Carmen, right? If you lot won't move, I will. Too funny, those two actually jammed the door, let people through, hey. The two spent a good 30 seconds before stepping onto the center of the stage, one after the other. In fans' impressions, Ji Chi and Gui both have steady personalities and take the stage very seriously. In the behind-the-scenes footage aired by the Star Battle production team, the two rarely did promotional activities. For the vast majority of the time on camera, they were practicing hard. The finals let fans see a mischievous side of the two. When the two stood still in the center of the stage, two sets of numbers suddenly appeared on the big screen. A murmur came from the audience because the two numbers differed by very little, only a few thousand votes. Holy shit! The gap between those two is much smaller than the gap between 10th and 9th. Who's first? They've both clearly secured debut spots, and I'm still freaking out. Hurry up and give us the result. The production team didn't keep the audience waiting for long. In fact, before Gui could react, as his name appeared above the vote count, Ji Chi had already picked him up in a hug. Congratulations. Gu is the C. Breaking through against the odds, all the way to C. The miracle is Gui. Center position Gui. It's C. Qingfeng was among the cheering, screaming fans. She hadn't noticed herself, but her throat had somehow gone hoarse and her eyes were blurred with tears. She had answered many questions like, what does it feel to fangirl over Hudo, and had imagined her little Hudo becoming a top someday. The dream really came true. Qingfeng cheered while sending videos of Gui from every angle to their friends. Little Gu won. Little Gu is number one. Gui turned his gaze to Ji Chi beside him. He saw the other man give him a slight smile. Pleasure working with you, teammate. Gui lightly bumped fists with him. Pleasure working with you, teammate. From being teammates for 2 weeks on Devil's Heart and Northern Bagpipes to being teammates for a full 2 years. With the finals reaching this point, this season of Star Battle has officially come to an end. After the finals, the top 6 contestants in popularity will form a limited-time group called Crown for 2 years, with solo and group activities happening simultaneously. Gui went backstage, thinking it would be Xiao Jing representing Xingyao Entertainment and Jiangshi TV to sign, but Xiao Jing wasn't here this time. Instead another agent, Lu Wei, had come. Not only that, Gui was also informed of the details of the company's cooperation with Sun Yuming. It's a bit complicated, Gui said with a frown. Very simple. Your management contract will be shared by the company and Sun Yuming Studio. During Crown's operation, the management contract will be held by Jiangshi TV, Xingyao Entertainment, and Sun Yuming's company jointly. The recording contract will temporarily belong to Jiangshi TV, and the film and TV contract will belong to Sun Yuming Studio. Because it was a 3-party contract, Sun Yuming personally came to Jiangshi TV. Sun Yuming's cooperation with Xingyao Entertainment had not been discussed with Gui himself. In fact, until Gui nodded, all his contracts still belonged to Xingyao Entertainment. Gui carefully read through the contract. He had no real objections. Sun Yuming gave him plenty of autonomy. Under the contract, Gui only needed to participate in Vic Group's year-end popularity contest, and on Weibo and other platforms he had to add the Vic Group title. For the group's other activities, unless necessary, Gui could completely opt out. But a portion of Gui's income from commercial activities had to be handed over to Xingyao Entertainment. Director Sun, thank you. Sun Yuming waved his hand. I just couldn't bear to see a promising seed go to waste. No matter what, Gui was the actor slated to play the male lead in the letter. If he stayed at Xingyao Entertainment for long, today starring in a big IP as the male lead, tomorrow he'd be only 9.9 yuan. Click the link. Where would that leave Sun Yuming's face? In Sun Yuming's view, Gui could skip activities of this limited group altogether. After all, the entertainment industry is clearly divided, and film/TV actors and boy band idols aren't on the same level. In fans' imaginations, after forming a group the idols should be plunged into a life of lights and revelry, either celebrating their debut or handling various business deals. Idol X and Hot-Blooded Rebirth were like that back then, and Star Battle probably wouldn't be any different. Orange Peel had been refreshing the forum for a long time and only found news that Crown was going to film a group endorsement. Gui's latest Weibo post was from last night. He only added a Crown member title and uploaded 2 photos from the night the group was formed. Other than that there wasn't any new information. Orange Peel sighed, what a letdown. During the Star Wars competition she could see Gui's updates on the front page every day. Suddenly there were far fewer, and the contrast felt particularly stark. After playing with UI for a bit, her phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing the notification, Orange Peel paused, then unconsciously tapped it. The opening shot is a face she knew better than anyone's. He wore non-prescription glasses, no makeup, and was speaking with an expression even more serious than on his debut night. See Province Civil Service Exam Real Questions. Orange Peel. Here we go again, huh? She knew it. Look at how much she's been promoting herself since debut. The contestants who haven't debuted are all posting dozens of group photos on their own pages, but the one she picked has two. Fortunately, Gu Yi is fairly well liked. He appears in almost every group photo of the contestants who haven't debuted. But, her own idol is clearly right there, and she still has to go save photos from other idols' accounts. What a kind of heartbreak is that? Qingfeng can only comfort herself. In a sense, doing livestream lectures is a form of promotion too. During the livestream, Gu Yi showed none of the self-consciousness of a newly debuted idol. When fans asked about difficult points he explained them, and when a new question type appeared he even found similar problems on Xiaomao answers for his fans. Qingfeng. How to put it? Maybe she should take the civil service exam too, at least then she could reach some spiritual resonance with her own idol. Gu Yi wasn't just live streaming on a whim. After he took back his phone, he found a bunch of fans' private messages asking him to go over this year's provincial exam questions. The few questions the fans listed were ones Gu Yi himself was very interested in. After getting the exam paper, he first worked through the problems, sketched an outline, and then started the live stream lesson. Thank you. Teacher Gu is such a great person. I only scored 85 on the aptitude test. What merit do I have? The moment I saw the streamer come online, I was actually stunned for a few seconds. Teacher Gu, my pick. Hashtag shocking. After debuting, this man actually did this. Hashtag the idol industry declines again. The center debuts and joins live streaming the next day. Hashtag KFC Crazy Thursday. Send me 50 VAV, and I'll tell the unavoidable story of how I and the Crown Boy group fought for the C position. Hashtag. Aside from answering questions, the comments section was filled with all kinds of weird tags. Gu Yi looked at them with a expression. One afternoon, fans kept streaming into the live stream room. By the time Gu Yi finished a whole exam paper's worth of talking, the top spot on the platform's education and learning leaderboard had already been taken by him. His heat was now slightly higher than the top spot on the entertainment leaderboard. Chapter 27:027 After debut. According to Huangshi TV executives' initial plan for Crown, the group would take on brand endorsements, release group albums, film variety shows, hold concerts. After fully squeezing out Crown's potential, Crown could then leave the idol stage. Ever since Idol X kicked off the inaugural year of domestic idol auditions, major platforms have continued to use the same cultivation model for limited-time groups. In short, 2 words, money-making. The variety shows produced by Huangshi TV are far less popular than those on other platforms. Star Battle can be said to have created the highest ratings since the platform's founding, and with a limited-time group finally formed, the platform executives have their sights set entirely on turning a profit. But the director of Star Battle disagreed. The reason Star Battle was so popular was that the show had little capital involvement in its production and popularity selections. The members of the Crown Group were all elected by the public, the contestants' abilities were balanced and there wasn't much difference in popularity. The director had always pinned his hopes on Crown, expecting them to single-handedly open a new path for idol auditions. When was the last time a group blew up like that? 20 years ago, the director said confidently. The limited unit from Idol X was a hit, but only within the fan circles. Once the fans jumped ship to watch Passionate Newborn, the limited group's popularity completely died. Nowadays it's hard for groups to get popular. Do you think casual viewers are that easy to win over? The executives wanted to argue, but after all, Star Wars was created entirely by the directing team. If the director quit, Huangshi TV's higher-ups couldn't count on him to do the next season, so they had to back his decision. As a result, compared to other limited unit groups formed from talent shows, Crown was born with noticeably fewer commercial resources. Fans were naturally very unhappy about this and demanded that Huangshi TV change Crown's team, but the platform ignored them, and the fans were powerless. A week later, Gu Yi and the others received a thick development plan book, bound on A4 paper, nearly as thick as a brick. The plan was detailed to an outrageous degree: music, dance, variety, acting, songwriting, every aspect was thoroughly listed. The first thing after forming the group would be training, bringing in professionals to cultivate the members' singing and dancing, and then doing everything possible to produce a high-quality album for the members. The members were shuffled into the training room in a daze and began a life of endless darkness. The singing that fans had praised them for on the Star Wars stage was dismissed as worthless by the teachers. Gu Yi thought his performance in Detonation had already improved a lot, but because his fundamentals were the weakest, the teachers pulled him out to practice every day, and his face had been worked into the color of a bitter gourd. Watch your movements. Gu-yi, again. 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 Gu-yi wanted to die. Lu Junyuan smiled wryly. I thought I had already graduated from Star Wars. Is this actually a second Star Wars? This actually puts me more at ease, He Zhao said. It's just that we'll have to wait a bit longer. He Zhao had a calm temperament and strong ability. He was usually the one who completed his training the best. The Atom Entertainment he worked for was a fairly well-known idol agency in the industry. Contestants from its previous shows Idol X and Passionate Rebirth had debuted. He Zhao had personally witnessed how those contestants could become overnight sensations, and then, after their limited-time groups disbanded, be utterly forgotten. Being glorious one moment and neglected the next is a terrifying state, especially for members of a debut group. The sense of loss is unbearable. At Atom Entertainment, He Zhao was just a small nobody. At the time the Star Battle project wasn't even favored by Atom Entertainment, so they had sent him there to be dispatched. He was used to being invisible. If Crown had debuted straight into high-end commercial deals and group concerts, he felt he wouldn't have been able to handle the pace. In any case, at least Jiangshi TV has made plans for them, so their future won't be entirely bleak and uncertain. That's true. Xie Xingjia sighed. Apart from being tired, everything else is pretty good. Teacher Gu, what are you doing? During a break, seeing Gui bent over working, Yang Ting leaned over to take a look. The moment he caught a glimpse of those scribbles on Guyi's paper, symbols he couldn't make heads or tails of, Yang Ting immediately took 3 steps back. He heard Gui answer his career exam question, too. When the other members asked about it, Yang Ting suddenly waved his hand. Don't look, you'll go blind. Gui glanced at him. Is that necessary? You'll be blinded by Teacher Gu's radiance. You must shield your eyes, over and over. Guyi's livestream going over provincial exam questions was watched by the other members of Crown as a replay. After all, the group had just formed. Apart from Ji Qi, the other members weren't very familiar with Gui. When they saw his live stream, curiosity led them to click into the trending topic to watch. At first, their expressions were equals, then gradually turned into, and by the end of the live stream only equals remained. Hashtag so this is the kind of Gui you are hashtag. Hashtag out of place hashtag. The one who resented this most was Yang Ting. He came from a province known for civil service exams. Everyone in his family had respectable jobs, and he was the only one who'd ended up in the not respectable profession of being an idol. Believe it or not, he's now a senior at the Conservatory of Music, and his dorm still has a set of civil service exam practice books, a Children's Day gift his dear mother bought for him with the Mother's Day red envelope he gave her. A mother's love is as steadfast as a mountain. He couldn't refuse to answer. Yang Ting once swore with a pounding chest, none of our idols would ever learn this. Then his parents saw Gu Yi's live stream. Yang Ting. How is he supposed to explain this? Just like people from N province don't ride horses or live in yurts, and people from Sichuan province don't each get their own panda, no one cared about his explanation. That rhymes nicely, want to die. Gu Yi has been busy with training lately, so his live streams were left empty. He simply posted his problem-solving approaches online. Questions for public institutions are much easier than provincial exam questions and require little explanation, just a nudge in the right direction. When it comes to solving problems, if your approach is right you get the answer. What he covered in the daily live streams was just repetitive material. Fans kept sending off-topic and odd questions to Gu Yi's inbox, so he asked Lu Wei to compile those problems for him. Once they had collected 100, he would live stream and solve them for his fans. Gu Yi and the other teammates were not very familiar with each other at first. After forming the group, they gradually grew closer. Lu Junyuan and Gu Yi are positioned as main vocalists in the group, Ji Qi and He Zhao are main dancers, Xie Xingjia and Yang Ting take on more of the rap parts. However, Crown hasn't drawn rigid boundaries for each member's role. Members known for their singing need to further refine their skills, for example, Gu Yi. His strength lies in emotional expression, but he lacks technically, so the teachers gave him special guidance on breath control, switching vocal timbres, and hitting high notes. Lu Junyuan's technique is sufficient for an idol, but the teachers measure him against professional singers. The dance teachers demanded more from the dance captains, but they didn't slack off in training Gu Yi and Lu Junyuan either. Whenever it was dance practice day, the studio would resound with the members' rising and falling cries, shriller than the monkeys of Mountame. Gu Yi felt that if a new adaptation of Journey to the West were filmed, he could play a Mount Huagua monkey in authentic style. If the monkeys of Mount Huagua and Mountame were the same species. Of course, the training's effects were also obvious. after Gui gradually adapted to the rhythm, when he reviewed his own classic stage from Star Wars, he noticed many flaws in it. Debuting then flopping, is Crown the worst in boy group history? Reviewing the fates of limited-time groups, Crown's prospects look bleak. When it comes to limited-time idol groups from Chinese entertainment survival shows, Taimi, who debuted from Idol X, can be said to have set a precedent. Within a month they were on the top boy group magazine show stage, their members and the group constantly picked up endorsements, and center Chu Chi even topped the Idol endorsement chart with 35 endorsements in 6 months. But most of those endorsements were short-lived. As of today, among Taimi members, the most popular member Chu Chi only has 8 individual endorsements left. Crown had been debuted for less than a month when Star Entertainment Weekly published an article expressing skepticism about Crown's prospects. The piece used groups that debuted through Idol X and Passionate Reborn as examples, describing the various chaos they faced after debut, watered-down concerts, group merchandise becoming battlegrounds for fan faction fights, and businesses getting involved by using ordering chains to spark disputes among fans. Crown may be named after a crown, but whoever wishes to wear a crown must bear its weight. The crown of the idol path will likely have to be passed on to successors. Although the fans kept speaking up for the group, Crown's number of stages and endorsements after debut couldn't compare with the senior groups, and the fans' rebuttals only sounded hollow. The fact is, Crown hadn't received no invitations, but after the team screening, only the most suitable opportunities appeared before the members. And so, it wasn't until the second month after their debut that Crown accepted Lime TV's invitation to take part in the Lime Music Awards. The Lime Music Awards has been held for over 10 years and is one of the most influential music galas in the country. Although the music scene has gradually declined, the Lime Music Awards remains the first choice for many singers to debut new songs. When Lime TV announced the list of attendees, fans could hardly believe their eyes. My Crown group that disappeared for 10 years has finally appeared. Please, Huangshi TV, if you don't know how to manage a group then don't do it. Do you understand what it's like to wait every day until you feel like your 7 orifices are smoking? I really want to vomit blood. What on earth did my Gu Yi, Ji Qi, Xia Xingjia, Yang Ting, He Zhao, Lu Junyuan do wrong? Fans used to idol chasing were already accustomed to spending money on their idols, but they never expected Crown to take a frugal route. After the group's debut they had only 3 endorsements in total, and all were group endorsements, 1 for Blueberry Phone, plus food and sports brand endorsements. Fortunately, these brands already had solid reputations and were all top tier, which put the fans' minds slightly at ease. The reason Crown accepted Qingming TV's invitation, besides the good reputation of the Qingming Music Awards itself, was also because the group's first single, Crown, had finally been released. For the song, Crown, Huangshi TV hired the most experienced music producers in the industry, and the members also participated in the song's production process. In Gu Yi's view, Crown might not match those classic old songs that everyone sings along to, but it was definitely not a throwaway cash grab pop song. This song hasn't yet gone into the recording studio. Its first performance will be at the Qingming Music Awards. Rehearsals were already hectic, and after the schedule for the Qingming Music Festival was confirmed, the members all voluntarily extended their training hours. First debut. First stage. First single. They didn't want to let down any of their firsts. Chapter 28028. Qingming Station is not in Province C. As the country's most mature TV station in variety show production, Qingming has launched many successful programs. The Qingming Music Festival originated from an early music program on Qingming Station. As the Mandarin pop scene gradually declined, that music program long became history, but the Qingming Music Festival continued to be held year after year. The music gala's setlist was only officially released the night before the event. Some singers performed old songs, others new, and fans discovered that Crown's performance was shockingly an unreleased new song. Is the new song called Crown? If I'm not mistaken, this should be Crown's first stage since forming, right? This is ridiculous. Taimi held 4 concerts within 2 months of forming. Is Crown rolling in money? Indeed, not bad, except for Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu actually isn't short of money either, skills never go to waste. Ever since I fangirled over Crown, I've become increasingly obsessed with Teacher Gu's civil service exam live streams. My scores have been shooting up, and my mom even increased my allowance. Just thinking about how seriously Teacher Gu prepares his lessons, I suddenly forgave the Crown group for going missing. Over the past month or so, although Huangshi TV revealed part of its plan for Crown, many fans had grown used to the idea that limited-time groups debut only to split apart. Taimi was like that. When Taimi debuted, their popularity was even higher than Crown's, practically causing an idol storm in the entertainment industry. However, after forming the group, the team's schedule became intense, members had individual commitments and business activities, and the group's debut concert was nothing short of a nightmare. Even diehard fans found it hard to praise it with a straight face. In terms of management, Jiangshi TV was still inferior to the platform that hosted Idol X, and with a series of moves by Jiangshi TV after Crown's debut, fans couldn't help but feel that Crown's future looked bleak. Gu Yi and the others took the earliest flight. There wasn't much to do on the plane, so Gu Yi simply took out the script for a letter to read. After signing the contract with the production team, the complete script came into Gu Yi's hands. Previously Sun Yuming had already shown Gu Yi the script once. The new script was a version with the chemical knowledge revised. According to some directors' habits, even after filming begins, the script actors hold is not necessarily complete. One reason is confidentiality, the other is to avoid actors falling into routine performances. However, one letter has an original work and a clear storyline, so it didn't have such taboos. Gu Yi also had a copy of the novel, A Letter, at hand, along with an author interview he downloaded from the internet, all placed on the small table. He knew nothing about acting. Sun Yuming had him focus on understanding the character first, learning acting being secondary. Gu Yi closed his eyes and began to review his own perspective on the role of Xinyao. In fact, the original, A Letter, is very short, 2 to 3 hours to read through. Having thoroughly analyzed both the novel and the script, Gu Yi's character notes amounted to only a few pages. Gu Yi stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly pulled out several sheets of paper and, at a speed several times faster than when writing character biographies, began scribbling across them. Yang Ting, who was sitting next to him, noticed his unusual speed and cast a quiet glance. Yang Ting. He really didn't mean to peek, he just accidentally glanced. The title line was dazzlingly flashy, a brief analysis of the misuse of chemical knowledge in film and television works. Really blinded me. Yang Ting whispered to Lu Junyuan in complaint, I feel like I'm growing a brain. Lu Junyuan, where was your brain before? They're both human, both training like dogs every day. So why are Gu Yi's thoughts different from his? Yang Ting looked over at Ji Qi in the front row. This was competition at a whole different level. Clearly masters in two different fields of fierce rivalry, yet these two somehow kept pace with each other. Ji Qi would suddenly send snacks to Gu Yi halfway through a song, and Gu Yi's offhand questions were met by Ji Qi's natural responses. By the time they got off the plane and dropped their bags at the hotel, Gu Yi had already filled several sheets of blank paper. After taking on the script for A Letter, Gu Yi set about writing this paper. It was a habit cultivated over many years. When he first crossed over and had nothing to study, he felt an emptiness in his chest. There wasn't much to do that afternoon, so Gu Yi simply fleshed out the final part of the paper. He had been writing on and off for almost a month. Whenever training left him exhausted, he relied on this to revive himself. Unfortunately he didn't have any experimental equipment on hand, otherwise it would have been better to run an experiment to support his argument. Gu Yi couldn't help but recall Sun Yuming's suggestion that he go and improve his academic qualifications. Why not, just take the entrance exam for a chemistry major? In Crown, the least educated was Gu Yi. Yang Ting and Lu Junyuan both graduated from the Conservatory of Music, Ji Qi and Xia Xingjia both studied dance, and He Zhao majored in English, one reason he felt out of place at Atomic Entertainment. After finishing, Gu Yi checked it over carefully once more and submitted it to a journal. He wasn't considering a core journal. In his previous life Gu Yi had published several papers in core journals. Although the chemistry level in this world was slightly inferior to that of his last life, he figured this paper wouldn't pass a core review anyway. Whether it can be posted isn't important, what's important is, to write. Doing things outside of being an idol gives Gu Yi a sense of stability. Being an idol does indeed make money quickly, especially after renewing the contract with Xinyao Entertainment. Despite Crown Group's endorsements being clearly fewer than the senior groups, Gu Yi still earned what would have been 5 years' worth of his salary within 2 months. Gu Yi is still receiving his monthly pay from Xinyao Entertainment. Employee benefits, accept them calmly. As long as Xinyao Entertainment doesn't collapse, he can happily retire. Don't be nervous when you go on stage, stay steady, you don't need to take big steps. It doesn't have to be 6 people walking in a line, just relax. Yesterday the sky in City A was still clear, but today it suddenly turned overcast. The Qingming Music Festival red carpet started at 4 in the afternoon. According to the organizer's schedule, the members were to walk the red carpet around 4:30. After all, the group had only just been formed. Gu Yi and the others had enough popularity, but their foundation wasn't comparable to veteran stars who had dominated the music scene for years. The red carpet was already packed with fans. Since the turn of the century and the era when the gods of Chinese pop clashed past, singers' popularity has gradually fallen behind that of actors. Apart from established record labels, the ones still launching new singers are the various music talent shows. The red carpet at the music gala wasn't as lively as those at the major film festivals and award ceremonies. The only publication still covering the red carpet was one of the few remaining music magazines in circulation. A few fashion magazines had shown up, but they were mostly second-tier. After all, it's well known that singers aren't as striking in appearance as actors, so the red carpet naturally wasn't much to see. At this point, the reporters were also rather unenthusiastic. Lin Kuei, a reporter for Zhuangyun magazine, was reviewing a set of photos she'd just taken and feeling they were only a so-so, even a full 9-grid post wouldn't generate much buzz. She was about to take a break when a sudden commotion came from the edge of the red carpet. Lin Kuei looked up, her hands quicker than her thoughts. She first squeezed toward the direction of the red carpet, then, with lightning speed, clicked off several photos in rapid succession. The roar in her ears grew louder in that instant. Lin Kuei's fingers never stopped. Since Tiny's debut, every variety show's limited groups had been called Wanyan groups, but when the members of Crown stepped onto the red carpet and the cameras froze on them, Lin Kuei couldn't help but marvel that, in terms of looks, Crown was not inferior to any of those limited groups. The face of C-position Gu Yi was especially outstanding. On the stage of Star Wars, Gu Yi had never worn a suit. Now on the red carpet, though it was a more casual style suit, his shoulders, waistline, legs, every part was perfect. Gu Yi Crown Group. Lin Kuei suddenly realized this was Crown's first red carpet since forming. With that thought, she edited quickly, getting Zhuangyun magazine to publish Crown's red carpet photos immediately. I now believe the Crown Group really has been training properly. Don't they look more energetic than they did on Star Wars? To be honest, I didn't pick them for their looks, but the skilled members in suits can actually look this good. After the set of photos titled Makeup Rhythm was posted, the Weibo real-time stats suddenly surged. After Lin Kuei posted the photos, some media outlets also published shots from Crown's red carpet, but Lin Kuei's set happened to capture the members smiling. This is so explosive. I don't want too many of these red carpets, once a day is more than enough. Who knows, they look even cuter when they smile. Gu Yi and Ji Qi feel very cold when they don't smile, but when they do, Ji Qi even has dimples. Oh my, their aura changes instantly. I get it. Crown's walk on the red carpet lasted only a few short minutes, but the fans' screams never stopped. Fans at the scene posted their recorded videos online, although the clarity wasn't great, still. Handsome guy, stick together. Not a typical boy group entrance, it's a clean, fresh look, super cute, right? At the same time, the editorial office of Chemistry and Life magazine. Editor Li Yu stealthily finished scrolling through her phone, liked, commented, and shared across the Makeup Rhythm magazine homepage, then opened her email and began sorting through the submissions sent in that week. Chemistry and Life is a provincial-level journal, not a core publication, but within the field of chemistry it is still a magazine quite trusted by professionals in the discipline, and it receives a fair number of submissions every month. Li Yu's job was the most basic. She first screened out more than half of the unqualified submissions, then sorted the qualified ones according to column categories. This job could be described as extremely monotonous, but after graduating Li Yu went into academia. During graduate school she even worked as an editor for the campus newspaper, so she was quite familiar with the workflow. Li Yu began by screening the few newly submitted manuscripts. Every issue of Chemistry and Life turns up some decent papers, but there are quite a few that are just filling space. Halfway through screening, Li Yu's eyes were already a bit tired. She took off her glasses, rubbed her eyes, and stared at Crown Group's new group photo for several dozen seconds. Life can't be without idols, just as fish can't be without bicycles. While thinking that work drives people mad, Li Yu opened the next manuscript. The content is actually quite original. The format is fine too, there are no obvious errors. The author. Li Yu put his glasses back on, put in a few drops of eye solution, then pointed at the screen with his finger and read the words over and over, one by one. Author, Gu Yi. Affiliation, Xingyao Entertainment Culture Media Company, Limited, S City, C Province, XX Film and Television Culture Studio. Chapter 29029 Side Job. Li Yu read the entire article again in bewilderment, then tremulously took out his phone. Are you sure it's the same person? But there's only one company in the whole entertainment industry called Xingyao Entertainment, and Xingyao Entertainment has only one signed artist named Gu Yi. This is, really absurd. What kind of life does Gu Yi actually lead? She really found it hard to imagine the scene in which Gu Yi wrote this paper. Li Yu silently filed this manuscript away. After she finished screening all the submissions for the week, she would hand them over to the director. Li Yu wasn't sure whether Gu Yi's paper would be accepted, but the act of submitting it in the first place was shocking enough. Li Yu really wanted to complain to a colleague, but regrettably she still hadn't met anyone at work who was a Gu Yi fan. She made it to the end of the day and left the office with a head full of thoughts. Crown's debut stage was tonight, no matter what, she didn't want to miss it. On the subway, Li Yu couldn't help but ponder, maybe she should try harder. If she worked her way up to director, could she then say, "Hey, Teacher Gu, there's an issue with the manuscript we could discuss?" Then phone calls and WeChat messages in one continuous flow, she had fully stepped into the idol's research world. But, publishing papers is really exhausting, it's not suited to a couch potato like her. By the time Li Yu got home, the fan group she lurked in had already been sharing Crown's red carpet photos. As a worker, Li Yu couldn't attend in person, so she could only quietly save the beautiful pictures her friends sent. She really wanted to show off that she'd received a submission from Gu Yi today, but her professional ethics wouldn't allow it. I wonder what kind of stage Crown will be, hope Jiangshi TV behaves. Judging only by the behind-the-scenes clips Jiangshi TV released, the platform is actually putting a lot of effort into Crown. There are also a lot of people predicting its failure. The group Crown performs 8th, Waiting. Although fans were unhappy Crown had low exposure, they didn't curse Jiangshi TV. The Qingfeng Music Festival was after all a well-regarded event in the music world, and Crown's appearance clearly meant the organizers had carefully chosen them. As fans, they also didn't want Crown wasting energy on commercial opportunities with no value. He's about to come on. Li Yu quickly put down the chips. Right now the one appearing on stage was the champion of a music competition, his singing was recognized as outstanding among new singers. At the Qingfeng Music Festival they scheduled him and Crown to perform back-to-back. The fans hadn't said anything yet, but someone couldn't help starting to mock, I have a feeling someone's about to get thrashed next, I won't say who. +1+1+1, dying laughing, only fans have an 800-meter filter for their own Gigi. Luo Wei went on second and it was truly unbearable to watch, getting completely dominated by Zhou Ruiyuan and Qin Yin. After all, he used to be Taimi's main vocalist. The best thing about the Qingfeng Music Festival is that every mic is open, mediocre acts can't hide anymore. Fans of singers naturally feel superior to idol fans, after all, singers make a living with skill, but when it comes to popularity and income, idols often far outstrip singers. Just as the song on stage finally ended, Qingfeng TV cut to a full 3-minute commercial at the moment Li Yu's patience was nearly exhausted, and in that instant a deep blue stage suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Light and shadow were cast onto the center of the stage, at the source of the light 6 figures stood quietly, all clad in white night attire, posture upright, faces handsome and refined. The venue's big screen brightened and dimmed, like ripples stirring on a lake, and a line of text slowly appeared. Song, Crown. Performer, Crown. A mellow piano note sounded, simple yet not thin, then guitar and violin strings joined in, and the rhythm spread throughout the stage. As the accompaniment softened, the audience heard an extremely clear voice rise up, like a string instrument, its harmony with the accompaniment perfect beyond description. It was as if he had been embedded into the accompaniment. At this moment, the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially the area where Crown's fans were gathered. They had imagined Crown's debut stage with the most beautiful scenarios they could conceive, yet even that couldn't describe 1/10 of the stage at this moment. Lu Junyuan ah. So steady. Super good. Lu Junyuan's vocal tone was perfectly suited to the song, Crown, instantly energizing the entire stage. In the fans' memory, during the Star Battle era, Lu Junyuan already had an outstanding voice, but back then his breath control was nowhere near as steady as it is now. Calm, rounded, and clear. Awe. The next moment, the fans once again couldn't contain the shouts in their hearts. Because another voice had merged with Lu Junyuan's voice. Before this, fans had no idea that Lu Junyuan's and Gu Yi's voices could blend so perfectly. Kingdom tells the story of a group of ordinary people who are gifted crowns by their fans and ultimately stand center stage. Lu Junyuan and Gu Yi are the lead singers, and with just a few simple lines, the emotions in their voices were laid bare without reservation. After their parts, the other members picked up the song, whether duets or solos, the voices coming from both sides of the stage were even more outstanding than fans had imagined. Highs and lows. Clear and restrained. One person's flaws are compensated by the other's voice, breath and tone, emotion and expression, everything is rich and solid. He Zhao and Yang Ting are both labeled at Crown as not good at singing, but their rendition of Crown doesn't feel dry, on the contrary, because their improvement is so obvious, it only brings fans pleasant surprise. Besides, Crown itself is a song that exceeds fans' expectations, gentle and heartfelt, with the members performing on stage as if telling the story directly to the fans. My debut stage exceeded my expectations. The choreography is stunning too. So good. The choreography for Crown was simple, but when the members' hands, legs, and hip movements aligned perfectly, the audience below nearly erupted. So synchronized. The legendary copy and paste. They only have a few minutes on stage, but I can imagine how long they must have practiced. The Crown group is so handsome. No matter where the camera landed, there wasn't a single blind spot on the Crown stage. Ah, this is the ultimate limited time group I've ever dreamed of. If Crown stages are all like Crown, then I can wait. At the moment the performance ended, the members stood on stage and bowed deeply to the audience below. The camera zoomed in sharply at that instant. At center stage, the one most favored by the camera was undoubtedly the C-position Gui. Whenever the audience looked at that face, their breath involuntarily caught. During the Star Wars era, they already knew how outstanding Gui's face was, and now, under the gaze of the cameras, no one wanted to miss those eyes that seemed to spill starlight. In the lounge. The music industry's final act, diva Zheng Yanlin, smiled. Is this the kid director's son had his eye on? Her assistant responded with a word. After Crown debuted, it was common knowledge in the entertainment industry that Sun Yuming had snatched the center position C from Gui. Many agencies were watching Starshine Entertainment's downfall, thinking Starshine couldn't hold on to talent. Gui was on the verge of a major breakthrough, only to be cut off mid-flight by Sun Yuming. But whoever Sun Yuming set his sights on, it really wasn't something small agencies could stop. When Zheng Yanlin had just become popular, she sang the theme song for one of Sun Yuming's films. The reason she was able to leave her original agency was also thanks to Sun Yuming's help. Zheng Yanlin had always intended to repay this favor, but given Sun Yuming's status, there was really nothing she could do to help him. Let them be the guests at my concert in S-City. If Crown weren't strong enough, Zheng Yanlin naturally wouldn't consider inviting them, but Crown far exceeded Zheng Yanlin's expectations for an idol stage. Broken String also recommended Crown on its homepage. In fact, tonight's trending list had 3 spots occupied by Crown. The members' debut stage was repeatedly reshared by major promotion accounts, and not long after Star Battle ended, Yu Miao and Ishua were both praising them all over the homepage. Even Xingyao Entertainment's official Weibo even reposted the performance of Crown. The fans were very displeased. They've already debuted, and you lot are still spinning your wheels like this. When they saw Zhu Yu had also reposted that Weibo, Gui's fans were even more like. It wasn't that he had forgotten Zhu Yu's petty digs at Gui, only that the two were now on completely different levels, making any comparison pointless. After the Lime Music Awards, Crown received even more invitations, some of them of higher caliber than the Lime Music Awards, but the members had to record songs and train, so most of the invitations selected by the team still focused on music. Gui practiced singing and dancing while mulling over scripts, his schedule as busy as when he was studying in his previous life. The song, A Letter, is scheduled to start filming in a month. Before that, Crown plans to release an EP, and he needs to get all the music-related matters in order beforehand. Brother Yuan, do we have nothing scheduled for Friday afternoon? Gui glanced at the calendar. There's a magazine cover shoot on Friday morning, but no training in the afternoon, so he can free up that half day. Yuan Cheng nodded. Nope. Are you going out? Yuan Cheng is Crown's manager. During the limited time group period, he single-handedly handles the group's events and business matters. Gui smiled. Be a judge. Yuan Cheng couldn't help but remind him, Gui, remember to sign the contract. For your commercial activities, it's best if Sister Lu and I review them first. I understand. Gui said as he spoke, transferring a 500 yuan red envelope to Yuan Cheng, payment for the side job. Yuan Cheng. He was completely baffled. Since Crown debuted, Gui hadn't taken any side jobs at all, except, if teaching his child is considered a side job. One day Yuan Cheng helped a child with homework until he was mentally exhausted. He posted a difficult problem to his moments hoping the top students among his contacts would give him a hint, and the first person to comment was Gui. Yuan Cheng. As a manager, he bragged about the Crown group in his moments every day, and Gui had never once liked any of his posts. Actually, he felt a little disappointed. Recently his status at home plummeted, his daughter's admiration for Gui had clearly surpassed her affection for her own father. Yuan Cheng tried to regain some standing, but his daughter declared confidently, you aren't as good-looking as Gui. Yuan Cheng felt that standard was too high. He'd been in the entertainment industry for years, even among celebrities, someone with Gui's looks was rare. Yuan Cheng kept pressing, and Gui quietly sent him a screenshot of a group chat. Yuan Cheng, go. Gu Yi had just seen Aunt Wang's Moments post too. He hadn't been home for a while. Since his debut in Star Battle, fans had occasionally come to the building below his neighborhood to try to find news, but the aunties and the security uncles in the complex always stopped them well, so Gu Yi didn't have to worry about a thing. Aunt Wang posted in her Moments that the neighborhood committee was holding a singing contest. One of the judges who had been confirmed suddenly couldn't make it, and they were short a person. She asked if any music teachers or people working in the cultural sector in the community could help. There are a lot of people in Aunt Wang's Moments, Gu Yi thought she could easily sort it out. But 2 hours later, Aunt Wang posted the same message again in her Moments. Aunt Wang, are you still short a person? I'm free this afternoon. Yes. Aunt Wang knew Gu Yi was busy, she usually wouldn't ask him for things like this, but today was truly urgent. That morning she had suddenly been notified that the higher-ups were coming to inspect, and would also take the opportunity to check out their cultural and entertainment activities. At a critical moment like this, of course they were short one judge. With summer vacation just starting, the music teachers at nearby schools had all gone traveling. Gu Yi's arrival was truly timely. The streets competition had representatives from 7 or 8 communities and 4 judges in total, Gu Yi was one of them. When Gu Yi took his seat on the judges' panel, the other judges furtively glanced at him several times. They usually didn't watch talent shows, so they naturally didn't recognize Gu Yi. The moment the competition began, they saw a group of people being ushered into the conference room. With the higher-ups coming to inspect, not only were the contestants nervous, but the judges felt a bit anxious too. Fortunately, it was the host's turn to introduce the judges. First prize in the District Peony Cup Choir Competition, District Outstanding Cultural Worker. One of the district's 100 famous hosts, cultural. The judges all stood up together, receiving enthusiastic applause from the contestants and audience. Your neighborhood's events are quite lively, next time you hold one, you can request support from the city. Jiangshi TV Star Battle Program Finals Most Popular, Qingfeng Music Festival Audience's Most Welcomed Pop Group, XX Brand Ambassador. Superior, the city recently has a tourism promotion event and needs your neighborhood support. Can you help? The neighborhood leaders had no choice but to first find Aunt Wang, then ask her to persuade Gu Yi. After asking, Aunt Wang's answer was brisk and to the point, do you want 1 or 6? The singing competition ended amid applause. Gu Yi signed the reimbursement form and photographed the receipt for Yuan Cheng. Manager. He wasn't surprised at all, because Gu Yi had once again appeared on the public WeChat account of XX District. Fans who saw this news. They had gradually gotten used to this kind of style from Gu Yi. Next time please notify our @Heching community. I'm genuinely jealous of the contestant who had Teacher Gu present the award in person, I want to shake Teacher Gu's hand all. The community photos have zero retouching, they're basically death shots, and Teacher Gu actually still held it together. Chapter 30:30 Private Message. Do it again. Still not quite right, do it over. After the voice coach reminded them several times, the others gave embarrassed smiles and said, Teacher, can you let us figure it out ourselves first? The EP's recording started off smoothly, the whole EP has 4 songs. Crown had already been performed at the Qingfeng Music Festival. Of the other 3, Wild Man, Leans Rock and Arrogant, is a dance track. The members had thought those 2 would be harder to record, but they got through them after only a few takes. The problem was with the last ballad, Summer Flowers. It can be said that after the intensive training following the group's formation, Gu Yi and the others' singing skills had improved a lot compared to the Star Battle days. On Crown, the members' coordination was very tacit, and the allocation of vocal lines was just right. But Summer Flowers was fine when the members sang individually, when they tried to sing it together, something felt off. This song has been recorded for 3 or 4 days. Where exactly is the problem? The song wasn't recording well, the atmosphere in the studio was very oppressive. The experience from recording Crown seemed to have no effect on Summer Flower at all. When the first few takes went poorly, several people tried to recapture the feeling from Crown, but it still wasn't right. They had flipped through the sheet music for Summer Flowers so many times. Within Crown, Gu Yi had the least theoretical knowledge of music, but after working on Summer Flowers for a few days, he had gained quite a bit of experience. We'll just have to take it slow. After leaving the recording studio and breathing some fresh air, the few of them leaned against the wall and thought. As Gu Yi was pondering with his head down, his forehead was suddenly tapped lightly, it felt quite cool. When he looked up, he saw Ji Qi handing over an old popsicle. Thanks. Gu Yi held the popsicle in his mouth and kept his head down, deep in thought. The recording instructor didn't dismiss their singing ability, in terms of condition, they weren't exactly terrible. The word feeling actually seemed quite vague. But precisely because it was hard to put into words, they couldn't pinpoint the reason for a long time. A few people finished their popsicles 2 or 3 bites at a time, and Yang Ting suddenly sighed, "I want to drink cola. I want to eat watermelon." Yuan Qingguan and the others weren't strict, but Yang Ting had a body that easily gained weight. If he wasn't careful his weight could go up several gene, so while the other members didn't need to control their diets much, Yang Ting definitely did. It's summer after all, we should be eating watermelon and drinking soda, Aya. Have you heard of summer bands, orange soda? Ji Qi asked suddenly. Gui nodded. Mr. Gu has actually heard of them, shocking. Gui glanced at Yang Ting. Is it not allowed to have heard of them? Yang Ting replied quietly, okay. Although Gu Yi is crown C position, when it comes to knowledge of the music scene and the idol world, he simply can't compare to his teammates. The members were already used to Gu Yi saying, never heard of it, and, don't know them, so when he suddenly said he'd heard this song, Orange Soda, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. In fact, after joining Crown, Gu Yi had been enriching his playlist, but this, Orange Soda, was actually a song from the original owner's playlist that Gu Yi had kept. Play it again. Sounds great. The summer band had become famous early on. True to their name, the members' style was as hot as summer, sun-darkened skin, garish Hawaiian shirts, looking as if they might fly off to the beach any moment. Orange Soda, by summer was refreshing, with a brisk rhythm and a bright tone that made you want to move along as you listened. So I was wondering, are we being presumptuous? Ji Qi said. The song is called Summer Flowers, but does our performance actually feel like summer? Zheng Yanlin's After We Parted is also a summer story, Lu Junyuan said. When I hear that song, what pops into my mind is the MV she shot in summer, cicadas, the sun, and ice cream. Several of them fell silent in thought. When they recorded Summer Flowers, they emphasized making the emotion more intense, but on reflection, the song could perhaps be more brilliant and passionate. I'll think about it some more. The few of them continued to squat in the corner of the wall. It was midday in summer, the sun scorching hot, although they stayed in the shade. If they moved even slightly closer to the sun they could feel the air being burned. The dust was dry, and the cicadas' chirring was harsh. Gui frowned, silently pondering the lyrics and melody of the song, Summer Flowers, and before he realized it he had finished another popsicle. How to make it passionate? First Lu Junyuan sang the opening, perhaps he had taken Ji Qi's words to heart, because this time there was something extra in his performance. The subtle change at the beginning unconsciously affected the subsequent singing. They were not in a recording studio now but outdoors, so acoustics and sound quality were certainly inferior to a studio performance, yet after this simple run-through, the few of them already had a clear idea. It feels right. Thanks to the old popsicle. Popsicle sect. Gui. Everything can be a door, huh? In short, trying once more, they finally heard something other than, again, from the recording engineer. However, recording just once wasn't enough. After finding the feel, the few of them gradually steered toward the vibe of the song, Summer Flowers, needing to hit the right balance while still keeping Crown Group's own character. All in all, just for the song, Summer Flowers, they recorded it for a full 5 days. I'm exhausted. Brother Yuan, please don't give us any new gigs for now, please let us rest. He Zhao sighed, I thought releasing an EP would be quick. In He Zhao's impression, idols from their company participating in limited-term groups generally could release an EP about half a month after joining the group. Full albums were also fast, 10 songs could be uploaded to music platforms in about a month. When it came time for her own EP to come out, it really felt like clearing levels, one checkpoint passed and another immediately appeared. On top of that, there was the regular training, so every single day was utterly exhausting. Of course, once the songs were recorded, the EP release was imminent. Gui received an individual package. Crown has a dedicated space to store fan letters. At the start of the group's formation, the team informed fans that they would only accept letters and would refuse any other gifts. They originally thought the number of letters would be limited, but the fans' enthusiasm truly exceeded the team's expectations. During the month after Crown's debut when things were quiet, the number of letters dropped a bit, but ever since the members performed Crown at the Qingming Music Festival, the storage room has been too small. Because of this, the team specifically went to the library to fetch a few bookshelves and organize the fans' letters by year, month, and day, displaying one member reply to fans each week, so the fans' enthusiasm for writing back surged, and the pile of letters kept growing. But this one wasn't a fan letter. He guessed what it might be, and sure enough. It was the latest issue of the magazine Chemistry and Life. He hadn't received a rejection notice from the magazine, so it was likely his piece would appear in this issue. The reason he submitted to Chemistry and Life was that the magazine didn't charge authors and even paid them a small fee if their work was accepted. Magazines that can do that usually have fairly high standards for submissions. Besides, this magazine publishes relatively quickly. With other journals, Gui Guang would have to wait in a long queue. Gui Guang silently opened the magazine. His piece was more about everyday life, and Chemistry and Life happened to have a column dedicated to the chemical applications found in daily life. When he submitted it, Gui Guang hadn't been very confident. Still got in. Gui habitually sent the published piece to Yuan Cheng, and casually asked whether he could get a title promotion. After sending the email, Gui remembered that he was now signed with an entertainment company, and it seemed there was no such thing as title promotions. Yuan Cheng. Jiangshi TV used to be a subsidiary of a television station, but it was just spun off. The TV station did have official titles, though they were usually in two categories: broadcast hosting and broadcast technology engineers. He glanced at the content of Gui's paper. The only thing that could be tightly connected to television work was building a bomb to blow up a building. After finishing his own article, Gui read the entire magazine from front to back. It has to be said that writing a paper is an unbearably painful process. Only the moment of receiving the journal can bring a brief bit of joy. The teammates paid no heed to Gui's happiness. To be precise, after they clearly saw the cover of the magazine in Gui's hands, they lost all interest in its contents. If they had to describe Gui, the most accurate word would be insane. How could he not be afraid of burning out his CPU? When the entire Crown Group is already insanely busy, this person still manages to be a community cultural promoter, and also has to read scripts and write a thesis. According to Gui himself, the thesis was written incidentally while reading the scripts. Listen, can you believe it? So-called king of overachievers, get off the planet. After receiving the journal Chemistry and Life, Gui put it away. This paper was entirely a byproduct of his reading the script for a letter, and unless he was asked to write a purely theoretical paper, he was afraid he couldn't produce another one. After all, chemistry is still a discipline that relies heavily on experiments. A few days after getting the journal, Gui pushed the matter out of his mind. But, there wouldn't be only one Li Yu in this world. Apparently a fan of some chemistry major happened to glimpse the magazine Chemistry and Life, and anyway, overnight all the marketing accounts were promoting the news that Gui published an article in Chemistry and Life. Sun Yuming, who read the article. Really, he had asked Gui to familiarize himself with the script, and absolutely had not asked him to write a paper. Fans. Ah help, why does Teacher Gu always shine in areas where I'm completely useless? I imagined a scene of Gui and me both pulling out our hair over a paper, and suddenly I don't love him anymore. Teacher Gu, save your hairline. It's okay, Mr. Gu won't go bald until at least 30, and besides, with Mr. Gu's face, even if he goes bald he'll be a handsome bald guy. But a handsome bald guy is still bald, no way. A thesis is a heavy thing, many fans are unwilling to face it, just as they are unwilling to face Gui when he talks about civil service exam questions. But the topic of baldness. Someone started it, first a fan, then others, photoshopping images of Gui after he supposedly goes bald in the future. Other fans and Gui himself. First, he won't go bald. Anyone who randomly photoshops pictures is definitely a hater. Gui didn't think he cared much about looks, but for someone who had spent years working on the front lines of research, baldness was indeed a brutal issue. 100 times more brutal than simply being ugly. After all, people who are ugly have never been beautiful. But a balding man had once had thick hair. What you don't gain, you can't lose. After thinking it over seriously, Gui decided he should stop overworking so much in the future, for the sake of his hair. So, since Teacher Gu can write chemistry papers, why is he teaching civil service exam classes? Because, there are no positions from the provincial exam. I feel like I've been shot in the pit of doom. My classmates all went to pharmaceutical companies, and I'm still fighting on the front line of the no requirements jobs. The fans deeply felt that being a fan of Gui was a process of sustained blows. That day, Gui received quite a few DMs from fans. His messages mostly fell into three categories. First, requests for him to be more active on Weibo and do more promotions. Second, pleas for him to explain provincial exam questions, and lately a new batch asking him to look over papers. Another fan told him that their thesis research was in that very area. Luckily I graduate in June, thank the heavens. Also, the advertiser for XX anti-hair loss shampoo left him a message asking if Gui would be interested in endorsing their product. Gui silently clicked false advertisement, giving the reason, I'm not bald, they took my baldness as an assumption to deceive the general public. Chapter 31. Crown's new EP was released without a sound. Jiangshi TV had never been good at marketing. When the quality was similar, Jiangshi TV's works usually attracted less attention and generated fewer discussions than those on other platforms. The first to notice it was Broken String. He is a VVIP user on all the major music platforms. Whenever a platform releases a new song, Broken String always listens to it first. Crown's new EP went live on Lushui Music but didn't appear on the platform's homepage. If the members hadn't promoted it on Weibo, even the fans would have had trouble noticing. Broken String clicked purchase. The new EP is called Summer Flowers, a 4-song mini-album. One of the lead tracks, Crown, has already been performed live, so Broken String's attention fell on the other 3 songs. First as a musician, then transitioning into a music influencer, Broken String could clearly feel his love for music gradually ebbing. His interest in music began during the heyday of the Mandarin music scene, when kings and queens of pop battled like gods and 10 albums a year could be hailed as masterpieces. But now, Broken String listens to songs every day, yet the works that still surprise him number only 2 or 3 a month. For a musician, hearing garbage is a terrifying thing. If he were surrounded by garbage unrelentingly for a year, he would feel despair toward music itself. Broken String was the first one. Summer Flowers opened. The EP is called Summer Flowers, and the cover is also a flower blooming in a merciless summer. Half of the petals look as if they've been scorched, turned into a thin layer of black ash. The blank space on the image occupies more of the frame than the flower does, giving Broken String the impression of passionate and cruel. The moment the melody surged into his ears, Broken String couldn't help but adopt a more serious expression. It wasn't the kind of catchy tune that could easily become a TikTok hit. Instead, it struck his heart like a drum. The blending of male voices with male voices has a chemistry that also carries strength. A singer's music often bears a strong personal imprint. When listening to the entire song, Summer Flowers, the feeling from Broken String is that summer flowers' heat and grandeur are fully expressed through the vocal timbre and emotion. Born bright, passionate, and wild. Unafraid of life's lightning and destruction. The emotion in the chorus rolls in like waves, one after another, until it stirs a towering tide in the listener's heart. I didn't rush to listen to the 2 Broken Strings tracks, Savage and Arrogance. Instead I replayed Summer Flowers. Crown had already given Broken Strings a pleasant surprise. Judged by the average standard of limited time groups, Crown was definitely an outstanding work above the passing line. But this, Summer Flowers. In just 4 minutes of melody, Broken Strings seemed to have tasted all the tragic, glorious moments of the Summer Flowers. After listening to the entire EP, without realizing it, Broken String had already written 2,000 characters. He hadn't been this excited in a long time. In the music world, musicians like Broken String, who don't discriminate against idol singers, are rare. Idol singers' works are often shoddily produced and, aside from fans, nobody pays for them. This is true in the vast majority of cases. But this EP, Summer Flowers, in Broken String's view, was in no way inferior to the work of any professional singer. The brilliance and heat of Summer Flowers, the liveliness of Wild Man, the explosive arrogance, every song deserves a crown. Is it that good? Teacher Duanxian wouldn't start taking money to praise people, would he? I'm worried about being hurt. When I listened to Tix's album before, it nearly wrecked me. An idol group's album, or a limited unit, stacking buffs right here. Although Duanxian is a very cautious musician who wouldn't praise blindly, fans have been burned so many times, especially after hearing other bloggers pushing new songs from limited groups. The quality was so poor that fans ended up paying out of pocket. I have decided to lead by example. Give me 10 minutes. Waiting. A fan resolutely clicked open the EP, Summer Flowers. 3 songs for 2 kwai, honestly a steal, not even enough for a single subway ride. 2 kwai can only cause so much damage. Back when the limited group Tix released that EP, he had wasted a full 12 kwai on it. He spent the whole day wondering what he could have done with those 12 kwai instead. Then. Where is everyone? Where is he? If he hasn't gone online for a quarter of an hour, I suspect he's already been creamed. So good, go listen. I've already joined the Crown group. The EP, Summer Flowers, was once considered a fan circle exclusive. On its first day online, the EP's sales were slightly lower than the sales of the Hot-Blooded Rebirth limited group's Tix, roughly only half of Timey's sales record, which actually matched Jiangshi TV's expectations for this EP. Could start on the 4th day. Gui was practicing guitar. Both Summer Flowers and Arrogance have guitar elements. If they perform those 2 songs on the next stage, they want to show off some guitar. But Gui discovered that, in the whole group, he was the only one who couldn't play at all. Gui placed orders as fast as possible for books like Guitar for Beginners and just these few guitar tricks, studied them, and then had Ji Chi, the group's best player, teach him. After practicing like this for a few days, Gui finally reached the conclusion, the hands used for experiments are not suited to playing guitar. Although the few of them cared about the sales of Summer Flowers, it wasn't something they could decide. They even felt the number itself wasn't very meaningful, since everyone knew that limited edition group albums were only bought by fans. Yuan Qing rushed in, out of breath. Before he could even sit down he asked impatiently, "Have you seen the album sales?" "I saw it." The few of them looked calm. "It should be pretty stable now, right?" "Generally speaking, the second day's sales are less than half of the first day's, the third day halves again, and after that they decline steadily." "It's gone up," Yuan Qing said. "I don't know why either." But that day's sales had already reached the level of the EP's second day after release. Yuan Qing kept his head down fiddling with his phone, then suddenly looked up. "There's one more piece of news. Ren Ni wants to buy the rights to the song, Summer Flowers." Ji Chi nearly lost his grip on the guitar. Ren Ni. Ren Ni's fame had even reached Gu Yi's ears. He is widely recognized in the Mandarin music scene as the last reigning king. If ordinary singers can make a living for a lifetime by releasing albums, Ren Ni could live off them for 10 lifetimes. In Gu Yi and the others' view, their group had nothing to do with Ren Ni. "Are you sure?" the others confirmed again. "Sure." Yuan Qing nodded very earnestly. A few of them quietly went onto Weibo, typed the keyword, and discovered. It seemed that those following their album weren't just fans. "What's going on?" Yuan Chang's face also shone with excitement. "It looks like it's blown up." A few people only truly realized this EP had blown up when they started hearing the BGM of Summer Flowers on major video platforms. But in fact, Summer Flowers was even more explosive than they imagined. The annual best-selling EP list at Yuesheng Music is updated every year, but the #1 spot has long been held by the EP, Julia, released at the end of 2019 by the K-country idol group SEM. Although SEM developed in K-country, the group had a huge fanbase domestically. The EP, Julia, almost created a sales miracle at the time, and even after several years no EP sales have managed to surpass it. SEM's fans always felt a trace of superiority when it came to domestic idols. The first day sales of the EP, Summer Flowers, were mediocre compared to idol groups. Even with some fluctuations during the week, SEM's fans didn't care. Yet this EP, which they saw as ordinary and not even half as good as SEM, had, without them noticing, quietly surpassed Julia in sales. Do they even deserve it? Domestic fans must be going crazy faking numbers, right? How dare they touch something as divine as Julia? SEM is huge in K-country. Flopped groups shouldn't try to ride on C Company's endorsers' coattails. Even the Crown Group isn't worthy to tie SEM's shoelaces. Idol fans from K-country have always been numerous. Even if they can't match local idols in sheer numbers, they can create a momentum of 1 against 100. Ji Chi and the others were used to it by now, but Gu Yi looked astonished. Has it always been like this? Gu Yi stood alone, admiring the masterpiece, Julia. For songs, priced 20 times that of Summer Flowers. How to put it? You can't call it bad, but it really wasn't as outstanding as Gu Yi had expected. Even without deep musical training, you could tell that on the EP Julia there were 2 songs that used elaborate arrangements to cover up the melody's shortcomings. When Gu Yi logged onto Weibo, the first thing he saw was SEM's fans calling him an ugly bastard. Gu Yi. He found the content a bit shocking. But SEM fans had solid reasons. SEM was recognized domestically in K-country as the perfect group. Tiny's former center, and now top star Chu Chi, had once been a junior in the SEM group. Back when Chu Chi stood in front of SEM, he was simply beaten down. Besides, Crown's sales were basically faked, right? EPs sold for too quiet a copy. To boost sales like that is really shameless. Members of Crown. They didn't expect that in just one afternoon they'd come up with nicknames full of linguistic flair like Ugly Freak, Washed Up Group, Shameless, and Beggar. $40 for an EP, and it's digital, Lu Junyuan sighed. That's enough to pay my 10-year breach penalty. So expensive, enough for teacher Gu to buy 0.1 grams of californium. Gu Yi. He was deeply grateful to his teammates for memorizing the periodic table. Fortune favors the bold. This is called high quality. What's your EP called? Low. They were insulted, and so what? Gu Yi and the others forgave those fans' lack of restraint. Indeed, a 2 yuan EP would surely sell better than a 40 yuan one. people who think you get what you pay for weren't entirely wrong. I thought the matter was over, but a few days later Crown suddenly received an invitation from an award ceremony. Also invited to attend was, the group SEM from Country K. A delightful beatdown scene is about to unfold. I hope the brothers haven't heard about what's happened in our country. I'm really embarrassed for us. It seems the brothers already knew about this news. I heard they had originally planned a concert in S City, but that's been cancelled too. I hate this so much. Chapter 32032 Tragic. We only released one EP, are we even eligible to attend the Golden String Awards? The Jean Sien Awards weren't as grand as the Qingfeng Music Festival, but they were still a well-regarded ceremony within the industry. Of course there were performers who had no current releases and were just there to warm up the show, but the vast majority of singers attended with actual works. They'd only released one EP, Summer Flowers, yet received an invitation. A few of them couldn't help feeling they weren't worthy of it. Yuan Qingdao, don't worry, Summer Flowers has a great reputation. The Jean Sien Awards already had a set guest list, you were added later by the organizers. Ren and I covered Summer Flowers on a program, and Crown's EP gained a lot more recognition because of it. In addition to building up praise among fans, industry insiders were also quite optimistic. The last Golden String Awards had been held exactly 1 year ago. In that year the singers had released only a handful of new albums, and very few had both good reviews and strong sales. Right now the reputation of Summer Flowers was spreading outward, and the Golden String Awards organizers had no objections to squeezing an extra spot for Crown. Of course, the recent sales controversy between Crown and K-country boy band SEM was also the kind of buzz the Golden String Awards needed. The Golden String Awards were being hosted locally in S City, and per the organizers' requirements, Crown would perform both Summer Flowers and Arrogance at the ceremony. Early in the morning, the few of them were practically shoved into the car by Yuan Cheng. Brother Yuan, where are we going? Yuan Cheng rolled up his sleeves with an angry air, feeling like the next second he'd sell them out. Doing styling. Yuan Cheng came from a content creation background and was an engineering student, and he was from the north. His personality was pretty carefree. Crown Group was currently left to him to manage, but he wasn't really into fashion styling and that sort of thing. But recently the members' conflict with that K-country group really pissed Yuan Cheng off. They called Gu Yi an ugly bastard, and Yuan Cheng had thought the other side were some big beauties, but when he looked at the photos, he suspected the bag of yeast they lost yesterday had been stolen by that group. Their fans even made a point of listing things, saying Crown's debut stage outfits were cheap domestic knockoffs, unlike SEM suits, which highlighted their noble temperament, truly one of a kind in the world. Yuan Cheng. Even for a domestic no-name brand, Gu Yi and the others would have to sell a full 3,000 EPs to afford it. SEM is indeed powerful, for a luxury brand you only need to sell 1,000 EPs. They were almost woken up at dawn. Gu Yi and the others dozed while the stylists worked on them. Lately they've been busy practicing songs and releasing EPs, so they've indeed neglected their image. After a whole morning of fussing and trying on many outfits, Yuan Qingxi thought it over. He originally wanted Gu Yi and the others to wear a luxury brand higher end than C's on the red carpet, but after a long selection, the domestic no-name brand SEM fans talked about still fit best. Brother Yuan, there's no need to compete. Gu Yi patted Yuan Cheng's shoulder. We're going to an award ceremony, not to fight. They weren't necessarily going to run into SEM group head-on. An hour ago, Gu Yi thought so. However, the moment he stepped onto the red carpet and saw the crowd surging ahead, Gu Yi sensed something was off. Brother, look over here. Brother, welcome to Huagua. The members of SEM were all tall and well-built, their straight suits emphasized their towering handsomeness. Even if their faces were slightly swollen, it did nothing to damage their perfect image in the fans' eyes. Standing at the center of the red carpet, the members of SEM each wore a hint of pride on their faces. Although they were still one of the top groups in K-country, the idol seen their changes so fast that, half a year ago, their agency had already debuted a new generation boy group that seemed poised to replace them. But the junior group hadn't had time to expand into Huagua's market, and here SEM still commanded a huge fanbase. The sales of the EP, Julia, were proof of that. One could say that for as long as Julia remained on the Yuesheng music sales chart, SEM boasted about it on every variety show in K-country, and that's also how they landed the C brand endorsement. After all, the K-country market is relatively small, and in the past, luxury brands like C rarely favored K-country stars. This time SEM Group accepted the Golden String Award invitation to further prove their influence in Huagua. They had heard that Julia had dropped from number 1 on the sales chart, but the SEM members didn't mind at all. They had come to Huagua in person, reclaiming first place would be easy. The SEM members already knew exactly what the standard of boy bands in Huagua was like. Around the red carpet, fans' screams never ceased, and the SEM members couldn't help but sigh. If they could maintain this level of heat in their home country K, it would be even better. The SEM group members moved forward a few steps, when a louder burst of screams came from behind. The members couldn't help but smile inwardly. Chinese fans were truly enthusiastic. They understood the fans' reluctance to part and were willing to indulge them once more. The few of them turned around again and waved toward the source of the screams. They stopped the wave halfway and nonchalantly withdrew their hands. The instant they realized the screams weren't meant for them, the SEM members' eyes met those of a group approaching from the opposite direction. Reporter Lin Kuei of Make Up Rhythm quickly pressed the shutter, capturing this classic moment. This was the first time SEM boy group and Crown appeared in the same shot, and the only time. The noise on the red carpet gradually died down. The fans who had been enthusiastically calling out the SEM members' names just moments ago suddenly couldn't bring themselves to shout the three words. No matter how handsome SEM had been in their imaginations, or how ugly Crown had been, in the face of such naked, real contrast, everything seemed utterly pale. SEM's proud figure was matched by Crown without a trace of inferiority. SEM Center, Park Yongdae, was the group's acknowledged face of beauty, but, repairs with a scalpel after all can't beat the original. Even though every feature of Park Yongdae was finely crafted, when put together, each part was completely outshone. Even though the fans had come for SEM, the momentum at this moment waned. Gu Yi and the others finished the red carpet but couldn't meet the SEM group. They vaguely felt that SEM's pace had quickened, and by the time they reached the autograph area, the SEM members had already taken off without a trace. The magazine Zhuangyun, where Lin Kuei worked, also promptly uploaded photos of the two groups together. This. A much-loved, beat-down scene. How is that not a total thrashing? I originally thought domestic entertainment fans had very thick rose-colored glasses, but, hilarious. Netizens had already experienced how SEM fans brag relentlessly. Seeing a scene like this, they found it especially ridiculous. In the fans' eyes, with SEM's stage skills, they could thrash Crown 10 times over without a problem. However, on the Golden String Awards stage, SEM's performance was not comparable to their peak. Even viewers who knew nothing about them could sense the perfunctory nature of their movements. Danced so hard for so long and not a drop of sweat. There had already been reports online that SEM had gone through the motions at their concerts in Country H, a completely different attitude from their domestic concerts in Country K. Come on, it's really exhausting for brother to adjust to the time difference, okay? What do you mean by slacking off? You guys have no idea about the coordination in brother's movements. Do you know how hard our brother works? Adjusting to an hour's time difference. SEM's singing was never as rich as a professional singer's. After singing and dancing, the instability in his breath became even more apparent. One song finished, and before the fans could even catch their breath, SEM went on to perform a second song. Amazing! As expected of a top group. Broken String was also there. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. These K-country groups are something else, out of breath after the first song, and yet they still sing and dance so steadily in the second. The faking is really brazen. Would they dare do this in K-country itself? They're really being idolized to the heavens. Broken String could still chime in every now and then, which also caused him to be frequently attacked by K-country idol fans. Even a big influencer with his fanbase wasn't spared. Under the fans' might, other musicians could only keep silent. Coincidentally, Crown's stage was once again scheduled after SEM. If Crown hadn't appeared, SEM's performance would undoubtedly have been further glorified by the fans' praise, but the song, Summer Flower, had already been performed once by Ren and I. Having the original singer perform it would bring an entirely different flavor. The ultimate fusion of vocal tone and emotion was enough to move the whole stage. This is the power of music, unrelated to a flashy stage or elaborate dance moves. What grips the heart is the purest music. Compared with the debut stage of Crown, this performance by Gu Yi and the others felt more weighty. Not the clear opening of Crown. From the very beginning, Summer Flowers was brilliant and blazing, burning like a flame. When the song ended, the applause in the venue continued for a long time. Only SEM's fans kept insisting. Standing and singing of course keeps your breath steady. If you're so capable, sing and dance at the same time. The next song, Arrogance, vividly demonstrated what singing and dancing at the same time means. Even SEM's most stubborn fans quietly shut up. No matter what they said, Crown's members seemed ready to be proven wrong at any moment. The more outstanding that Arrogance performance was, the more perfunctory SEM appeared. In terms of the songs themselves, Summer Flowers and Arrogance were also of somewhat higher quality. SEM's attitude toward Huangye's fans was originally more indifferent than enthusiastic. Even if they went all out to buy albums and prepared all kinds of expensive gifts for members' birthdays, all they ever received in return was perfunctory. If there were no comparisons, they might still have been able to satisfy themselves. But the contrast was simply too brutal. Was the second song, Candy, lip-synced? They must be exhausted from the first number. After all, they flew in from K-country, it's normal they didn't get enough rest. No sooner had a fan defended SEM than a trending report popped up, SEM group lands and head straight to nightclub, members party all night. Candy was written for us. Didn't you all forget when SEM first entered our domestic market? At that time, SEM's encore song at every concert was always, Candy. They never performed that song at their concerts in Country K, which meant that fans in Country H were a unique presence for SEM. Chapter 33033 Aftermath. Summer Flowers is super good. Spreading the word to the whole world about Summer Flowers, the studio version is insanely good, and the Crown Group's live performance is even more exhilarating. I'm so glad I stan Crown. At the Golden Strings Award ceremony, Crown won the Most Anticipated Group of the Year award. The attention from the award was quite evident. Sales of Summer Flowers rose again, leaving Julia far behind. More important than awards and sales was that, after experiencing live performances at both the Qingfeng Music Festival and the Golden String Awards, the public impression of Crown gradually shifted toward being a group with real talent. SEM's performance at the Golden String Awards also caused a small stir. The SEM trio wasn't the first K-country group to perform like that, nor will they be the last. For SEM's fans, the biggest downside of the Golden String Awards was that when they again used SEM's looks and skill to trample the entire entertainment industry, Crown's existence could refute that claim. It's really a complete wipeout. How does SEM have anything to do with me? But Gai and the others are really, really, really handsome. The debut stage of Crown was already divine in my heart, but Summer Flowers and Arrogance are even more divine. Overnight, even the songs heard from small street shops were singles from the EP Summer Flowers. Huangshi TV executives originally thought that with limited commercial resources and low exposure, Crown's revenue would inevitably be far lower than fellow limited groups Timey and Tix, back when Idol X and Hot Blooded Reborn secured commercial deals that would make any platform envious. However, with just one EP, Crown shattered multiple sales records, breaking the convention that limited groups rely solely on fans spending money. Their public recognition being more meaningful than being confined to the fan paid off. After several songs from Summer Flowers became seasonal hits, the number of commercial invitations the group received multiplied compared to when they first formed, and the collaborations were no longer limited to youth brands. The group even received offers from 2 car companies. Huangshi TV was very pleased, and the members' agencies were also satisfied. The only loser was probably Xingyao Entertainment. Although Gu Yi's personal earnings had already far exceeded what he made during his time with the Vic Group, Xingyao Entertainment, which could originally have taken the lion's share of commissions, now had to split the profits in half and then split them again. Just thinking about it made the executives' hearts bleed. Even so, over these past few months Gu Yi's income had already surpassed that of all the popular members of the Vic Group. Gu Yi had long since cut ties with the Vic Group, but since his debut with Crown, more and more members had been messaging him on WeChat to chat. Someone quietly told him that Xiao Jing was having a hard time at the company these days, and Zhu Yuan's original resources had been cut in half. Someone even tentatively asked Gu Yi to ask the director for a spot for him in the next season's Star of War auditions. Has the next season of Star of War started? Gu Yi asked curiously. All the companies are already selecting people, He Zhao said. The competition seems pretty fierce. The popularity of Star Wars far exceeded industry expectations. Not only the debuted groups but also the trainees who hadn't debuted yet largely benefited. The casting for Season 2 had only just begun, and talent agencies of all sizes were sending recommended candidates to the show's producers. Just as when Idol X ended, Timey's explosive rise made competition shows like Passionate Rebirth hugely sought after. Crown's development was different from Timey's. The EP, Summer Flowers, showed the idols the ambitions of the Star Wars production team. Gu Yi and the others were clearly going to take a path completely different from Chu Chi's back then. In fact, the popularity of Summer Flowers surprised not only Huangshi TV but also the members themselves. After the Golden String Award ceremony, Crown received invitations from various galas and variety shows. Lately the members' favorite pastime has been scrolling through Weibo. What's it like to wake up and gain 1 million new followers overnight? Before joining Star Wars, the most popular members in Crown were Ji Qi and Xie Xingjia. After all, they were trainees under Baiqian Entertainment, so they received far more attention than Gu Yi and the others. And now, every member of Crown has over 1 million fans. Fuck. The others silently glanced at Yang Ting. Ever since returning from the Jean Sien Awards, he'd been acting crazy for several days. Yang Ting blinked, our company's official website put me first, now I'm the #1 guy, the pressure is huge. The others also started checking their own company's websites. Lu Junyuan and He Zhao's agency had some reputation in the industry, even after joining Crown, their positions on the company site hadn't changed. As for Xingyao Entertainment, Gu Yi stared at the first page of his photo, dazed. Vic Group's new popularity ranking on the site hasn't started yet, and Gu Yi still belongs to Team J, usually at the last row of the second page, but recently he's somehow moved ahead of members of Team A. It's a bit absurd. The Starshine official site's layout is a 10 by 10 grid, and Gu Yi took the very first slot, so Team A, Team B, all the members had to shift back one position. Over nothing more than the official ranking, the Vic Group super topic has already erupted into a huge fight. The fire of controversy hadn't reached Gu Yi for the time being. After all, group fans and fans of the more popular contestants all knew Gu Yi hadn't risen to fame because of Vic. When it came to mistreatment, Gu Yi was actually one of the most overlooked members of the entire Vic Group. Starshine Entertainment has such an ugly look, now they're starting to use Gu Yi for praise. Who doesn't know Gu Yi isn't with you anymore? This is hilarious. I doubt Gu Yi even knows about this. You used to ignore him, now he's too good for you to reach. Gu Yi scrolled through the super topic for a while, the fans were noisily wrangling, and he watched in a daze. He didn't know many contestants from Vic Group, those whose names he recognized didn't necessarily match faces, and fans liked to use symbols. He assumed Zhu Yu's code would be ZY, but later discovered it was fish. He thought Tong Shu's code might be tree, but fans use TS. In scientific contexts, Gu Yi was more familiar with TS as thymidylate synthase. The level of complexity had already exceeded Gu Yi's realm of knowledge. Gu Yi silently switched to the civil service exam super topic. In any case, it was easier to build confidence in a field he was familiar with. After the release of Summer Flowers, Crown's next step was to put out a new full album. While the EP, Summer Flowers, had been created with input from the members, for an album Jiangshi TV decided to give the members more autonomy. Gu Yi listened to music every day. He listened to classic albums, musicals, classical music, studying all kinds of music-related knowledge. How a song is written and completed, the composer's thinking during the creative process. Listening to music is certainly a pleasure, but when it becomes work, Gu Yi found it more exhausting than practicing singing and dancing. But in the realm of music, he had gone from being utterly clueless to gradually becoming familiar. Teacher Gu, have you listened to Shame? I'll send it to you, it's awesome. And my playlist too. In the group chat, Gu Yi received song recommendations from his teammates every day, his playlist grew fuller by the day. Once Gu Yi sat down, someone gently nudged his shoulder, and he made a little space. Want to listen to music? Gu Yi asked. Xie Xingjia gave a slight nod and handed Gu Yi a piece of chewing gum. The two leaned against the window, chewing gum in sync. In the Crown group, Xie Xingjia usually spoke very little, which was completely different from his stage persona. Gu Yi was the type who didn't talk much but could still joke around with his teammates. Xie Xingjia, on the other hand, normally had almost no presence and could be called extremely homebody. On stage, if you weren't careful, he would overshadow the others. Therefore, even though his labelmate Liang Mu had a classic stage performance on Star Battle, his popularity still trailed behind Xie Xingjia. They didn't speak while listening to the music. Xie Xingjia silently handed Gu Yi chips, handed him an apple, handed him all kinds of snacks. Are you Doraemon? Yang Ting complained. Equally hate everyone who crazily eats snacks while I'm dieting. Want to hear my playlist? Xie Xingjia asked. Okay. He handed Gu Yi one earphone. Unlike Gu Yi's playlist, Xie Xingjia's list was almost entirely heavy metal rock, like a rumbling tank. Have you noticed? Yang Ting whispered into Lu Junyuan's ear. Everyone loves sticking close to Teacher Gu. Back when Gu Yi overtook Ji Qi in popularity in the final round, Ji Qi's fans harbored a lot of resentment, but the person himself showed not the slightest displeasure. After the group formed, the two's relationship was visibly very good. On the stages for Crown and Arrogant, the two had a small coordinated segment where Ji Qi went to provoke Gu Yi. Yang Ting could swear to the whole world that the fans' screams were enough to shatter the venue's roof. Lu Junyuan glanced at him silently, without exposing one fact. Yang Ting also liked to hang out with Gu Yi. Whether Gu Yi was writing a paper or doing problems, he would cry out, "I'm blind," while insisting on leaning over to look. How should the new song be written? Do you guys have any inspiration? The EP, Summer Flowers, has 4 songs, all created by professional musicians, while the new album is planned to have 10 to 12 tracks, 2 of which will be written by the members. Not for now. First we need to decide on a theme, right? After discussing, they agreed that each member would first come up with a theme and create based on that theme. If a song could get unanimous approval from everyone, it would be included as one of the new album's tracks. Teacher Gu, are you okay? Want me to help? He Zhao really wanted to complain. Yang Ting and Lu Junyuan had just been talking about other people always sticking to Gu Yi, and yet the two of them coincidentally asked the exact same question. Heh, men. Nothing special. Who is it that loves clinging to Teacher Gu? Who is it that loves clinging to Teacher Gu? Gu Yi thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. I want to try it myself. If you need help, tell us. Yang Ting patted his chest. A professional with a bachelor's in music performance is here. Xie Xingjia also pointed to himself from a distance. Gu Yi made an okay gesture, thanks. But he wanted to try it himself. After joining the Crown Group, he had already embarked on a path he had never imagined. It never hurts to give it a try. Chapter 34. Good morning, Teacher Gu. Morning. Gu Yi looked up and greeted his teammates. Yang Ting hesitated. Lu Junyuan gave him a shove from behind. Why aren't you walking? While having breakfast downstairs, Yang Ting had been curious about Gu Yi's creative process. Once upstairs, he suddenly hesitated. I'm a bit conflicted. Conflicted about what? You think, could Teacher Gu's song title be? Yang Ting blinked, the periodic table of elements. The others. Even Xie Xingjia's quiet step toward Gu Yi halted. It was as if taking another step would add a character to Gu Yi's draft paper that none of them recognized. Why don't you, Captain, go take a look? Ji Qi, you want me to further prove I'm illiterate? After Crown formed, Ji Qi was unanimously chosen as the leader, but he never had much authority as a leader and was only sent out to do work at times like this. Complaining aside, Ji Qi still went to take a look. A few minutes later, Ji Qi declared with certainty, the song isn't called the periodic table of elements. Everyone felt a bit relieved. But I suspect Teacher Gu is playing with something more advanced than the periodic table. A few people. In short, nothing in this world could stop Gu Yi anymore. Curiosity ultimately proved irresistible. After Ji Qi looked, He Zhao quietly slid over first. He found that, in fact, there wasn't much written on the paper by Gu Yi, only 3 or 4 formulas interspersed with words like reaction, things He Zhao couldn't understand. What he could understand was the melody Gu Yi was trying out. Broken and intermittent, it hadn't been connected yet. Gu Yi propped his chin with one hand, his brows tightly furrowed. Also an idol, and having been teammates for a few months, He Zhao was still stunned by how close his face was to Gu Yi's. Atom Interactive Entertainment once signed a trainee with an outstanding appearance. While He Zhao and the other trainees trained hard every day, that person didn't have to train yet could obtain resources that other trainees dreamed of. Atom Interactive Entertainment painstakingly secured a supporting male lead role in an idol drama for that person, who skyrocketed to fame but terminated the contract with the company immediately. He Zhao thought that in terms of looks, Gu Yi was far more outstanding than the trainee their company had previously signed. Within the group Crown, Gu Yi had the weakest fundamentals. Before debuting, he had not undergone systematic training. But during group practices, no matter how hard the singing parts or how difficult the choreography, he would practice 10 times more than others and complete everything with meticulous care. Seeing this person, He Zhao couldn't help but think that he should work harder. Debuting at the center of Star War, most popular, and universally regarded as the best-looking idol in the group, as far as He Zhao knew, Crown member Gu Yi received the most scripts handed to him. This person could have chosen the easiest path, but he deliberately chose the hardest one. Mr. Gu, here, I think you could change this a bit. He Zhao suggested. Gu Yi plucked the guitar, like this? He Zhao nodded. Gu Yi played through the section he had written. Compared to the part He Zhao suggested changing, it did feel less smooth. He Zhao's suggestion also gave Gu Yi some inspiration. He lowered his head, drew and revised on the paper, and when he looked up he found Ji Qi and Xie Xingjia sitting opposite him. He Zhao and Yang Ting squeezed in beside him, pointing and discussing what he had written. Gu Yi, so crowded. His teammates were too enthusiastic, he simply couldn't resist. With everyone chiming in, the fragments on the paper gradually became coherent. Gu Yi had some ideas originally, but he didn't know how to turn them into a melody. Now, he felt his mind becoming clearer and clearer. Creating might be a difficult thing, but Gu Yi found that once he truly began, it wasn't actually as hard as he'd imagined. Crown's official Weibo homepage regularly records the members' activities. Crown didn't promote often, the busiest stretch was roughly the promotion period for Summer Flowers. After the Golden String Award ceremony, Crown attended the season's various music award events, each performance more iconic than the last. Of the 4 songs on the EP, besides Summer Flowers having been covered by Ren and I, Arrogance, and Wild Man also had their rights bought by various music variety shows, fans often feel like Crown Group is everywhere except its members are never around. What fans have been loving to do lately is bug the official Weibo for updates. Today's official Weibo did not disappoint. Members diligently creating music. Looking at the photo posted on the homepage, fans, this was taken by the manager, right? LOL, manager's photography skills, just have the face in the frame. So, does that mean the new album will have songs the members wrote themselves? Gotcha, Xie Xingjia sneaking to eat chips. The well-behaved, teachable teacher Gu is super cute. Now I have to raise a point to the team, why put 2 rows of such big sofas here? The sofas should be smaller, it'd be great if everyone could squeeze together a bit, dog head. +1 +1 +1 0085. Although the EP, Summer Flowers, was released not long ago, the fans were already looking forward to Crown Group's new album. Not only was Gu Yi's composition progressing, but during that week the other members were also working on new songs. When Gu Yi lacked inspiration he would wander around, now watching you, now watching him. He felt Lu Junyuan's and Yang Ting's compositions were the most mature. Gu Yi stayed for a long time. Teacher Gu, you make me very nervous like this. That said, Yang Ting still silently left an empty seat for Gu Yi, so Gu Yi could watch his creation. Yang Ting's piece was nearly finished. After listening to the whole song, Gu Yi's strongest impression was its smoothness, not like him, who kept piecing together disjointed fragments. Amazing. Yang Ting showed no change in expression, but grabbed his phone and started feverishly sending messages. Teacher Gu praised me for being amazing. Got it. Return to your resting place. If you're jealous, just say it. No need to be so subtle. Gu Yi glanced around, then went back to continue looking for inspiration. His piece was actually almost finished, but Gu Yi still felt it wasn't enough, as if it could be refined further. Gu Yi had flipped through many books and listened to quite a few pieces recently. He had a sense that inspiration was about to strike, but it stubbornly didn't arrive. Gu Yi simply finished a popsicle and went for a run downstairs. He took a rather long run this time. Xie Xingjia looked down from upstairs and saw Gu Yi squatting on the ground, feeding a cat. The kitten was so small you wouldn't notice it unless you looked closely. Everyone one after another rushed down. Where did the cat come from? And where did the cat food come from? Looking closer, the cat Gu Yi was feeding was still very small, black as a coal lump. Gu Yi pointed to a corner of the parking lot downstairs. I found it here. The kitten was hiding very well, you wouldn't notice it unless you looked closely. As for the cat food, Gu Yi himself had no experience feeding cats, but he remembered Aunt Wang had a British Shorthair, so he called her for advice, and the cat food was something Aunt Wang had arranged to have couriered over. The coal-black little ball was very cute, and its fur looked even softer. Wang Ting couldn't help but give a tuft of fur a tug first, and when the kitten let out a soft mew, everyone started lining up to pet it. To keep it or not to keep it, this question was settled the moment they felt the soft fur. Keep it. It doesn't matter, even if they couldn't raise it well, there was still Yuancheng. There was a serious disagreement among them about naming the cat. The traditionalists supported Meichio. The trendy but rustic faction called it Black. Yang Tingshi, struck by inspiration, followed the ancients and named the kitten Xiaotai. Another friend insisted the kitten should be called Bulu Qiu because it's pitch black. In the end, the kitten got a stylish name that mixes Chinese and Western, Kurua. Because crown, therefore Kurua. Gu Yi. He thought that if one's Mandarin wasn't good enough, the word Rua might not be pronounced correctly. His proposal for manganese dioxide was eliminated in the first round by 5 votes against it. Gu Yi was a bit dissatisfied about this. Within a day, the studio was already piled with cat food, litter, scratching boards, and all kinds of toys. Gu Yi had originally thought the cats' lives would be very comfortable, but on the day Yuan Cheng met the cats, an account called Crownrua was created. The team even applied for VIP for the cat, and the official Weibo accounts of Crown Group and Jiangshi TV followed each other. First Weibo post, the birth of a name you can pet. At first the fans, look at how irresponsibly they spend their days. A few minutes later, so young and already bearing the responsibility of supporting the family, poor little cat. The personal traits implied by the name manganese dioxide are a bit too obvious. The kitten is so cute, how can anyone say she's both dumb and fierce? Royalty group, come out and do business, don't let the kitten work so hard. The fans' shouts were so loud that the blogger quietly released videos of the members interacting with the kitten. One cat attended by 6 men, is this a loss of humanity or a degeneration of morals? I also want to cuddle Keela. Compared to Keela the kitten, the crown group doesn't seem so important anymore. As it turned out, the cat effect was too obvious. A few people who were originally focused on creating wood, once the kitten came trotting over, always have to sniff the cat before getting back to work. This had already become the daily workflow. One day, Yang Ting was very surprised to find that Gu Yi had solemnly decided on a song title. The scratch-outs on the draft were numerous, revealing the creator's inner turmoil, but the characters pressed through the blank spaces proved his inner resolve. It was obvious that Mr. Gu was very pleased. Song title, Manganese Dioxide. Teacher Gu, you really can't do that. May as well call it carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide won't do either, shut up, don't give him any more inspiration. In the original plan of the Crown members, the first album was going for a bright, youthful route, something uplifting. When they were writing, everyone was centering around the album's overall style. The moment the title, Manganese Dioxide, was put out there, it immediately gave off an industrial tough guy vibe, like bulldozers muscling into the market. The members often felt that although Gu Yi had a face so handsome it was almost inhuman, when it came to doing things, if you weren't careful, he'd veer off topic by 10,000 miles. They had to straighten him out bit by bit. Chapter 35:035 Joining the group. How do I stop my doomed teammate? Bagua Island was the earliest forum tallying big and small celebrities in a circle. Back in the heyday of Jiba, the names South Bagua, North Jiba rang throughout the fan community. Even today, celebrities still use alt accounts to come to Bagua Island to share experiences. Because the forum is strictly moderated and forbids any doxing or dirty rumors, Bagua Island is regarded as the last pure land of entertainment gossip forums. One day, a thread starter was complaining about his teammate, first emphasizing how stubborn the person was. After netizens offered various suggestions, the thread starter replied as follows. But he's handsome. He works so hard, he trains super seriously. He's really handsome. Seriously handsome, I'm not lying to you. Forum netizens. Just spoil him. Are you sure this is a complaint? Your filter must be 800 meters thick. Isn't this just showing off love? Cunning OP. Naturally some guessed at the identities of this OP and his teammate, but seeing, so handsome, all over the screen, netizens strongly suspected that this teammate was just the OP's imagination. How handsome could he be? I'll only believe it if he's as handsome as Gu Yi. Netizens didn't notice that when the name, Gu Yi, was typed out, the original poster who had just been bouncing around in the thread quietly vanished. Gu Yi's plan for, manganese dioxide, was strangled in the cradle, like when naming something cute, 5 votes against, 1 in favor. He felt overflowing with inspiration when choosing chemistry-related names, but when picking other names, he hit writer's block. Fortunately there was still enough time, so Gu Yi could take his time imagining. Only 2 songs on the new album would use their compositions. Gu Yi thought that the one he wrote probably wouldn't be chosen. Gu Yi stroked the cat for a while, Korua let him knead and suddenly nimbly jumped to the other side of the sofa. Looking down, Gu Yi saw Xie Xingjia sneakingly feeding Korua freeze-dried treats. The little black cat had been a bit picky lately. Yuan Cheng had emphasized several times that they weren't allowed to give it snacks. Xie Xingjia obviously noticed Gu Yi's gaze and beckoned for Gu Yi to hide it for him. Gu Yi made an okay sign. Xie Xingjia, satisfied, continued feeding with narrowed eyes. Even from far away Gu Yi could sense his pleasure. I've just discovered the advantages of raising a black cat, Yang Ting said in the tone of someone who's kept cats for 20 years, doesn't shed on clothes, you can't see it when you wear black. Gu Yi, what a profound study. The kitten isn't even a month old yet, talking about losing fur is far too mature. Humans' hair loss probably starts around 32. It's like opening a blind box, after 30, the world's cruelty truly begins. Before Gu Yi joined the crew to film A Letter, he finally managed to squeeze out the first original song of his life. This song was admittedly still quite immature, both melody and lyrics, but when he played its tune on the guitar, Gu Yi felt a strong sense of satisfaction, as if he had just completed a thrilling, cathartic experiment. After all, it was a song he had written himself. He was a bit disappointed that it didn't end up being named Manganese Dioxide, so Gu Yi reluctantly settled for the alternative title, Ignition Point. His teammates were adamantly opposed, they wouldn't let chemistry so easily take over the music market. Gu Yi, ignition point is a physics term. Unable to forbid it, they allowed it. Of the 6 people's compositions, only 2 would be used on the new album. Once everyone's works were finished, they all sat by the window and began to vote. Gu Yi still preferred Yang Ting and Lu Junyuan's compositions. They sounded soft and pleasing, the melodies themselves very simple, yet within that simplicity there was a fresh, natural flavor. I'll pick Ignition and Paper Boat. Xia Xingjia's words made Gu Yi snap his head up, wanting to ask what had blinded him, but the next second Lu Junyuan actually chose Ignition as well. I think it's a very pure song. Perhaps because Gu Yi is a beginner, there aren't many complex techniques in his composition, the melody is very inexperienced, but that inexperience itself is very youthful. In the end, it was Yang Ting and Lu Junyuan whose compositions received the most votes and were selected for the new album. The other 4 songs were posted on the Crown official Weibo. Is this a song from the new album? Ah. It was clearly stated that this won't be included in the new album, the composition, it was actually written by the Crown group themselves. These few songs weren't recorded in a studio. In the video, the contestants accompany themselves on instruments and sing. Sounds great. Ji Qi plays guitar really well. I love Lu Junyuan and Gu Yi's harmonies so much. Crown is amazing with you all. Teacher Gu's song titles really have personal flair. Suddenly I'm afraid he'll publish an article called Misuse of Chemical Reactions in Songs. Please don't say that. Our school actually subscribes to Chemistry and Life. Do you know how it felt to see Teacher Gu's name in a professional journal? As the temperature gradually dropped, Gu Yi was also set to join the crew to film A Letter. He had already signed a contract with the A Letter production during the Star Battle period. Sun Yuming, having been busy for a long time, finally finalized the cast start dates after completing all the pre-shoot preparations. With Gu Yi joining the shoot for A Letter, Crown's group activities would be put on hold for the time being, and over the coming months the members would carry out activities individually. By that time, the media began tallying Crown's commercial earnings since forming. Aside from the hefty profits from the album, Summer Flowers, endorsements and performances had also been quite lucrative. Apart from Gu Yi, who joined the cast to shoot, every other member received plenty of endorsement offers. Over the past year, riding the momentum of Star War, whether Bachyan Entertainment or Yuanzhu Huyu profited most needs a careful audit to determine, but as for the biggest loser, spectators will likely point to the same company. The filming of A Letter is about to begin. Barring any surprises, as the film's male lead, Gu Yi will be a strong contender for the Yunqing Award for Best Newcomer. Although Gu Yi's name was placed on the company's homepage, in the months after Crown debuted, his name had virtually become a taboo topic at Xingyao Entertainment. Even without the male lead from A Letter, the sales of the EP, Summer Flower, alone match all the record sales Vic Group has had since their formation. If Gu Yi were still with Xingyao Entertainment, this year's annual report figures would certainly look excellent. Right now Xingyao Entertainment can only take a very small share of the profits. After Gu Yi was assigned to Lu Wei, Xiao Jing still intended to cultivate Zhuyu properly. The company wouldn't give Zhuyu resources, so he used his years of connections in the agent circle to fight for them. But one day Xiao Jing happened to overhear Zhuyu chatting with another agent. If I hadn't been put under Brother Xiao, how would I have been held back like this? Xiao Jing considered himself to have done all he could for Zhu Yuan. Whatever resources he had he first held back for Zhu Yuan. Now the whole company was saying he had delayed Gu Yi. Those people didn't think it through. Xingyao Entertainment only had so many resources, give too much to Zhu Yuan, and there's less left for others. Gu Yi could say that, but Zhu Yuan absolutely should not have said that. After Gu Yi was allocated elsewhere, Xiao Jing had already tasted the cold and warm of human feelings. Hearing Zhu Yuan speak like that, he didn't go after him to settle scores. He first negotiated with the company and had Zhu Yuan assigned out. Although the members under him weren't as moldable as Zhu Yuan, using his old connections, whether counter-level commercial gigs or self-produced variety shows on various online platforms, he got his people onto as many appearances as possible. Xiao Jing also wrote a long letter to Gu Yi, expressing his apologies to him over the past few years. Gu Yi saw Xiao Jing's letter, but he didn't reply. The one Xiao Jing had wronged was not him, but the original owner. He had no right to forgive on the original owner's behalf. The filming locations for A Letter are mainly two. One is a film and television base in the northwest, and the other is the foreign university Xingyao attends. Most of the scenes are set in the northwest, and shooting began with that portion. Gu Yi had already memorized the script inside out. Although A Letter is a big IP, it isn't the kind that costs a fortune. According to Sun Yuming's plan, it could be shot in about 3 to 4 months. What Gu Yi is worried about now is the acting itself. Sun Yuming didn't get him an acting teacher, nor would he allow Gu Yi to seek one privately. In his view, Formal acting training was too formulaic, actors rarely benefited from instruction and would instead come across as stiff and cliched. Gu Yi checked and found it to be true. Sun Yuming had always coached actors on set, but the actors he had mentored were all universally recognized as naturally gifted. Was he gifted himself? Gu Yi had his doubts. After getting off the plane and transferring to a train, Gu Yi finally arrived at the film studio. The female lead, Qi Miao, arrived the same day as him. She was about the same age as Gu Yi, but had much more acting experience, a long list of film credits on her resume. Just as Gu Yi was thinking of getting to know the other actors and familiarizing himself with the surroundings of the studio, Sun Yuming suddenly appeared and grabbed his arm, pulling him inside. "Go check the laboratory for me." Gu Yi's polite intentions immediately evaporated. He heard Sun Yuming say that, to make the film's plot more realistic, he had hurriedly sourced a lot of chemical apparatus, even invited professionals to take a look, and set up a decent-looking laboratory. Gu Yi had just stepped through the door when he stopped and didn't move any further. "What's the matter?" Sun Yuming asked. "Where are the laboratory rules and regulations?" Sun Yuming. In short, Gu Yi only pointed out one flaw, and then, he really began fiddling with the equipment right in front of Sun Yuming. The equipment was all rather old. After all, the era Xinyao came from was decades ago. Sun Yuming had originally thought the experiment would be completed under the expert's guidance, and if it truly didn't achieve the desired effect, they'd switch to filming in a chemistry lab, mainly to produce the right visuals on camera. Gu Yi kept his head down and said nothing, as if pondering something. He couldn't help but start thinking that the last piece he submitted to Chemistry and Life might be expanded into something using this equipment. If he had free time between shoots. Sun Yuming watched the slight curve at the corner of Gu Yi's mouth and the light in his eyes, and became even more nervous. In theory, he was the director and had absolute authority on set, even the biggest stars had to obey him. But after reading Gu Yi's major work in Chemistry and Life, Sun Yuming realized that in professional matters it was best not to try to challenge the authority of a specialist. Chapter 36036 Filming begins. The Northwest Film Studio is shooting the scenes of Xinyao after his return to the country. In this part of the film, Gu Yi is a major character. He has to make Xinyao's experimental process look professional and vivid. Even if the process itself is dry and uninteresting, Xinyao's hard work and strictness, and a group of scientists striving for their dream, are inherently moving. Gu Yi is pushed into the makeup room and his hair is cut to the shortest. The makeup artist fitted him with a pair of glasses and changed him into a lab coat. When they were taking the promotional photos, the female lead Qi Miao gave a soft exclamation. She was also a fan of the letter. After the letter was greenlit, she had volunteered to play the heroine Yuing. As for the choice of the male lead Xinyao, Qi Miao had mentally listed the actors in the entertainment circle she thought would suit the role. She hadn't expected Sun Yuming to ultimately pick Gu Yi. From the photos alone, Gu Yi did fit the role of Xinyao pretty well, but Qi Miao still felt very uneasy. Whether from the heroine's point of view or from the perspective of the book's fans, she didn't want the character Xinyao to be ruined. After Qi Miao debuted, she mainly did films and didn't often work with actors who came from the idol world, but she had heard many acquaintances complain that those idols had poor acting, were perfunctory on set, couldn't memorize a page of lines in half a day, and only knew how to show off in front of the camera. Although the crew of A Letter had Sun Yuming in charge, Qi Miao still found it hard to feel at ease. But at that moment, in her heart she was crying out, "So handsome." Gu Yi's temperament matched Xinyao far too well. When they first met she didn't notice it, but once he changed into costume, the Xinyao from the book seemed to come alive before her. The character Xinyao naturally had an aura of cool detachment. When Gu Yi's face went expressionless, Xinyao's sharpness hit you full on. No wonder, there are so many age-appropriate actors in the entertainment industry, yet Sun Yuming specifically picked idol-turned-actor Gu Yi. In the forums Qi Miao frequented, many fans of the book thought Xian Rukin was more suitable. If she hadn't seen Gu Yi's character photos, Qi Miao might have thought so too. But after seeing the promotional styling, Qi Miao quietly defected. The film's first scene begins with Xinyao's experiment. In the script, Yuing hasn't returned to the country yet. When Xinyao comes back she finds a homeland full of scars and a lab that doesn't even have its equipment replenished. Xinyao is furious. His rivals once mocked him, saying his homeland would never have access to advanced medicines, and even if Xinyao returned, he could not change the fate of the majority. The dilapidated state did not make Xinyao despondent, instead, it made him more resolute and driven. Sun Yuming began to explain the scene to Gu Yi, starting with positioning, then how to look at the camera, how to convey the actor's emotions. Gu Yi took out a notebook and carefully wrote down every word. Gu Yi made a short biography of the character himself, and Sun Yuming gave him another. The former was his own view of the role of Xinyao, while the latter outlined the effect the film needed his performance to achieve. Xiao Gu hasn't acted before, has she? Wu Qingchun, who plays another chemist in the film, smiled. Director Sun is going to have his work cut out for him. Qi Miao did not reply. Wu Qingchun wasn't very famous and hadn't played any notable lead roles, but he did have solid credentials. He came from the theater world, and his fellow apprentices were spread across every sector of the performing arts. Qi Miao could hear the meaning behind Wu Qingchun's words. In her recollection, Wu Qingchun and Xian Rukan were signed to the same company. In the first scene, Shen Yao, together with his colleagues from the lab, cleaned up, first tidying the dilapidated laboratory. There were very few existing records in the lab, so he relied on his memory, picked up a pen, and wrote the experimental procedures down on paper sheet by sheet. Action! Sun Yuming shouted through a megaphone. All actors, take your places. The set was ready and the actors were standing in their spots. Just as the camera settled, Sun Yuming waved and called out, "Gu Yi, you're in the wrong position. Where are you looking?" Someone among the actors had already let out a quiet laugh. Again. Sun Yuming was usually quite kind. When the problem was on his side he was happy to take direction from others. But on set he was stricter than anyone. "Gu Yi, you're blocking the other actors. Stand back in your spot." The actors on stage could all tell that Gu Yi had no acting experience at all. Blocking is the most basic skill in filming, and Gu Yi couldn't even do that. Many of the actors were rather worried. Why did Director Sun find someone who only has a face? Wu Qingchun muttered to the cameraman at his side. With this, how long do we have to wait for him? Wu Qingchun knew Sun Yuming's temper well. If Gu Yi kept messing up again and again, Sun Yuming would definitely lose his temper. But the outburst Wu Qingchun had been expecting never happened. Sun Yuming called Gu Yi aside and then explained acting techniques to him in more detail. "Don't be nervous, just take it slow." Wu Qingchun had already thought that Xian Rukan didn't get the role because Sun Yuming had signed Gu Yi, and Sun Yuming's behavior now only confirmed his suspicion. He glanced at Gu Yi and couldn't help but marvel at how thick-skinned young people are these days. Sun Yuming had spoken about Gu Yi like that, and Gu Yi's expression didn't even change. If it had been him at that age, he wouldn't have had the face to stay on set any longer. This time Sun Yuming's lecturing finally worked, Gu Yi's positioning was finally correct, and he even learned how to look at the camera. But he had taken so long on the simplest parts of the scene, no one among the cast had any confidence about how the film was supposed to be shot. Everyone felt like Sun Yuming would start yelling any second. But the imagined torrent of insults never arrived, no matter how long they waited. Not only that. Everyone in the crew couldn't help but blink. Just now, when he couldn't even stand in the right spot, Gu Yi seemed divinely inspired in this scene where they clean the laboratory, how to wash the labware, how to arrange the equipment. The cast had all done their homework for this scene. Beakers, test tubes, crucible tongs, crucible, everyone was memorizing them like reciting sutras. But Gu Yi, as if reciting a rhyme, was directing the other actors on how to clean and repair things. His presence was completely different from when he was being scolded earlier. What the other actors felt was, Gu Yi really seemed like an experienced chemist. He had firm command of the whole lab and was clear about everyone's roles. Once the momentum built, filming naturally fell into place. The whole scene looked very authentic, especially the parts where Gu Yi cleaned. From an outsider's perspective, they couldn't find a single flaw. What's going on? The actors were all baffled, especially after Sun Yuming called, "Cut," the next scene started, and Gu Yi still didn't find the right mark. Is this experienced or inexperienced? Saying he's experienced, Gu Yi really doesn't seem to understand basic filmmaking. He needs Sun Yuming and the assistant director to point things out. If it were other actors nearby, Gu Yi wouldn't mind asking them for advice at all. But if you say he has no experience. The other actors watched in blank disbelief as Gu Yi boiled a pot and produced a layer of white powder. When Gu Yi threw himself into it, his entire posture really resembled the male lead Shen Yao. Among all the actors' careers on set, collaborators like Gu Yi could be called truly eccentric. Say he's good, and he'll suddenly be not good. Say he's not good, and he'll all of a sudden be good. Cut, the emotion is off. You need to think carefully, what would Shen Yao prioritize in that era? When expressing Shen Yao's inner anger, Gu Yi got stuck several times. Whenever he had prepared his emotions, Sun Yuming would tell him the feelings were too thin and needed to go deeper. Don't rush, take your time. The assistant director patted Gu Yi's shoulder. You can't just view it from our era, you also have to consider what his anger would be in Shen Yao's era. The assistant director could tell that Sun Yuming was quite pleased with Gu Yi. They had indeed taken a long time choosing the male lead for the letter. The crew had held auditions twice, there were several actors the assistant director thought were suitable, but Sun Yuming rejected them. Before filming today's scene, the assistant director also didn't know why Sun Yuming chose Gu Yi. But by the time they were this far into shooting, the assistant director had figured it out. 4 words, felt right. Even if they sent a more professional actor, the assistant director would bet money that no one would resemble Shen Yao more than Gu Yi. Gu Yi was pondering what Sun Yuming and the assistant director had just said. From the perspective of someone working in chemistry, Gu Yi often heard people say that domestic disciplines lag behind those abroad. He was angry, but over time he had come to accept the objective gap. After all, even if he was angry, the gap wouldn't close immediately. But Shen Yao. The era the other party lived in was precisely one of extreme poverty and weakness. One could say the gap with foreign countries was even larger, and Shen Yao should be all the more aware of this. So what was Shen Yao angry about? Gu Yi closed his eyes and put himself into that role. A letter almost depicts Shen Yao's entire life, his youthful studies, his return to the country after studying, and his choice to sacrifice himself at the very end of his life. Gu Yi could recite every single line in the script perfectly. He had also read the original novel of A Letter 10 times, never once doing it perfunctorily. For a very long time, Gu Yi kept recalling the lines from the script and the novel. At the end of the story, Shen Yao walked toward death with a smile. Gu Yi, have you decided? Sun Yuming came over to ask him. Give me another half hour. Okay. Sun Yuming said, take your time thinking it over, no need to rush. Sun Yuming's words were quite honest. At first he hadn't expected to finish the scene quickly, after all, it was a professional sequence that couldn't be slapped together, but Gu Yi's pacing carried the other actors, and the scene saved more than half the time. From Sun Yuming's perspective, Gu Yi wasn't completely talentless, he just needed polishing, and with enough polishing a great performance would emerge. How much longer? It was still Wu Qingchun asking. He had just asked the assistant director once. The assistant director, who had long worked with Sun Yuming, wasn't intimidated by someone with Wu's seniority. When asked he simply replied, go ask Director Sunday. Wu Qingchun didn't dare ask Sun Yuming, his little seniority meant nothing in front of Sun Yuming. He once had a senior who acted up before Sun Yuming, and Sun Yuming told him to get lost. No matter how fiercely that senior ranted in the circle, he was powerless against Sun Yuming. When Wu Qingchun looked up, he saw Gu Yi, not far from him, suddenly stand up, Director, I'm ready. Under the blazing sun, Wu Qingchun couldn't make out Gu Yi's expression, but he could feel that Gu Yi's features seemed firmer. Chapter 37:037 Filming ing. Action. Sun Yuming called out. The crew's gazes fell on Gu Yi once more. Same scene, Gu Yi had already flubbed it once. Sun Yuming has always had very high standards for the camera. If an actor's performance is slightly off, he will ask them to do it again. Just now, Gu Yi's performance lacked depth, but as a newcomer actor, objectively speaking, his level was not bad. However, Sun Yuming was not satisfied, so he could only have them reshoot again and again. At this moment Sun Yuming was also staring intently at the camera. Originally, Gu Yi had portrayed Shen Yao's anger, but that anger didn't feel grounded. It was the kind of indignation from feeling inferior and looked down upon, which didn't match Shen Yao's characterization that runs throughout the script. And this time. In the frame, Gu Yi's eyes were like stars. This was a face of anger, of determination, and of resolve. No matter whether my country needs me, I will come back. Its pockmarked, battered appearance is precisely what is waiting for me to change. The words landed with weight, and the firmness in his voice spread in an instant. The camera focused on Gu Yi's profile, capturing all the emotions contained in that face in full. If he were merely angry about being belittled, he wouldn't be Shen Yao. When he left, he had already resolved to give up everything. This country is indeed poor and weak, and so it is precisely in need of someone educated like him to return. In that instant, sunlight poured down, wrapping around Gu Yi entirely, his face seemed to shine overwhelmingly. Staring at this scene, Qi Miao felt something strange. If she just took one small step up the stairs, she could come face to face with Shen Yao from the book, who walked here from 80 years ago. The goosebumps on her arms were unstoppable. As a book fan, seeing a character she loved being portrayed so sincerely made Qi Miao feel her heart surge. Even though this shot lasted only a few brief seconds, she could vaguely sense that Gu Yi's soul was resonating with Shen Yao at that moment. Okay, cut. Sun Yuming's eyes also held surprise. He cast Gu Yi as Shen Yao mainly from the standpoint of looks and temperament. Gu Yi had no acting experience, and Sun Yuming had prepared himself mentally. If not right the first time then the second, if not the second then the third, he was going to make Gu Yi grind out the role of Shen Yao bit by bit. But, in just that take, Gu Yi's command of the emotions even exceeded Sun Yuming's expectations. He understood the script and the character before adding his own ideas, and the layers suddenly became richer. How did he do it? Sun Yuming was puzzled himself. I only told him to try to understand the role more. Maybe he suddenly had an insight, the assistant director said. Gu Yi looks like the sort who will put in hard work. Sun Yuming waved his hand, and after a moment said, I originally thought Xinyao would suit Xiao Gu well for the role, but now it seems it's probably more than just suitability. From Sun Yuming's perspective, Gu Yi didn't have many techniques for acting, but he was very perceptive. An actor's grasp is innate. In front of the camera, different actors bring completely different interpretations to a role. Some understand instantly with a single hint, while others, even past 50, still rely on the same glaring eyes and furrowed brows. However, in Sun Yuming's directing career, actors like Gu Yi who can quickly comprehend a role have been rare. Wu Qingchuan's hand holding the teacup suddenly tightened. He had been waiting to watch a spectacle, but after watching Gu Yi's performance that take, he couldn't find a single fault. Where did director Sun find this newcomer? Wu Qingchuan blinked. Really never acted before. From that one take alone, Gu Yi seemed entirely natural. Wu was usually harsh on young actors, but it was hard to find any flaws in this shot. In an entire scene, if an actor has one or two standout moments it's considered good, that last bit could be called a highlight. I heard it's true, he's never acted before. An actor with no experience is a blank sheet. That fresh, naive quality can shine in the right setting, but outside those specific scenes, the drawbacks of inexperience will reveal themselves without restraint. A script like A Letter isn't really suitable for a newcomer. Because the role of Xinyao himself is very mature, he has conviction, ambition, and cares for the country and the world. If the actor is somewhat lacking, it's hard to convey the character's nobility. After all, this isn't a youthful campus film where the leads hold hands and blush. After today's scene wrapped and the cast went to rest, Wu Qingchuan found a moment to call his agent. Not only had he and Xian Rukan both signed with Suiyue Pictures, they actually shared the same agent. Xian Rukan is in a league of his own among young actors now. The Yinxing Awards are notoriously hard to win, and he took Best Supporting Actor, already being seen as the one to carry the banner for the new generation of male actors. Not being selected for A Letter was actually a considerable blow to Xian Rukan. He had taken the path of a serious actor. In terms of looks he indeed didn't measure up to the current popular idol actors, but Xian Rukan had always believed that appearance wasn't that important. Yet being rejected from A Letter contradicted the belief he'd held all this time. Sun Yuming was a director with an impeccable reputation in the industry. If even he valued appearance more highly, then where was an actor like Xian Rukan, whose looks weren't outstanding, supposed to go? Since the role for A Letter was decided, as far as Wu Qingchuan knew, his agent had bought some negative press pieces about Gu Yi, mainly doubting the prospects of A Letter and even planning to slam Gu Yi's acting after the film's release. Stop fussing, Wu Qingchuan said. From where I stand, the actor playing Xinyao might actually make a name for himself. He couldn't stand that Xian Rukan had lost a good role. But that was on the assumption that Sun Yuming really had brought in some inexplicable actor to replace Xian Rukan. But after watching Gu Yi act all day today, Wu Qingchuan also felt that Gu Yi was more suitable for the role of Xinyao than Xian Rukan. Xian Rukan felt it was unfair, but Wu Qingchuan had been doing stage plays and films for decades. In his younger days, those who got ahead were indeed handsome young leads who could act and looked good. Now such actors are indeed rarer, and those with less striking looks but strong acting skills have had the chance to rise. There is never absolute fairness in the entertainment industry. Xian Rukan's reaction, Wu Qingchuan wasn't sure. In any case, he had already said what he needed to say. Gu Yi still hadn't come out of his acting state. His body was very tired, but his spirits were extremely high. In fact, before shooting today's scene, he never imagined he would become so immersed. It was as if every thought in his whole being had merged into the character. Up until now, Gu Yi's mind was full of Xinyao's lines. He really couldn't sleep, so he went online to look up the experiences of scientists returning to the country in that era, physicists, chemists. They were like pieces of a jigsaw, piecing together what the nation lacked bit by bit. Xinyao was only a character in a novel, yet he embodied those people. It was obviously inappropriate to view this character with an ordinary perspective. The emotions and ambitions condensed in this character must be conveyed to the audience. They can't be soft and insubstantial, but should have a solid sense of grounding. Gu Yi picked up his pen and added to the character biography on the paper, word by word. He read the script again carefully. Before filming truly began, Gu Yi could only sketch the character's expressions and actions in his mind, but after shooting the first scene, Shen Yao gradually came to life, and Gu Yi slowly gained insight into how to portray him. Night fell, and under the lights Gu Yi frowned, his attention utterly focused. After finishing analyzing the script, he saved the materials he had searched for on web pages. Previously some fans asked him to talk more about general knowledge questions. Gu Yi only knew some basic common sense about physics and chemical reactions. After researching this time, he found that modern scientific fields could also be added. Lately Gu Yi had been busy with the group's affairs, but he had already amassed several thick pages of exercises. He'll go live another day to explain them. The day Gu Yi joined the cast of A Letter to Shoot, his phone never stopped ringing. By the time he finished filming and restarted his phone, a few hundred messages had poured in. Ji Qi and Xia Xingjia were shooting an endorsement ad, and Baiqian Entertainment had also booked them as guest stars on a variety show. Xia Xingjia was a man of few words and liked to use. In his WeChat messages, he used to express his thoughts about being a guest and increasingly demanded more cloud cat cuddling sessions. Gu Yi asked Ji Qi, "Is he okay?" Ji Qi, "He's fine." Gu Yi relaxed. "But the cat isn't." Gu Yi couldn't help but recall a fan's comment, "One cat serves 6 men," and suddenly felt that the adorable cat's life was somewhat difficult. After all, when filming was exhausting, he also wanted to see the little kitten bouncing around everywhere. Lu Junyuan accepted an invitation to appear on a music variety show. His agency, Shanshui Xingguang, is already known for music production. Lu Junyuan currently has no plans to release an album, but a single is already in preparation. Yang Ting and He Zhao also each had work commitments, their schedules were packed and busy. At night, only Gu Yi kept watching Yuan Cheng's shared cat videos in the group chat. But Rua recently picked up an extra part-time job, improving the agent's family relationships. During the members' solo activities, Kurua was taken home and cared for by Yuan Cheng. Yuan Cheng's children warmly welcomed Kurua's arrival, and with Kurua supervising nearby, the kids were highly motivated to do their homework. "Teacher Gu, how's the filming going?" The members logged on one after another and came straight away to ask Gu Yi about the shooting experience. "Not bad." Gu Yi answered honestly. "Thinking about the character is a bit difficult." "No problem, Teacher Gu." Although Gu Yi had never acted before, everyone in the group could clearly see how much thought he had put into the script for A Letter. After the cast for A Letter was confirmed, there were indeed many voices online that doubted Gu Yi, but after spending time with him, everyone in Crown knew how hardworking he was. Kola is cheering for Gu Yi. Manager Yuan Cheng suddenly came online. He sent over a short video. In the video, he was holding the kitten's little paw, and the soft, pettable paw waved at Gu Yi. "I want a pettable wave too, send some of that kitty energy to me, ah." One cruel reality is, Yang Ting suddenly said with a sigh, "I just checked online, and the Pettable's Weibo follower count is already more than half of mine. Recently when I post selfies, fans tell me to make way, don't block Therua camera. People are not as good as cat series." Chapter 38038 Ziwei Star. Gu Yi, so early. Morning, Chi. Chi Miao handed Gu Yi a cup of coffee. Having stayed with the crew for a long time, a habit formed over many years made her arrive a little earlier than others, but for several days in a row, Chi Miao found that Gu Yi actually came earlier than she did. Almost every morning, Gu Yi sat on the bench reading the script. From Chi Miao's perspective, in the sunlight his cheeks seemed to glisten, his eyelashes thick, his gaze focused, almost blending into the tranquil morning. Chi Miao didn't even want to break that quiet with a sound. "Studying the script?" Gu Yi nodded. The two chatted for a while, and other actors and crew from the production gradually arrived as well. Morning, Xiao Gu. Since filming of A Letter began, aside from the first day when he missed his marks and caused a laugh, from the second day onward it was visibly clear that Gu Yi's performance kept improving. He still showed signs of being a newcomer. For example, in the emotional scenes with Chi Miao, Gu Yi didn't quite hit the mark and relied on the more experienced Chi Miao to carry him. But in the other parts, Gu Yi's progress was nothing short of rapid. Even Wu Qingchen stopped making snide remarks. What's the worst type of person to act opposite? Someone who doesn't learn lines, doesn't study the role, opens their mouth and recites 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all day only knows how to show off in front of the camera. Gu Yi didn't slip into character that quickly, but once he immersed himself, he could fully and completely convey the depth of the role. Really hardworking. The assistant director said with a smile. Indeed. Wu Qingchen said. There aren't many young people like this anymore. Gui performed well, so the film's shooting progressed quickly, and director Sun Yuming's mood improved day by day. The crew feared the director's temper above all. Sun Yuming was already considered very tempered among directors, but when he did get angry, the staff would tremble and wait for orders for overtime. Up to now, the crew of A Single Letter hadn't worked overtime even once. Even when filming night scenes, they finished on time. The staff had initially been distrustful of this newcomer Gui, but now they were all convinced. "Xiao Gu, come here for a moment." Sun Yuming waved to Gui. Gui stood up and walked over to Sun Yuming's side. Sun Yuming casually picked up the character notes Gui had written. Before joining the crew, Gui's notes on the character were only 2 thin pages. After only a week of filming, his notes had already grown by several pages, and the script was densely filled with annotations. Gui's portrayal of the role Xinyao had gradually become three-dimensional instead of thin. The part of the script involving Xinyao leading other chemistry workers in experiments, even though Gui is the least experienced actor, he is the closest match to the role. Sun Yuming read the character brief and remarked that Gui's brief was substantial. He leafed through page after page, and when he reached the later sections, Sun Yuming hurriedly pushed the paper to Gui. "Take it." He wondered why it was so thick, and it turned out to be Analysis of XXX. Sun Yuming now got a headache whenever he saw the words analysis, and yet on a whole page he only recognized those 2 characters. It felt as if every symbol was shamelessly mocking him, giving him a clearer realization that he was essentially illiterate. These past few days of shooting focused on the scenes of Xinyao working day and night to overcome difficulties. Shinyao's research overlaps somewhat with what Gui studied in his previous life, but it's not exactly the same. The original novel emphasized the results, while the script filled in part of the experimental process. After all, Xinyao is a fictional character, and his experiences are not just his own but those of many, many people. So the experimental process in the script gives people a sense of drifting. What Gui added to the character sketch was also this part. He wanted to treat Xinyao as a real person, only then could the character truly come alive. Action. This was Gui's solo scene. According to Sun Yuming's arrangement, this scene occupied a considerable portion of the film to highlight Xinyao's struggle and perseverance. Before filming began, Sun Yuming took Gui aside and reminded him, "It won't help much if I go into more detail. I think your understanding of the role should be deeper than mine. Don't hold back. Be bold and film with confidence." Gui nodded, his expression very calm. In that instant, the camera focused entirely on him. At the first shot, Sun Yuming unconsciously clenched his fingers. Completely, it was the best take he had imagined. Gui had already captured the spirit of the character Xinyao. In this shot, Xinyao's focus on the experiment, and that relentless momentum he had when concentrating, were all fully expressed by Gui. Gui knew the chemistry experiment's procedures like the back of his hand, so when he was portraying Xinyao, he could be more natural than anyone else. "No. The procedure isn't wrong, the reagents aren't wrong either, where's the problem?" At his most focused moments, Xinyao's gaze could even be intimidating. He threw himself into the experiment with his whole heart, forgetting everything around him. At this moment he was not acting at all, he was Xinyao himself. The way he repeatedly lost himself in the experiments, the anxious emotions when each trial failed, all seemed palpably real. The actors and crew around him even held their breath, afraid of disturbing Gui's current state. Everyone could clearly see that Gui had slipped into the role. He was already thin, with a small face suited to the camera. Before filming this scene, the makeup artist had deliberately touched him up to make his complexion look more haggard. The word haggard is not about appearance, but about spirit. When people saw Gui at this moment, they might notice his weary face, but what drew more attention was his gaze. There were red veins in his eyes, dark circles beneath them, yet his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. He kept trying over and over, even if he failed 10,000 times, he would fight for the 10,001st success. The original novel, A Letter, has a long account of Xinyao's failures. Every time she reads it, Xinyao feels anxious, and at this moment, Gui's performance made her experience that same anxiety she felt when reading the original. The anxiety seemed to spread outward, making people hope from the bottom of their hearts that Xinyao would succeed. Xinyao felt both joy and complexity. The former came from being a book fan, the latter from being an actress. Having won the Yunqing Award for Best Newcomer, Xinyao had received much praise for her acting since her days as a child star. She had seen some talented actors, but those were mostly the result of mastering one role after another, an ease born of talent combined with experience. But, A Letter let her witness a true genius. Gui seemed to have a gift for probing a character's emotions. If she hadn't seen Gui's initial awkwardness, Xinyao would have found it hard to believe. After the cast for A Letter was set, Qi Miao did some homework on several of the lead actors. She couldn't find any footage of Gu Yi acting in films, but she watched several of Gu Yi's stage performances. These past 2 days Qi Miao had been watching Star War again. She kind of understood why Gu Yi ended up as the final center. Having watched all his stages, Gu Yi wasn't the most naturally gifted, but he was definitely one of the contestants with the strongest grasp of the stage. In the scene, Gu Yi's segment was also reaching its conclusion. After dozens of attempts, Shen Yao finally identified where the problem lay. He already knew in his heart that this experiment would surely succeed. But his face remained calm, seeming out of step with the surrounding cheers, only his eyes betrayed his true emotions at that moment. And in that instant, Qi Miao was moved once again. Card. Sun Yoming's pause jolted Gu Yi awake, but his expression was still a little dazed. After a long while, Gu Yi returned to his original state. He had thought over this scene for a long time, wanting both his own interpretation and to highlight the characteristics of the character Shen Yao. Shen Yao is a quiet, reserved person. Even when tense for the sake of experimental results, he would never become frantically agitated. But his dedication to chemistry is etched into his bones. Very good. Sun Yuming patted Gu Yi's shoulder. Truly good. From Sun Yuming's perspective, very good was already the highest praise. After filming these days, Gu Yi actually had his NG moments, but even when he flubbed a take, it was because his interpretation of the script differed from what Sun Yuming wanted. Sun Yuming did not deny Gu Yi's talent, but to play the role of Shen Yao well, he had also put in efforts beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Just by watching the shoot, Gu Yi's scene could be said to have been completed in one go, and when Sun Yuming reviewed the filmed footage, he was even more moved. At first Gu Yi couldn't even find a camera frame, but as he kept filming, he learned the best spot to stand and naturally blended into the shot. I was right to go to his place that time, Sun Yuming said suddenly. The outside world assumed Gu Yi had used some trick to get connected with him, unaware that Gu Yi was the one he had gone to invite. As the filming progressed day by day, Sun Yuming felt more and more strongly that Gu Yi was Shen Yao's only choice. He could see clearly that Gu Yi performed excellently. Qi Miao, also a young actor, naturally refused to be outdone. Spurred on by the two of them, the veteran actors on the crew stopped putting on airs and instead worked even more meticulously to complete their roles. In any case, they couldn't be outshone by the young people. On the Gossip Isle forum, a discussion post quietly appeared. Posting this as proof, next year there will be a born acting prodigy, a heavenly Ziwei star. People on the forum praise Ziwei stars every day. From a fan's perspective, they naturally hope their idol will be a unique existence. I personally think that's unlikely. +1, someone like Xian Rukan already counts as a Ziwei star, but he still falls a bit short of the Ziwei star in my mind. Don't say it, just look at the ugly men on the big screen. Every second they exist is an insult to my eyes. After a few replies, netizens discovered that the original poster was a very seasoned account on the forum, one that had previously posted several viral masterpiece threads. When Xian Rukan was still an unknown bit-part actor, the OP predicted he would become a big star, and many on the forum suspected the poster must be an insider in the industry. Serious actor. Who? Song Rui. Wei Jin. That's hard to guess. Ziwei star should be the kind who appears and stuns everyone in an instant, so I'll guess someone no one would dare think of, Gu Yi. Ha ha ha, I really wouldn't dare imagine that. Gu Yi really got to play Ziwei. What are those actors who've been filming for years supposed to think? Wake up, upstairs. Just because Gu Yi starred in The Letter, the industry is already writing him off. Even director Sun Yuming can't save it. Chapter 39039 Filming Routine. Before he knew it, Gu Yi had already been on the set of A Letter for a full month. On filming days, he diligently studied the script and analyzed his character. When not shooting, the production's laboratory wasn't used every day, so Gu Yi borrowed it to conduct a small experiment. Sun Yuming, fearing he might accidentally get poisoned or catch fire, always had people follow him closely. But more often, Gu Yi watched the other actors film. Sun Yuming liked casting newcomers in lead roles, but the supporting roles were almost uniformly seasoned professionals. Although Gu Yi occasionally received praise from Sun Yuming for his acting, objectively his performances were far less consistent than the others. Qi Miao was young, but experienced in acting. Her skills were enough to secure her a foothold in the entertainment industry. When acting opposite Qi Miao, Gu Yi felt that every shot of hers was natural, and every gesture was performance. Gu Yi was often led by her. And veteran actors like Wu Qingchun could become whoever they played. Gu Yi had privately watched several of his films. One moment he was a pitiful beggar, the next he could bring a ruthless hero to life. Watching them film live is undoubtedly a pleasure. Mr. Gu's stalking moment. Gu, please watch your wording, that's called studying. After joining the cast of A Letter, Gu often shared his filming daily life in the group. During this period as a limited-time group, Crown's members still focused on group activities, but once the limited group disbanded in the future, the members couldn't guarantee they wouldn't go into acting. Unless Crown became extremely popular enough to support them behaving willfully in the entertainment industry. Gu's posts were compiled into a file and sent into the group. The 6-person group chat was lively every day, and it got even livelier after Kerua joined. Yang Ting liked posting silly jokes, Lu Junyuan and He Zhao would share their own creations and dances, Ji Qi was the leader and his posts were very well-rounded, and Xie Xingjiao. Gu suspected he'd emptied a cat shelter to find so many cat reaction stickers. Since he mastered the art of cat stickers, he spoke even less every day, replacing everything he said with stickers. Please have some respect for us. If you send another cat sticker, I'll make Teacher Gu publish a chemistry paper. Xingjia replaced the cat sticker with Gu, what a coincidence. Yang Ting, a study on the requirement that black cat nicknames must be manganese dioxide. He Zhaogang had just been sharing his dance and couldn't help but blurt out, can we let the whole manganese dioxide thing go? The consequence of spending so much time with Gu was that now, when he saw a medicine box, he would make a point of checking the active ingredients. It can't be let go, Yang Ting said. We can only pray that Kurua doesn't grow into a muscular-type cat. Don't think about it, the more you think, the uglier it gets. At the mention of manganese dioxide, Gu suddenly remembered that he had almost finished accumulating his problem set. He logged onto the streaming platform and shared the problems he'd been practicing recently. There might not be time to stream live, but writing down the solving methods was still fine. Gu didn't start a live broadcast, he just posted the share under his account. Chunpi. This is the problem with die-hard fans, she always sees Gu's updates first. Fortunately, Chunpi has already successfully blended into the civil service exam study group. She isn't taking the exam herself, but there's always a friend who will need the materials. Chunpi actually really wants to ask, Gu has been in the group for a month, posted nothing, not a single selfie, and his first thought is to study. Does he ever consider how students like her, who are hopeless at studying, feel? If you don't post again, Rua will become more popular than you. Orange Peel really wanted to know how Gu was doing while filming A Letter, and she had read that post on Gossip Island. When someone suggested Gu for the role, she actually felt a little flutter. Anything is possible, right? She was looking forward to Gu's portrayal of Xinyao. Meanwhile, in the civil service exam group chat. Teacher Gu, truly merciful. Sorry, I just finished reading the original A Letter, mainly to support Teacher Gu. Hurry up and download the questions. Teacher Gu personally shared the detailed solutions, they're really amazing. They've compiled this year's new and difficult questions from provincial exams across the provinces. The logic is really brilliant, especially the judgment and reasoning part. This year I got stuck exactly on the judgments, there were too many new question types. And the chemistry basics, how long did he even compile all that? 1,000 words boiled down to 2, Gu men. Gu men. Civil service exam fans once fiercely criticized Star Wars and The Letter, arguing that Gu's talent should be used to nurture the country's children rather than wasted in the entertainment industry. Idol fans scoffed at this, in terms of who is more like a flower, obviously they are. This time, Gu didn't do any public work for a whole month, then posted a set of questions. The civil service exam fans immediately grew arrogant. Teacher Gu has feelings for me. Idol fans. They still have Xia Hua to hold on to. Although the filming of A Letter isn't public, the crew occasionally shares actors on-set updates, similar to what Crown's official Weibo posts showed. Even on set Gu appeared hardworking and diligent. Teacher Gu really is a studious idol. Can you look at the camera for a second? Give me a full-face shot. But even his profile, even the back of his head looks good. Judging by Teacher Gu's expression, I suspect he's writing a paper. I also. Fans complained with their words, but after all, Gu wasn't just sitting at home doing nothing, and besides, after Crown formed as a group, it wasn't only Gu, other members were also running their activities in a laid-back way. Over time, the fans gradually got used to it. By the way, Teacher Gu actually did do some promotions. When, where, how? Isn't his latest post from 29 days and 4 hours ago? Fans. What meticulous calculation, demonstrating a rigorous sense of time. The problem is, this promotional post from 29 days and 4 hours ago stars a cat that almost got named manganese dioxide. I'm collapsing. Ah, I noticed Xia Xingjia's last post was also a cat, my inner balance is restored. +1, and teacher Gu has a legitimate reason not to be active, Xia Xingjia has no such excuse. Gu Yi's fans quietly went to check out Xia Xingjia's posts, it felt like Xia Xingjia's fans were noisier about urging him to be active, and they were instantly satisfied. Having watched the fans' emotional journey, Gu Yi. The reason he doesn't like doing public-facing work is, when it comes to vocabulary related to his professional field, he can identify it immediately, difficult problems are the same, the needs in these two areas are consistent. He can quickly distill the information and then meet the requirements. But public-facing work, the demands are somewhat more complicated. He wasn't very good at posing, outside of acting, Gu Yi felt stiff in front of the camera. He sent Yuan Qing a message. The agent's advice was quick, post 2 pictures of him holding a cat. Gu Yi quietly uploaded the 2 photos. The cat is so cute. The poor thing whose throat is gripped by fate, so rueable. Little kitty, come give auntie a kiss. At first I ignored teacher Gu, no helping it, the cat is just too cute. Gu Yi. That day, all 6 members of Crown Group were unusually active at once, each posting nothing but cat pictures. To the fans, this was a sly tactic of using cats to dodge the reality of not promoting. Some fans even pointed out sharply that Gu Yi made a study packet for civil service exam followers that ran to tens of thousands of characters, so his promotions should be held to the same standard, posting 10,000 photos would be plenty. According to an unnamed source, after that comment was posted and received 10,000 likes, Gu Yi didn't dare go online all day. Xiao Gu, I'm paired with you in that scene later. Wu Qingchun blocked Gu Yi first thing in the morning. Let's think about how to play it later. Okay. Wu Qingchun strolled off to look over the script. Watching this scene, the assistant director smiled and whispered to Sun Yuming, old Wu has accepted it. Wu Qingchun liked to make snide remarks, but his acting was really quite good. There are all kinds of people in the entertainment industry, Wu Qingchun's fault was that he had a big mouth, though his character wasn't really a problem. He dislikes people at first sight, but once someone wins his favor, he'll admit their abilities. I know, Sun Yuming said. I heard he warned Suiyue Films. Sun Yuming was also aware that Xian Rukan had sent out a press release. He didn't intervene, partly because Suiyue Films is one of the biggest production companies in the industry, and Sun Yuming sometimes turns to them for investment when making films. If Xian Rukan were to star in the letter, Sun Yuming was confident he could secure support from Suiyue Films. Second, the less favored Gu Yi is right now, the more confident Sun Yuming becomes, the more the film's release approaches, the more likely there will be a reversal. He really did have a pent-up anger in his heart, but venting it now would be pointless, everything would have to wait until after the film's release. No matter what, Gu Yi will ultimately have to win the audience over with his talent. Gu Yi studied the scenes to be shot today for a while, then went to find Wu Qingchun to chat. In the film A Letter, he doesn't have many scenes opposite Wu Qingchun, today is the most important one among them. He hadn't talked much with Wu Qingchun before. As soon as he sat down, he realized that Wu Qingchun really talked a lot, without Gu Yi prompting, he could rattle off a whole string of words, and Gu Yi couldn't even get a word in. Gu Yi. That's fine, he wasn't very talkative anyway. After listening for a while, Gu Yi realized that Wu Qingchun was speaking nothing but substance. The other man had 30 years in the industry, he had started acting in stage plays before Gu Yi was even born. By the end, Gu Yi simply took out a pen and began taking notes. Wu Qingchun showed a look of being teachable. The assistant director wanted to laugh at the sight. But he also understood that Wu Qingchun had been playing bit parts since he was young, playing support to peers when he was young, and to younger actors as he aged. He might not get much respect from actors his own age, and at this stage few young actors took the trouble to seriously consult him the way Gu Yi did. In the crew of A Letter, Sun Yuming was the absolute authority, no matter how domineering an actor was, he could not challenge the director's prestige. But according to the assistant director, it wasn't like that in some crews. There were quite a few actors who did as they pleased, these people had nothing to do with Sun Yuming, but they did quite well within their own circles. Gu Yi had originally only inferred his performance from the sidelines and didn't know what Wu Qingchun was actually thinking while acting these scenes. Now he somewhat understood. Chapter 40:40 The Last Scene. In A Letter, Yuan Zhenzhong, played by Wu Qingchun, is Shenyao's partner, he has more experience than Shenyao. After Shenyao returned to the country, the pharmaceutical laboratory was led by Shenyao, with Yuan Zhenzhong assisting on the side. Halfway through the project, Shen Yao and Yuan Jianzhong had a major disagreement. The new drug they were developing was based on research already done abroad. Although foreign pharmaceutical companies had already released new drugs, Shen Yao believed they should not simply follow existing foreign research, instead, they should blaze a path no one had taken before. Yuan Jianzhong thought that they had already invested a great deal of manpower and material resources in the early stages. If they completely overturned everything, their financial situation wouldn't allow it, and besides, the new method might not succeed. Sun Yuming did not intervene in this scene, letting Gu Yi and Wu Qingchun improvise freely. When Sun Yuming called for the start, the two who had been passionately discussing moments before immediately changed their expressions. Sun Yuming's pupils widened slightly as he watched the interaction between Gu Yi and Wu Qingchun with keen interest. The atmosphere on the scene was not tense. The script only had prompts like huge rift, intense conflict, but the specific scene depended on the actors' own performances. Sun Yuming stared for a while, then suddenly understood the cleverness of the two actors' interpretation. Shen Yao and Yuan Jianzhong engaged in a debate, neither yielding to the other, and neither persuading the other. But the way these two contradicted each other was, temporarily ignoring one another, turning away to write a meticulous theory to convince the other of their research. Even if they still couldn't persuade them, they would rack their brains to find a theoretical flaw in the other's work. There were no heated quarrels, but the stubborn focus of the two characters, Shen Yao and Yuan Jianzhong, leapt off the page because of it. In the end, Yuan Jianzhong yielded a step. He allowed Shen Yao to try something new, but if problems arose during the experiment, Shen Yao had to cut his losses in time. Wu Qingchuan's performance of this passage was like this. He still didn't seem convinced by Shen Yao in words, but when Shen Yao was doing experiments he quietly stood beside him, handing over instruments while murmuring with concern, "These materials are so expensive, be careful with them." After the experiments, it was also him who silently cleaned up the lab. If it weren't for this disagreement in viewpoints with Shen Yao, Yuan Jianzhong would be hard for others to notice. There isn't only one Shen Yao in a letter, there are countless Yuan Jianzhongs. Without Yuan Jianzhong's support, Shen Yao alone would have difficulty making it to the end. Wu Qingchuan's performance seemed unperturbed, yet he meticulously sketched the contours of the character. His concession to Shen Yao, wasn't that also a way of staking his faith on Shen Yao? Wu Qingchun wasn't a domineering actor, he wouldn't deliberately suppress others' performances on set. But when Gu Yi faced him scene to scene, he could clearly feel the pressure the other brought. After that scene was shot, Gu Yi went to check the footage. Because of his appearance, during the filming of a letter, Gu Yi was always the focus of the camera, especially in those scenes where Gu Yi performed brilliantly, he himself would feel a strong sense of being the protagonist. But in that moment, in front of Wu Qingchun, only one phrase came to Gu Yi's mind, completely overshadowed. It wasn't that his performance wasn't excellent, it was just that Wu Qingchun had depicted Yuan Jianzhong so well, unconcerned with gain or loss, willing to give up his own honor, and even when Shen Yao's views clashed with his, still ready to stand up and support Shen Yao. He wasn't acting for himself, but to realize as soon as possible the shared goal he and Shen Yao pursued. There are few people like that, but they do indeed exist. Wu Qingchun brought the image of Yuan Jianzhong to life. "Old Wu is pretty good, right?" Sun Yuming said with a smile. "Learn from him as much as you can, you'll pick up a lot." Gu Yi nodded vigorously. He couldn't handle characters' emotions with the delicacy of Wu Qingchun. Seeing Gu Yi frown, Sun Yuming said, "You did well in this scene too, but the lead has the lead's moments to shine, and supporting roles have theirs, it's the ups and downs that make a film." Gu Yi picked up a bad habit on the set of a letter. He learned a lot from Sun Yuming's nitpicking. If a scene didn't sit right with him even though Sun Yuming hadn't pointed out anything wrong, Gu Yi would want to do it again. He didn't mind reshooting, but in fact, the number of times he nailed a take on the first try kept increasing. "Xiao Gu, come help me check WeChat." After working with Wu Qingchun on that scene, the two grew considerably closer, they'd added each other on WeChat. Gu Yi doesn't usually post moments, but whenever he does, Wu Qingchun will always like it and send him a thumbs-up sticker. Gu Yi. He felt he had become a friend of the middle-aged and elderly, the number of uncles and aunts in his WeChat contacts far exceeded that of his peers. Not only that, Gu Yi had also become proficient at the pinduoduo, cut price, skill. After getting up every day, there were bound to be uncles and aunts in his friend's circle asking him to help collect energy. The advantage of adding them on WeChat was that he could ask Wu Qingchun about performance matters at any time. Wu Qingchun's answers were not enough, he warmly invited Gu Yi to study further at the drama theater. In Wu Qingchun's view, Gu Yi's talent was more than sufficient, it was just that his fundamentals were not solid enough. Now he could naturally play lead roles without problem, but with such talent, Gu Yi should be able to reach much higher positions. "Xiao Gu, there's something I'd like to ask you to do." Wu Qingchun spoke solemnly, and Gu Yi straightened up. What is it? From his understanding of Wu Qingchun, for him to take this tone it had to be something serious. Ahem. Wu Qingchun glanced at Gu Yi. The kids at home want. Gu Yi immediately understood, he'd been asked for autographs many times before. No problem. Your team's Ji Chi's autograph. Gu Yi. Teacher Gu's first career fiasco. Laughing so hard I could smash a wall. Can picture that scene, ha ha ha. Ji Chi, a little embarrassed, actually. We can each write an autograph for Teacher Gu. That way if someone asks, he can just pull a signature out of his bag and it won't be awkward. Gu Yi met with unanimous ridicule from his teammates. In fact, before joining the cast of A Letter, Wu Qingchun hadn't really looked into who Gu Yi was, he only knew Gu Yi had entered the industry as a singing and dancing idol and had even won a championship. It was only recently, when the kid at home asked about it, that Wu Qingchun realized Gu Yi seemed to be quite famous. He couldn't understand the child's reasoning. He thought that since the child knew Gu Yi, he could just ask for his autograph, but the child said he was Ji Chi's sole pick and couldn't betray Ji Chi. Wu Qingchun, I wish you put that much effort into your homework. Did you pass chemistry this time? I hate chemistry, so Gu Yi is definitely not my pick. Wu Qingchun pulled out so many foreign words, scored 85 on an English paper that was out of 120, and even forged a parent's signature. Because the child liked it, and because he had been getting along well with Gu Yi lately, Wu Qingchun specially watched the rerun of Star Wars with the child. He still couldn't appreciate singing and dancing idols, but he quite liked how hard Gu Yi worked on stage. By November, the filming of A Single Letter was already more than halfway finished. The shooting progress was considerably ahead of Sun Yuming's plan. Sun Yuming knew clearly that this was largely thanks to Gu Yi's performance. If nothing unexpected happened, the crew would be able to finish shooting before the Lunar New Year. If the pace held, releasing in cinemas next year shouldn't be a problem. The foreign scenes were simple, just drag people over and shoot a few episodes, but the remaining scenes were somewhat difficult. The most important one was the scene where Shen Yao sacrifices himself. That scene featured many characters. Gu Yi and Qi Miao's interactions took up a large portion, and Shen Yao's death had to be described in detail. You could say this was the most dazzling scene in the script. Why did A Letter become a classic of online literature? Why did Shen Yao become the white moonlight in readers' hearts? Because it is itself a tragedy. The character Shen Yao is so beautiful and so good. A character like him could have lived as happily ever after like other novel protagonists, but instead he met a tragic end. And it was a tragedy that Shen Yao chose himself. For an ordinary actor, if their interpretation of the role isn't nuanced enough, a death scene is actually hard to perform. And the character Shen Yao carries the expectations of countless readers. They can't imagine what kind of expression, what kind of look a living Shen Yao would wear when facing death. When A Letter was announced for screen adaptation, many readers strongly objected. Later, when Sun Yuming took on the script, the opposition eased a bit. But even so, many readers remained dissatisfied with the cast of A Letter. Very few novel adaptations become classics, especially when it comes to the highlight moments in the works. Fans had imagined those scenes countless times. They didn't think live action could meet the expectations. For this scene, the crew of A Letter naturally prepared thoroughly. The actors held several meetings together to express their ideas. Gu Yi could only take out the notes he had handwritten. As for how to perform specifically, he could only rely on his on-the-spot instincts. Gu Yi also felt pressure inside. He hasn't been on Weibo much lately, but private messages hoping he'll play Shen Yao well have been increasing. Don't be nervous. Sun Yuming handed over a bottle of cola, then asked Qi Miao, Xiao Qi, do you want some? Qi Miao shook her head repeatedly, no, I can't get any fatter. The set of A Letter had a relaxed atmosphere. The actors worked together focused only on filming, with little scheming. Qi Miao felt at ease, and before she knew it she had put on weight. She glanced at Gu Yi with a fair amount of envy. She'd observed him. After months in the crew, he hadn't gained an ounce. Heaven is truly unfair. Act the way you usually do, act this scene the same way. Sun Yuming patted Gu Yi's shoulder. There'll be plenty of NGs, no goods. Gu Yi wore a troubled expression. Director, that makes me even more nervous. Just like you said yourself, follow your feelings. You've grasped Shen Yao's emotions, just make the layers a bit richer. Gu Yi didn't have much confidence, but Sun Yuming was full of confidence in him. Acting is something that comes from deep accumulation and sudden release. Gu Yi himself might not feel it, but as an observer, he could see the huge changes in Gu Yi since joining the crew. He had already done so much groundwork to play Shen Yao well, the breakthrough might come in an instant. Don't be nervous. Chi Miao smiled. After I came of age I acted in my first play, the director was the same one I worked with in my very first scene as a child. We were close, he used to praise me all the time when I was little, but in that show he ended up scolding me until I cried. I was so angry I didn't even eat, but I still had to play the role, you can't just walk away. I kept getting yelled at and flubbing lines, if one take failed we did it again and again. You were much better than I was. Believe in yourself, believe in the script, believe in the character. Chi Miao clenched her fist and gave Gu Yi a strong boost of encouragement. After the actors were ready, Sun Yuming looked grave, roll camera. The story of A Letter revolves around an experiment, and it ends with an experiment as well. Shen Yao grew thinner day by day. After taking over the pharmaceutical work, he worked almost around the clock, pouring his mind and effort into it. The experimental conditions were harsh to begin with, even though their research team enjoyed the best supplies, seeing the children outside starving made Shen Yao unable to bear it. The experiment had reached a critical stage, and he dared not relax for a moment. Shen Yuming stared fixedly at the camera. Before shooting this scene, Gu Yi had many worries, but the moment filming began he unconsciously slipped into Shen Yao's mindset. He was intensely focused. Because he knew deep down that success was only a hair's breadth away, yet he still couldn't knock on that door. Shen Yao's anxiety wasn't explained to others, it showed in the details. Gu Yi's portrayal of the role was already very delicate, the rate at which Shen Yao blinked, the unconscious flicking of his fingers, and the slight shifts in his expression. None of these changes were noticed by the other researchers. Others could only see that he was growing increasingly haggard. Gu Yi really is a genius. The assistant director stared at Gu Yi's changing expressions on stage for a long time before he could squeeze out that sentence. Shen Yao's restraint remained, performing emotional fluctuations within the confines of restraint. One can imagine how difficult that is. By the final experiment, Shen Yao had already noticed, he was slowly getting the hang of it. His expression was focused to the utmost, staring intently at each moment of the reaction. When he looked at the experiment's output, his gaze was almost reverent. However, the change lasted only an instant. The glassware reflected Shen Yao's helpless face. Throughout the entire script of A Letter, Shen Yao only felt helpless in this moment. Panic was instantaneous, but his decision was even quicker than his panic. Immediately, Shen Yao pushed his lover Yu Ying and the other researchers out. He remained where he was, holding up his haggard face and a still alert mind, parsing the changes in the experimental results as quickly as he could. But at that moment the hazardous substance produced by the experiment engulfed him. The camera gave Gu Yi a long close-up. On screen, Shen Yao stared unblinkingly at the reaction formula he had written, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His face was gaunt to the extreme, red veins in his eyes, yet the look he cast out the window was indescribably gentle, just as when he first met his lover Yu Ying Chu, he had looked at Yu Ying with that same expression. Only a window separated them, he knew Yu Ying was right there. Shen Yao painfully turned over, clutching a note in his hand. Then he waited quietly, until he lost the last breath. The set fell silent. After a long while, director Sun Yuming finally called out, "Cut." Very good. Sun Yuming had said those words to Gu Yi many times before. Every time a scene began, he thought that would be Gu Yi's limit, but in this moment even Sun Yuming couldn't help the excitement showing in his eyes. He loved cinema, because film can reveal countless possibilities. Can act out life and death, parting and separation, tears and fervor. He loves films, loves every moment like this.